Can a scholar be called a villain? Chapter 76, Catching Murong Tong. In the midst of an intense battle, Murong Tong found himself facing the flowering steel trees. As they clashed, overwhelming amounts of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings. Even the manifestation transformation standing behind him was entangled in the fierce struggle, unable to break free from the enthralling combat. However, the tide of battle seemed to be in Murong Tong's favor. The poisonous old ghost next to Tang Qin abruptly rose and charged headfirst into the fray, aiming directly for Murong Tong. His garments fluttered in the wind, and a poisonous energy surged from his outstretched palm. However, it wasn't enough. Under Tang Qin's anxious gaze, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed from his lips, transforming into a sickly green hue that tainted the air with its repugnant odor. The grotesque scent rapidly pervaded the vicinity. Alongside that, the poisonous old ghost's complexion became pale as 3 dark lines appeared on his palm. This was the poisonous old ghost's ultimate technique, the 3 poison vicious palm. This technique wielded incredible power, however, its sole weakness lay in its challenging targeting. If the opponent displayed sufficient agility, the technique could be easily evaded. Die for this old man. The poisonous old ghost's complexion turned deathly pale, clearly bearing the brunt of a severe backlash from unleashing such a technique. It seemed as though the poisonous old ghost lacked the strength to fully utilize this move. Tang Qin was well aware of this fact, and that this was a last resort, ultimate technique that the poisonous old ghost had created himself and had passed on to him. Master! Have you gone mad? Stop! Tang Qin urgently cried out, but he couldn't stop the poisonous old ghost himself. While he possessed the ability to kill a manifestation realm expert or even a sky-reaching realm expert with his hidden weapons, his cultivation was only at the peak of the origin realm. He wasn't strong enough to even approach the tornado-like battle of multiple sky-reaching realm experts. Even inching closer to the battle would rip his body into shreds and fling him away. Murong Lin mocked him from the sidelines, "It's useless, he's already under my control." Tang Qin turned towards him, staring at Murong Lin in resentment as he snapped, "What exactly did you do?" He couldn't understand what was going on. Was his master the poisonous old ghost Murong Lin's ally, or his underling? He had no knowledge of his master serving anyone before. But if his master wasn't Murong Lin's servant, why would he obey his commands at the cost of his own blood essence? Ha! Murong Lin laughed coldly as he stared at Tang Qin with contempt, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he taunted, "Of course, I did have to do something very simple." Tang Qin's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh as blood dripped. With gritted teeth, he glanced at the battlefield before turning back to face Murong Lin. "What? Did you threaten my master with something?" He could sense that his master wasn't putting on an act. The poisonous old ghost's willingness to risk his life to carry out the commands and his decision to destroy the fake Murong Lin's body to eliminate any loose ends pointed to an undeniably intricate connection with Murong Lin. Why assume it was a threat? It could have been a mutual cooperation, Murong Lin mumbled to himself before directing a disingenuous smile towards Tang Qin. The words that followed sent shivers down Tang Qin's spine. "Perhaps, I had turned him into a puppet long ago." "You?" Tang Qin's expression contorted, his complexion paling instantly. No matter how vivid his imagination was, he hadn't thought of this. With the aid of the Tang sect's secret sight technique, Tang Qin scrutinized his master, and a harrowing truth revealed itself. The poisonous old ghost's eyes lacked any trace of spirit or consciousness. The flowering steel trees had also advanced as the poisonous old ghost unleashed his ultimate technique, grabbing Murong Tong's arms and holding him down firmly. Murong Tong was naturally aware of the poisonous old ghost headed his way from behind him, and he had no intentions of becoming a sitting duck. He circulated the sky-devouring return once more. A brilliant beam of light erupted from his palms and surged into the arms of the flowering steel trees. The extent of the pain and injuries he inflicted were excruciating, beyond what anyone could endure. It became evident that the flowering steel trees were no ordinary individuals. Despite the intense pain and injuries, their expressions remained stoic as they expelled mouthfuls of blood essence. Their fists grew in size as they viciously locked onto Murong Tong's arms, holding him in midair. Both renowned for their expertise in cultivating fist kung fu, the flowering steel trees possessed such immense strength that even Murong Tong couldn't evade them, despite his foot techniques. Furthermore, the two had spewed out mouthfuls of blood essence yet again, exhausting their energies. The technique they employed had a significant cost. It expended their body's potential and potentially hindered their future cultivation progress. The severe consequences deterred many from resorting to such a technique, as only a few were willing to bear the long-term ramifications it brought about. With Murong Tong firmly restrained by the flowering steel trees, he was defenseless against the attack that the poisonous old ghost had risked his life to unleash. With his movements restricted, the assault effortlessly found its mark on his vulnerable stomach. The skin that the poisonous old ghost's palm came into contact with immediately engorged. And the poisonous old ghost paid a heavy price for his desperate move, as his arm disintegrated in an instant, leaving behind only shattered bones. And Murong Tong, who had suffered the brunt of this attack with his stomach, could instantly feel the poison seep into his body, accompanied by immense pain. His guts felt as though they were being ripped into shreds, as if he had swallowed 1,000 needles, or perhaps 1,000 blades. Murong Tong cried out miserably. He no longer had any strength to resist. While this attack wasn't sufficient to kill a sky-reaching realm expert, it was enough to bring them indescribable agony. The flowering steel trees released their grip, causing Murong Tong to collapse to the ground in an instant, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Immobile from the excruciating pain, Murong Tong could only manage a hoarse cry, "Murong Lin! Are you truly intending on killing your own father?" Watching his wretched plight, Tang Qin could only feel a chill permeating his heart. Turning towards his own master, Tang Qin's heart sank at the sight before him. The poisonous old ghost's condition was dire, his arm completely shattered from deploying the devastating move, while his other arm hung precariously, nearly torn off. Even his once divine-looking, long white beard had been reduced to a pitiful state. "Master!" Tang Qin cried out miserably yet again. But the poisonous old ghost didn't spare a single glance in Tang Qin's direction. Instead, he staggered towards Murong Lin, dropping to his knees like a subservient dog, his gaze fixed upon his master. Tang Qin's eyes widened to an impossible extent, and the veins on his face bulged as an overwhelming rage consumed him. His eyes were now filled with traces of blood as the crimson liquid seeped through his gritted teeth. With each word enunciated meticulously, he uttered, "Murong Lin, you are courting death." Murong Lin was currently savoring the sound of the system's voice echoing in his mind, his laughter carrying a sense of satisfaction. Ding! The protagonist Tang Qin's little protagonist halo is continuing to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Indeed, the extent of his humiliation and the severance of his relationship with his master had a profound impact on Tang Qin. It wasn't a surprise that his protagonist value was lowered. How could Tang Qin possibly remain calm in the midst of all of this? His father had died because of Murong Lin's schemes. His friend died to Murong Lin's schemes. And now, even his master had been refined into a puppet because of him, no longer the person he once was. All of this was because of Murong Lin. Tang Qin's anger surged like a long-dormant volcano, intensifying to levels he hadn't experienced in a long time. His silhouette flickered as he advanced, charging straight towards Murong Lin. But his target wasn't Murong Lin. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was well aware of his own limitations. He was no match for the three sky-reaching realm experts, even considering their injuries. As such, the Murong Lin that was hiding behind them was someone he couldn't reach no matter how hard he tried. His sole objective was to rescue his master. As long as he could knock him unconscious and bring him away, might provide him with a chance to find a way to save him. Yes, Just like that. Therefore, he feigned an attack on Murong Lin, but in reality, his true target was his master. But in the next moment, the chilling words that came from Murong Lin's mouth shook him to the core once again. "N? Aren't you worried about that little lover of yours?" Chapter 77, Threatening Tang Qian. The bone-chilling words that spilled from Murong Lin's lips sent another shiver down his spine. Little lover? Could he be referring to Lu Haimiao? There was, undoubtedly, only one woman who held such an intimately familiar connection with him. Had Murong Lin managed to capture her? Tang Qian's heart plummeted once more. He glared at Murong Lin with a mixture of anger and trepidation as he abruptly ceased his assault. His voice was laced with venom as he retorted. "Is this how low you've sunk? Resorting to threaten me with a woman? Release her!" Murong Lin casually dug his ear, responding with an air of indifference, "Of course I'm not a gentleman. I am a villain, after all." Balancing a paring knife in his hand, Murong Lin aimed it at Tang Qian while continuing, "I'm extending an opportunity to you now. Depart with Lu Haimiao and your master, but only in exchange for something from you. What do you say?" Tang Qian's face contorted into a strange expression, seemingly finding Murong Lin's words amusing. But he dared not to treat Lu Haimiao's and his master's life and death as a joke. He demanded with a vicious tone, "Where is Haimiao? I want to see her. Additionally, your servants must leave this place as well." The former demand was unwavering, while the latter held a glimmer of skepticism even in his own mind. Yet, against all expectations, Murong Lin yielded. He signaled for the departure of the flowering steel trees, along with Murong Tong, while a contingent of green-clad men escorted a girl over before making their exit. Now, the sole figures remaining were Tang Qian, who stood before Murong Lin and the captive Lu Haimiao within his grasp, as well as the severely injured poisonous old ghost at their side. As Tang Qian's gaze settled upon Lu Haimiao, his inner turmoil became palpable, and a tinge of regret began to wash over him. Regret gnawed at him mercilessly. The decision to leave her side tonight weighed heavily. He couldn't shake the notion that had he remained, her safety might have been ensured. Lu Haimiao's eyes locked onto Tang Qian, her features contorting with distress before glistening tears took refuge. Her expression painted a pitiable picture, marred by signs of injury and distress. A hint of a potential leg fracture loomed. She cried out, "Tang Qian! They killed my father!" The night had been earmarked for her father's long-awaited return, but little did she know that a group of skilled experts would ambush them the moment they met. Despite her father's recent ascension to the 8th layer of the manifestation realm after an intense period of seclusion, he stood no chance against their attackers. Amidst the ruthless onslaught, Lu Haimiao's father bore the brunt of a grievous blow, leaving him on the brink of death. And then, he was beheaded by a strong expert, right after killing 4 men in a series of dozens of moves. Despite putting up a valiant fight and taking down several Origin Realm experts, Lu Haimiao was eventually captured by the Manifestation Realm expert on the opposing side and forcibly taken away. It was only upon being brought to Tang Qian's side that the cruel truth dawned on her: she was being held captive not for anything else, but as a bargaining chip against Tang Qian. She couldn't let that happen. Then, Murong Lin's laughter reverberated. "What do you think? As you can see, she lives." Tang Qian gnashed his teeth in anger, staring at Murong Lin viciously as he asked, "What do you want from me?" Should Murong Lin demand his very life, there would be nothing left for him to discuss. If the ultimatum was his death, then the path forward was clear, a battle to the bitter end. Unperturbed by Tang Qian's piercing stare, Murong Lin seized hold of Lu Haimiao, his voice devoid of emotion, "I seek nothing of great worth from you. Merely provide me with a complete set of the Tang sect's scriptures, and I shall release both your little lover and your master." His words landed with an unsettling calmness. Yet, their impact on Tang Qian's chest was profound. He actually coveted the unique skills of the Tang sect? No. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Revise your terms. I will accede to anything else. Tang Ken's rejection was swift and unwavering. While his intense gaze remained fixed on Murong Lin, a fleeting moment revealed a flicker of remorse in his eyes as they shifted toward Liu Haimiao. And Liu Haimiao, too, caught that gaze. Despite the sting of disappointment from Tang Ken's resolute stance against using the Tang sect's scriptures to secure her freedom, Liu Haimiao harbored no trace of resentment toward him. She shook her head, wanting to speak. However, her throat was sealed by Murong Lin's spiritual powers, leaving her mute. Observing Liu Haimiao's silent struggle, a trace of compassion tinged Murong Lin's voice as he inquired, "Is this your man? He's choosing to withhold lifeless scriptures at the cost of your life. How pitiable, how utterly pitiful. Even I find myself pitying you. So you weren't even worth anything in his eyes, not even comparable to some scriptures, tch. Liu Haimiao's struggle continued, her eyes brimming with emotions as she locked her gaze on Tang Ken. She wanted to urge him not to act rashly and fall into Murong Lin's manipulative trap. But was Tang Ken such an emotionally intelligent man? Tang Ken's present state was one of profound regret and apology towards Liu Haimiao. He didn't even have the courage to look at her. So how could he possibly have discerned the subtle indications conveyed through Liu Haimiao's eyes? With his head bowed, he mumbled, "Anything else, I can give you anything else. Alter your terms." As a devoted Tang sect member in his previous life, not even in his dying moments did he utter a single sentence from the scriptures to an outsider. But right now, Murong Lin was actually demanding for the entire scripture to be handed over. How could he do so? The loyalty of any member of the Tang sect was beyond doubt. Even after Tang Ken's transmigration to a new realm, he wasn't willing to forget the Tang sect, and he continued to proclaim himself as a member of the Tang sect. Tang Ken had even contemplated establishing a Tang sect in the New World. Aspiring to become the sect master, he envisioned bringing the Tang sect's hidden weapons and poisons to glory in this unfamiliar realm. No. I only want the scriptures of the Tang sect. Hand over the 7 great techniques of the Tang sect, or I'll kill her if even one is missing. Murong Lin's fingers constricted viciously around Liu Haimiao's throat, a malevolent grip that strangled the very breath from her lungs. Liu Haimiao's struggle intensified in a desperate attempt to draw air into her lungs, her complexion rapidly reddening. In the blink of an eye, her fight for breath escalated to a frenzied level. Watching this sight, Tang Ken hurriedly stretched out his arm. "Don't do anything first." His mind was racing to find a solution, trying to think of anything else that he could use to strike a deal with Murong Lin. "Oh? Don't even think of trying to lie to me. I am super vicious and cruel." Murong Lin spoke with a strange tone. Tang Ken overlooked his tone as he focused on the urgent need for negotiation. Handing over the Tang sect's scriptures is simply out of the question. You must reconsider your demand. Yet, Murong Lin's response was chillingly silent. His hold on Liu Haimiao's throat only tightened, a smile curving his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Ken. Tang Ken's face turned deathly pale as he fought to find the right words, but he couldn't say anything. Liu Haimiao's complexion turned purple from the lack of oxygen as her body started convulsing. The injuries sustained in the previous battle were already taking their toll, and now, blood began to seep from her wounds, covering her leg in a pool of crimson. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear towards death. But she was a resilient girl, and she tried to close her eyes to lessen Tang Ken's burden. However, would Murong Lin let her do as she wished? Murong Lin used his spiritual force to force Liu Haimiao's eyes open, exposing her to Tang Ken's gaze. He deliberately positioned her before Tang Ken, forcing him to witness the despair in her eyes up close. In that instant, Tang Ken could feel that despair. He felt as though his heart was fiercely struck by something. The memories of the difficult times he had shared with Liu Haimiao in these few weeks flashed past his eyes, causing his heart to throb in pain. He could see the love and agony visible in the girl's eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He thought that he was undeserving. Cultivation methods can be reclaimed, but the deceased are lost forever. Murong Lin taunted. Once more, the vice around Liu Haimiao's throat tightened, causing Liu Haimiao's complexion to worsen even further. This is, after all, your lover. Are you truly ignoring her plight over a dead sect? Murong Lin's gaze bore into Tang Qian. Tang Qian's complexion betrayed the internal struggle he was facing. The little bit of resistance he had left seemed to be crumbling under the weight of the situation. Was he wavering? Consider it, a scripture in exchange for a life. Such a decision would scarcely taint even a devoted member of the Tang section. The mantle of the Tang sect's legacy rests solely on your shoulders. Are you not aware? As its sole heir, your actions need not hew to their every decree. How is it, have you decided? With a deliberate release of his oppressive spiritual power, Liu Haimiao's throat was freed, her agonized scream tearing through the air. Ah! The heart-rending shriek jolted Tang Qian, wrenching a final decision from his quivering resolve. His voice dripped with solemnity, enough. I can give you what you want. Ding! The protagonist Tang Qian's little protagonist halo continues to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 100, you may use them to purchase items in the system shop. Chapter 78, Perishing Together. As the system's voice echoed within his thoughts, Murong Lin's expression relaxed. Tang Qian's decision to abandon the commandments of the Tang sect and choose Liu Haimiao came as no surprise, and it subsequently caused his protagonist value to plummet. As a member of the Tang sect, finding himself backed into such a corner bore the weight of not only personal dishonor but also the disappointment of his sect's forebears. A hole had appeared in Tang Qian's once unwavering heart. As the words left his lips, Tang Qian felt as though a piece of his very soul had been torn away. Weakness overcame him, as if his very body had lost its conviction. Indeed, he was the one that had chosen to betray his own conviction. Excellent! Murong Lin nodded in satisfaction, finally releasing the grip on Liu Haimiao's neck. Liu Haimiao's eyes were watery. As she listened to Tang Qian betraying his sect's commandments to save her, a profound sense of agony and pain pierced her heart. She now understood that she had a place in his heart. But she wasn't happy in the slightest. How horribly must Tang Qian be feeling right now? How utterly desolate! She felt like nothing but trash, utterly useless in aiding the man she loved, and now, she had caused him immense humiliation to save her. An inferno of anger raged within her, urging her to turn around and attack Murong Lin. But she was fully aware of the fact that she was never a match for him. Sensing that Murong Lin had eased the suppression of his spiritual power on her body, Liu Haimiao could finally move once more. From the other side, Tang Qian stared at her, his expression visibly apologetic yet upset. And at this moment, Murong Lin reached out his arm, slightly swinging down the thin knife in his hands. The moonlight gleamed on the blade's icy surface, a chilling glint that seemed to pierce beyond the flesh. Half of the thin blade on the knife was still bathed under the moonlight. Where was the other half? Tang Qian turned his head, his attention drawn to the other half of the blade that was lodged deeply within Liu Haimiao's back. As if she couldn't sense anything herself, Liu Haimiao continued to walk forwards, walking out of the blade of the paring knife without ever noticing that she was stabbed. Tang Qian had already taken out his jade tablet at this point, ready to hand over the records of the 7 great techniques of the Tang sect's scripture to Murong Lin. And once he had noticed Liu Haimiao's smile that hung on her face even despite her paling complexion, his heart shattered. Behind her, Murong Lin maintained his grip on the knife, but a glint of mockery was now flickering within his eyes. The clean blade showed not a drop of blood, remaining pristine and cold even after piercing into Liu Haimiao's back. This was Diqing Lin's knife. And it was also Murong Lin's knife. Wrathful, selfish, this was the cold-blooded knife technique. Even in the throes of her imminent demise, Liu Haimiao was unaware of the ebbing vitality within her. She leapt into Tang Can's arms, tears streaming as she fought to voice her thoughts. But the overwhelming sorrow constricted her throat, making it difficult for her to articulate her words. She couldn't comprehend the sorrow and desolation in Tang Can's gaze. But she could unmistakably sense that he was saddened because of her. That meant that Tang Can loved her in his heart. Elation surged within her at this realization, yet her frail form crumbled powerlessly in his embrace. Tang Can knelt alongside her, his arms wrapped around her body tightly as he fixed a sorrowful gaze upon her. Being a member of the Tang sect, he could sense that her organs were crippled by that one invisible wound in her body. They were losing their ability to function. She was only being kept alive by the relentless flow of spiritual power that Tang Can was pouring into her body. Can, you? She laid in his embrace as her eyes glazed over gradually. She felt as though only the two of them were left in this world, and no one else. There wasn't her father that was murdered, there wasn't his master that was being controlled, and there wasn't that demon. Desperation surged within her, a yearning to hear the words she had longed for, directly from his lips. The sentence she had been waiting for a long time. Can you, say? The words tumbled brokenly from her lips. Powerlessness washed over her exquisite face. I like you. I like you, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Tang Can screamed as tears streaked down his face, dripping onto Liu Haimiao's face. A radiant smile graced Liu Haimiao's features. She finally heard Tang Can say that he loved her. In this exact moment, she felt like a child who had just been given candy. Giggling with a bright smile, she asked, "Why are you crying?" Her outstretched arm tried to wipe away his tears as she carefully inspected his face, as if wanting to etch his appearance deep into her mind. But her arm lost its strength just midway. And her breathing stopped as well. As her hand fell back onto her heart's rhythm gradually faded until it reached its final beat. With a tilt of her head, she passed away in Tang Can's arms. No, don't do this. Not like this. Tang Can's anguished cries echoed through the air as he desperately attempted to rouse the lifeless figure in his arms, but all his efforts proved futile. Consumed by grief, it seemed as though Tang Can had lost all sense of rationality. He pressed his tear-streaked face against Liu Haimiao's lifeless form, embracing her corpse as sorrowful sobs racked his trembling frame. On the side were the poisonous old ghost, who was kneeling respectfully, and Murong Lin, who had a strange expression. After hearing the system's voice that resounded in his mind, his expression changed. Ding! The protagonist Tang Can's little protagonist halo has completely shattered, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use them to purchase items in the system shop. Ding! The protagonist Tang Can's innate talent, Shrek Monster's explosion, has been detected, please be careful. Tang Can's protagonist halo was completely shattered, but what did the system's third sentence mean? The protagonist's innate talent was exploding? Was there such a thing? What was going to happen? As Murong Lin shifted his gaze towards Tang Can, he was met with Tang Can's eyes that bore a fiery intensity, filled with a hatred so profound that it seemed to emanate from the darkest abyss. He resembled a vengeful demon, emerging from the depths of hell itself. A chilling sensation surged up Murong Lin's spine. From a distance, a figure rapidly approached. Gasping for breath, he panted heavily, showing the signs of the arduous sprint that brought him here. Upon arrival, he swiftly assessed the distressing scene before him. His eyes darted between Tang Can, who clung tightly to a lifeless body with tears streaming down his face, and Murong Lin, who wielded a knife in his hand. He yelled, "Tang Can! Be careful! I'm here to help!" Tang Can and Murong Lin's heads snapped up in unison, their attention drawn to the arrival of Zhang Tiansheng, who had hurriedly run over. In Murong Lin's gaze, an icy veil of indifference enshrouded his emotions, while Tang Can's eyes reflected a tumultuous mix of both viciousness and regret. Zhang Tiansheng rushed to Tang Can's side, positioning himself with his back towards him as he kept a vigilant gaze fixed on Murong Lin. He hastily spoke, "Tang Can. The number of people replaced in the capital is far greater than we initially believed. There are even more individuals concealed in the shadows. We must leave this place immediately." He couldn't even finish his sentence. Zhang Tiansheng felt as though his heart had vanished. He lowered his head and saw a large hole where his heart once was. Indeed, his heart was gone. And from the looks of it, it was done by someone behind him. But there was only Tang Can behind him? Zhang Tiansheng couldn't think any more. As an 8th layer manifestation realm expert, he couldn't even attack once before he was ambushed and killed defenselessly. Murong Lin had a strange expression as he raised an eyebrow, staring at Tang Can, who held Zhang Tiansheng's heart in his hand. He watched him place the heart into a hidden weapon as he faced Murong Lin. "You're laying your hands on even the past subordinates of your father." The transformation that had befallen Tang Can after losing his protagonist halo was beyond even his wildest expectations. He was practically comparable to himself. Was this a protagonist that had lost their protagonist halo? Tang Can ignored the corpse on the ground as he wielded the newly created hidden weapon in his hands. The Buddha gazes back. This was the strongest hidden weapon of the Tang sect, tainted by the poison of the poisonous old ghost that was capable of killing a sky-reaching realm expert, and strengthened by the heart of the 8th layer manifestation realm expert, Zhang Tiansheng. A flicker of golden light danced in the air. Tang Can was reduced to nihility by the backlash of the hidden weapon. He was dead. But the hidden weapon continued to advance without rest, shooting forwards. The golden light advanced as Murong Lin quickly activated his divine senses, pulling the poisonous old ghost before him in hopes of blocking this attack. However, it was futile. The golden light touched the poisonous old ghost. The body of the poisonous old ghost was reduced to nihility. The golden light continued to advance, piercing into Murong Lin's chest. Murong Lin's expression changed dramatically as he laughed bitterly to himself. "I was careless after all." He had originally assumed that the strongest weapon in Tang Can's possession was the storm chrysanthemum needles. Needless to say, he was blindsided. Murong Lin's body was gradually being reduced into nihility as well. It was truly nothingness, nothing was left. The battlefield became quiet. There were only 2 corpses left on the ground, Liu Haimiao's and Zhang Tiansheng's. And at this moment, a wisp of bloody air escaped from this place, shooting outwards. Chapter 79, Bloody Poisonous Insect. Murong Lin only had enough time to see Tang Can's figure vanishing in front of him before he lost consciousness. And after his body was reduced to nihility, it transformed into a wisp of bloody air that flew inconspicuously out of the imperial palace. By now, the battle within the imperial palace was almost over. The Qingyi Tower, guided by their skilled floor masters, overwhelmed the imperial guards despite their knowledge of the palace's layout. The attackers' coordinated assault swiftly crushed the guards' resistance, tilting the balance of power decisively. As the flowering steel trees tightly ensnared Murong Tong, the relentless onslaught of their forces had already brought the entire imperial palace under their control. Amidst the unfolding situation with the Willow Sword Saint in the east, Murong Jiao, the other sky-reaching realm expert of the Murong clan, had departed from the capital. Eager to provide their assistance in the dire situation, the members of the Murong clan faced a significant obstacle in the form of the Qingyi Tower. Under the calculated and premeditated arrangements of the floor master, Qing Miaolu, they endured devastating losses. Amidst the ruins of the once prosperous capital, the Wang clan stood as the only remaining great clan. However, their great ancestor made the controversial decision to remain a passive bystander due to the annihilation of the Shui clan and their own unresolved internal conflicts. With a deliberately slow pace, the great ancestor of the Wang clan made his way towards the imperial palace. However, by the time he arrived, the tumultuous battle had already reached its conclusion. No one had noticed the wisp of bloodied air that floated in the sky, and it safely made its way to a small courtyard. This was a remote courtyard within the capital. Surrounded by a dreary atmosphere, there were no signs of nearby life. The wisp flew into the house. The interior of the residence was a horrifying sight. The ground was strewn with crimson crystals. These were none other than blood crystals, forged from the blood of demons, and even humans. In the heart of the crimson crystals, a woman lay motionless. A blood-red insect rested ominously on her forehead. The blood-red insect had a striking crimson-colored body adorned with a sinister black stripe running along its back. A distinct and eerie scent of blood wafted from its presence. With its eyes shut tightly, the creature's 6 thin legs and 2 red wings were neatly tucked close to its body. As if it could sense the encroaching bloody air, it chirped happily as it started to flap its wings, dancing in the air. The bloody wisp entered the insect's body slowly. Its body warped and writhed restlessly, expanding in size. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura around it grew in intensity. As the transformation continued, the insect's form slowly morphed into that of a human. It was none other than Murong Lin. The wisp of bloody air that entered the crimson bug was none other than Murong Lin's innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, which enabled the bug to intercept and block incoming attacks on behalf of its master. As the transformation of the bug into Murong Lin reached its completion, the naked figure of Murong Lin now held the bloody poisonous insect in his hands. Afterwards, the insect simply exploded and vanished from the mortal realm. And as the master of the insect, Murong Lin suffered the backlash from its death and a mouthful of blood seeped from the corners of his lips. Murong Lin's bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment now lay empty and on the verge of collapse. Fuck, too close. Murong Lin glanced outside with a fearful gaze as blood dripped from his chin. Once again, Murong Lin had felt the cold grasp of death. And the overwhelming sense of powerlessness and disorientation that came with it. It was definitely something he didn't want to experience again. It's a pity, I kept it as a precaution against Shang Yi. I never expected myself to waste it on Tang Qian. Murong Lin wiped the blood on his face with his hand. The spiritual power within him worked diligently to restore his battered body, yet the bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment remained empty. His gaze shifted down to the woman lying amidst the crimson crystals. It was Ru Menger. In the apricot flower establishment, Murong Lin had forged a strategic alliance with Ru Menger. With the help of his blood spirits, he bestowed upon her the power needed to rapidly boost her strength. But Murong Lin never revealed his true intentions to her. It was a bloodline. As siblings sharing the same father but different mothers, Murong Lin and Ru Menger possessed remarkably compatible bloodlines. Their connection ran deeper than even the compatibility Murong Lin had with his own parents. And for Murong Lin to restore the bloody poisonous insect, he needed such a bloodline. He walked forwards, patting Ru Menger's face. Under Murong Lin's own arrangements, Ru Menger was intentionally captured and rendered unconscious by the people of the Qingyi Tower once she entered the Origin Realm. Her unconscious body was then placed in this courtyard that only he and Bai Lao Bo knew about. The 3 that stood outside in green clothes were also people from the Qingyi Tower. Murong Lin circulated his spiritual power and slapped Ru Menger awake. As Ru Menger stirred from her slumber, her eyes were clouded with disorientation, seemingly oblivious to where she was. She only noticed the blood crystals around her, forming little heaps around the 2 of them, and the Murong Lin that stood before her. The nude Murong Lin. A momentary blush colored Ru Menger's face, but she swiftly regained her composure. "What did you do?" she asked. As her mind gradually awakened from its deep slumber, Ru Menger's wit and sharpness returned. Taking in her surroundings, she quickly deduced that her unconscious state was not a natural occurrence. Ru Menger came to the undeniable realization that her own brother, the undressed Murong Lin, had orchestrated her capture and brought her to this secluded place. While she was willing to give up her body, she couldn't shake the need to understand why he chose this method. Murong Lin hadn't even accomplished what he promised her. Without wasting any time on words, Murong Lin approached Ru Menger and pierced his finger into her forehead. Through this physical connection, he injected his spiritual powers into her, establishing a direct link with the bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment in his own body. Ru Menger could barely speak as she felt the strength within her body slipping away. It felt as though her very life force, her blood and her spirit were being drawn upwards to her head and absorbed by Murong Lin's finger. Her body convulsed and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Murong Lin sat before her, meticulously adjusting the intensity of his absorption as he closed his eyes. Don't resent me. If it weren't for my help, you wouldn't have attained this level of cultivation either. Regarding your desire for Murong Tong's demise, I regret to inform you that I am no longer able to fulfill that wish. Instead, you shall have the opportunity to confront him in the depths of hell very soon. Farewell, Ru Menger. In a sudden surge of strength, Murong Lin's complexion flushed. Within his body, a black dot slowly materialized in the bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, the bloody poisonous insect. As Ru Menger stared at him, her emotions a mix of confusion and hatred, her life came to an end. Murong Lin drew every ounce of blood from her body, a fitting tribute to her potent origin realm blood, precisely what the materializing bloody poisonous insect needed to gain strength. As her body withered from the depletion of blood, Murong Lin delivered a single decisive strike, causing it to disintegrate into a mere cloud of dust. At the same time, a bloody poisonous insect appeared once more in Murong Lin's body. With a nod of contentment, Murong Lin channeled his spiritual powers once more, guiding the newly born insect to emerge from his body. Although the newly born creature's strength was still feeble, it fluttered in a circular pattern above Murong Lin's head before setting off towards the mountain of blood crystals in the distance. With great speed, the insect absorbed the wisps of bloody air, rapidly growing in size and strength with each passing moment. Despite not being fully recovered, Murong Lin decided against purchasing any items from the system shop to aid in his recovery. There was no need. The system's voice reverberated in his mind relentlessly. Ding! Master has successfully killed a protagonist, the reward is a gift bag. Open the gift bag. Murong Lin spoke in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a strength instilling card, a character legacy card, and a fragment of the great villain Halo. Use the strength instilling card. Murong Lin spoke calmly. Ding! The strength instilling card was successfully used. Almost instantaneously, Murong Lin's pale complexion transformed into a healthy rossiness as the spark of vitality returned to his eyes. And Murong Lin's strength started to rise gradually in a steady manner. His cultivation that collapsed due to his injuries had immediately recovered to the fifth layer of the manifestation realm. The fifth layer of the manifestation realm. The sixth layer of the manifestation realm. The seventh layer of the manifestation realm. The eighth layer of the manifestation realm. The ninth layer of the manifestation realm. The peak of the manifestation realm. Chapter 80, Inheriting Yuan Sui Yun's Legacy. As Murong Lin's cultivation journey neared the peak of the manifestation realm, the once rapid surge in his power began to slow, gradually plateauing. Upon reaching this peak, the energy that had fueled his remarkable growth vanished, leading to a stable and balanced cultivation at the pinnacle of the manifestation realm. His eyes opened slowly as the strength emanated from his body, enveloping the entire house with his suppressive aura. Even the bloody poisonous insect experienced a boost in strength, mirroring the enhancement in its master. It hurriedly flew a circle around its owner yet again, showing its loyalty and reveration towards its master. Murong Lin waved his arm, gesturing for the insect to continue refining the blood crystals. Only then did the bloody poisonous insect fly towards the crystals, landing gracefully atop the mountain to continue absorbing the bloody aura. Ding! Congratulations to Master for using the character legacy card. Congratulations to Master for obtaining Yuan Sui Yun's legacy. In the enthralling world of Legend of Chu Lu Xiang, Yuan Sui Yun, known as the Bat Noble, presents a fascinating facade. To the world, he appears as the young master of Peace Mountain Village, exuding grace and virtue. Little did they know that behind this gentle and elegant demeanor lies a mastermind, secretly responsible for the debauched Bat Island organization. Despite his blindness, Yuan Suiyun is revered for his unparalleled expertise in both the arts and martial prowess. With mastery over all its secrets, he cunningly devours other influential forces, strategically preparing to unite the entire Zhonghu under his control. The inheritable legacy. Skills: Great Clap, Great Hand, Print, Cinnabar, Palm, Flowing Cloud, Fluttering Sleeve, Zombie Fist, Mandarin Duck Legs. Murong Lin's expression faltered slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. Oh? So it was Yuan Suiyun, that's all right. Yuan Suiyun's demise may have came after his schemes were brought to light, but there was no denying his remarkable cultivation. Even despite his blindness, he was a cunning man with extraordinary talents. Through the mysterious Bat Island, he managed to acquire the 33 forgotten techniques known to the world, mastering them to an extraordinary degree. Furthermore, his reach extended even further, as he held the tightly guarded secrets of various clans firmly within his grasp. What surprised Murong Lin was Yuan Suiyun's possession of the Tang sect's forgotten technique. While it might not have been on par with the 7 great techniques that Tang Qin possessed, it was the authentic hidden weapons and poisons of the Tang sect. Assimilate them all with the lifelessness law. It should be enough to reach the lower Baron grade. Murong Lin thought to himself as he circulated his spiritual powers to assimilate the spiritual techniques within lifelessness law, increasing its strength once again. Check the system window. Murong Lin spoke. Villain score, 630. Age, 19. Cultivation, peak of the manifestation realm. Innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, little villain halo, wrathful, selfish. Cultivation method, lifelessness law, mortal form, evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Skills: bloody river god finger, heart-hurting arrow, flowing cloud fluttering sleeve. Equipment: god sword bloody river, nameless paring knife, god sealing silver chains. Spirit familiar, bloody poisonous insect. Servants: the 3 fierce operators, 3 of the 8 great butcher kings, and the 2 bodyguards, flowering steel trees, 108 levels of the Qingyi Tower. Inventory: must read villain instruction manual, fragment of Great Villain Halo *3, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, Zhou Fan, Mysterious Ring, Long Chen. Fuck, his villain value had reached 630 unknowingly. Murong Lin's expression became bright instantaneously. He had refrained from squandering his villain value in recent times, and upon witnessing the grand sum before him, he realized that he had made the right choice. I shall conquer the heart demon before the morning light and embark on my shopping spree, he thought to himself. While annihilating the Shui clan had resolved one of his heart demons, another lingering heart demon still lay concealed within the depths of his soul. Murong Lin understood that allowing it to fester unchecked was not an option, and hence, he resolved to confront and conquer it tonight once and for all. His expression became resolute, then vicious. The bloody poisonous blood insect had completed its feast of the blood crystals in its vicinity by now, causing the crystals that were scattered on the ground to transform into a transparent color. Murong Lin extended his arm, and the bloody poisonous insect, having attained the manifestation realm along with its master's growth, dutifully landed on his hand. Silently and obediently, it crept back into his bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment. At the same time, the 3 people that stood outside of the house spoke respectfully. Master, the floor master Qing Miaolu requests an audience. Let him in. Murong Lin responded. In the serene ambience of the residence, a human silhouette flickered, and a man garbed in green attire gracefully entered. Seeing Murong Lin, he quickly knelt down. Congratulations to the master for attaining new heights in your cultivation. This humble servant bows before your unparalleled prowess. All right, enough with the flattery. How's the progress? Murong Lin looked at the man beneath him. The floor master Qing Miaolu responded as he cupped his hands. the internal matters of the imperial palace have been brought under our complete control. The morning court shall proceed as scheduled tomorrow, whereupon Master can ascend the throne and proclaim his rightful reign. What are the responses of the other influential forces? The Murong clan remains engulfed in internal strife, while the Wang clan has taken a cautious, observant stance. As for the other forces, they are still oblivious to Master's plans. The military, under the guidance of Floor Master Qing Longlu, is actively engaged in a battle against the South Village King. Meanwhile, a pressing matter has arisen in the east due to the sudden disappearance of the Willow Sword Saint. Consequently, Murong Jiao is hurrying back to the capital. The other forces that are no longer being influenced by our actions have managed to resolve their internal conflicts and have now returned to their previous state of normalcy. With a tinge of disappointment in his thoughts, Murong Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Nevertheless, he replied calmly, "Let's make our way back to the imperial palace for now." As the two nodded in unison, their figures flickered and vanished into thin air. The three people that remained within the residence received their orders and immediately started erasing all traces of their movements within the courtyard as they destroyed this place. A commotion erupted in the surroundings, however, the cause of the disturbance remained shrouded in mystery. Once again, the capital underwent a transformation under the veil of the night, leaving its inhabitants utterly bewildered by the mysterious turn of events. As the next day dawned, the court convened for their regular morning court, entirely oblivious to the fact that the entire imperial guards had been replaced. Unbeknownst to the court and its members, every single one of the imperial guards had been covertly replaced by skilled members from the Qingyi Tower. The cabinet ministers and the members of the 6 departments and the 25 syndicates chose to remain silent out of fear. They were well aware that a fierce battle had taken place during the previous night, but the outcome remained a mystery to them. Despite reaching out to the individuals they were familiar with within the palace, they were all met with an unexpected wall of silence. As such, they were left with no choice but to continue with the morning court. But during this morning court, once the crowd had gathered and stood before the great hall, their expressions changed dramatically when their eyes fell upon the individual who confidently strode forward and took a seat on the throne. Amidst the stunned silence, one of the members from the Department of State Affairs found his voice and addressed the person on the throne with a mix of concern and urgency. "Your Highness, the Third Prince. What are you doing? Please, come down from there immediately." Within the hall, the people whom Murong Lin had recruited exchanged knowing glances with one another. It was evident that they had received a message from Murong Lin the night before. The others had a similarly stunned reaction with the member of the Department of State Affairs. They couldn't comprehend how the Third Prince had mustered the audacity to carry out such a bold and unexpected act. Murong Lin simply overlooked the crowd. The attendees of the morning court were indeed officials responsible for managing the country of Yan, but in Murong Lin's eyes, their individual strengths were relatively insignificant compared to someone like Duke Sheng. They stared at Murong Lin as he clapped his hands. "Everyone, as you all have seen, I have usurped the throne. Does anyone have any opinions that they would like to express?" The crowd was instantly engulfed in bewilderment. Even those who had once been loyal to Murong Lin had their expressions dramatically altered. The Minister of War questioned urgently, "Was the battle last night part of your revolt? And what about His Majesty? What have you done to His Majesty?" Casually reclining on the throne with his legs casually resting on the armrests, Murong Lin peered down at the assembled crowd before speaking. "I have sealed his cultivation and detained him in the confinement room. I believe you all are familiar with what a confinement room entails, aren't you?" With a clap of his hands, a group of Qingyi Tower's members clad in the attire of the Imperial Guards approached, bringing the Imperial Jade Seal that had once been Murong Tong's constant possession. With a grand gesture, Murong Lin lifted the Imperial Jade Seal high, displaying it for all to see. "Behold, this very state seal of Yan now rests in my possession, marking me as the new emperor." Astonishment washed over the crowd as 2 figures materialized at Murong Lin's side. With the release of their aura, the overwhelming power of the sky-reaching realm descended upon the gathering, forcing everyone to the ground. Their faces were drained of color as they were rendered powerless against the overwhelming might. Those who had once been loyal to Murong Tong contemplated resisting, but were swiftly taken away by the people of the Qingyi Tower for execution. The few of the officials that Murong Lin had recruited immediately started paying their respects. "We welcome the ascension of the new emperor." With a self-satisfied smile, Murong Lin observed the men on the ground who were compelled into submission by his overwhelming aura and authority. "Ha ha ha ha! I am the new emperor. Murong Lin, did you feel it?" The heart demon that plagued his mind was instantly uprooted as the consciousness of the original Murong Lin vanished immediately. Murong Lin could now feel a sense of lightness in his soul, now unburdened by the shackles of resentment and sense of inferiority that had once tormented him. Having fully integrated himself into this new vessel, Murong Lin experienced a remarkable elevation of his soul's purity in the process. At this moment, the person standing before them was simply Murong Lin in essence, wholly transformed and reborn. Chapter 81, with his heart demon vanquished, he regained his true self. "Ah! Murong Lin, your heinous actions warrant a horrible demise befitting your deeds. The Emperor shall avenge us, and your name, Murong Lin, shall be scorned by the people of the world. Rebels like you deserve nothing but death. Murong Lin, your life shall bear the consequences of defying the Emperor." Beyond the walls of the imperial court, the loyalists faced their demise while still uttering curses upon Murong Lin. Yet, it seemed futile as Murong Lin remained unaffected. Murong Lin sat regally upon the imperial throne, his gaze fixed on the eunuch who concealed his true identity as the floor master, Qing Miaolu. Giving a subtle nod of understanding, Qing Miaolu moved forward with poise. "Today, the new emperor has decided to conclude the morning court ahead of schedule due to some discomfort in his health. I kindly ask everyone to take their leave." The officials knelt on the ground, their faces filled with bewilderment as they struggled to comprehend how Murong Lin had managed to seize the throne. Before they could even make sense of the situation, they found themselves promptly chased out of the imperial court. Amidst the grand halls of the imperial palaces, the officials were being led away in an orderly manner by the people of the Qingyi Tower. However, a harrowing sight unfolded outside as a mountain of lifeless bodies adorned the surroundings, creating a haunting and gruesome spectacle. The three generals of the imperial court were absent, while the head of the palace guards were most likely dead. As for those who might have entertained thoughts of rebellion, they found themselves utterly powerless to act against Murong Lin's authority, realizing they had no means to halt his ascendancy. The leader of the cabinet of ministers sought the aid of the Murong clan, given their significant position as the imperial clan. Meanwhile, the prominent figures from the 6 departments composed a letter, urgently dispatching it to the generals stationed outside the city, imploring their prompt return. Inside the vast and desolate Great Hall, Murong Lin sat slumped upon the emperor's throne, wearing an air of relaxation and contentment as he gazed around with a sense of ease and joy. The floor master Qing Miaolu served him from the side. "Master, Murong Jiao from the Murong clan will be arriving shortly. Additionally, the imperial guards are also preparing to send a group of their men back. How should we handle these situations?" Murong Lin closed his eyes in a state of ease, responding with indifference, "I have no real intention of maintaining my position as the emperor. Once Sheng Yi, that brat, launches his counterattack, I expect to be promptly dethroned. At that point, I'll gauge whether he harbors any aspirations to become the emperor or if he would lend his support to someone else vying for the throne. But it doesn't matter, since he'll die anyways." An expression of realization washed over Qing Miaolu's face. Out of the over 10,000 members of the Qingyi Tower, a significant portion had been dispatched to the 32 counties and the remaining forces had been sent to infiltrate the large influential forces to raise rebellions. Consequently, only about 5,000 of them were presently assembled here in the imperial court. The present individuals could only exercise temporary control over the imperial court, but they lacked the means to resist the army that would be dispatched by the imperial guards. Murong Lin had never harbored genuine aspirations of becoming the emperor. His decision to assume the throne was solely driven by his desire to free himself from the heart demon left behind by the original Murong Lin. With the heart demon now vanquished, Murong Lin could finally return to his authentic self. "Right, have you not found any news of Sheng Yi?" Murong Lin asked. Qing Miaolu swiftly replied, "Master, our agents in the capital have searched extensively, but to no avail. It seems that Sheng Yi has either deliberately kept his distance from the capital, or he is concealed within one of the influential clans. It's regrettable that he had the assistance of a sky-reaching realm expert. But never mind that now, let's pay a visit to my worthless father first." Murong Lin rose from his seat and, accompanied by Qing Miaolu, he headed toward the confinement room. As they walked along the road, aside from the essential eunuchs and palace women attending to their duties, no one else dared to venture out of their rooms. Even the concubines residing in the harem refrained from leaving their chambers easily. Their reluctance to venture out stemmed from the realization that Murong Lin was not hesitant to take decisive actions. Having heard the disturbances from the previous night, the concubines anxiously summoned their guards and awaited updates with bated breath. To their dismay, instead of their guards, it was the forces of the Qing Yi Tower under Murong Lin's command that stormed in. Swift and ruthless, they neutralized every guard capable of resistance, asserting control over the entire palace. In a desperate attempt to resist, some concubines with notable backgrounds dared to stand against the Qing Yi Tower. However, their defiance was met with swift and brutal retribution. The Qing Yi Tower executed them without hesitation or Murong Lin's opinion, using them as a gruesome example to intimidate others into submission. And once the news of Murong Tong's capture had spread, Murong Lin wasted no time in orchestrating a humiliating spectacle. He ordered his men to parade Murong Tong around the palace, subjecting him to public shame and degradation. Only then did the palace inhabitants finally grasp the reality of the revolt. The third prince Murong Lin had truly revolted, and he had succeeded. A profound sense of fear gripped everyone in the palace, rendering them silent and speechless, including the harem, which fell into complete and eerie silence. All except for one person, concubine Shui. The destruction of the Shui clan left her heart shattered. Concubine Shui's unwavering devotion to the Shui clan was widely known among all. Amidst the harem, she fiercely battled to secure a stable position for the Shui clan in the country and to acquire additional resources for their benefit. Upon learning about the complete annihilation of the clan she had devoted her entire life to, her clan that had been mercilessly massacred in a single day, her heart shattered instantaneously. She sobbed as she desperately sought out Murong Tong, yearning to implore him for his aid in seeking vengeance for the decimated Shui clan. But how could the vexed Murong Tong have done anything? Who could he even find to blame? Murong Tong simply informed her about the enemy's plot in replacing Murong Lin, but to concubine Shui, this revelation held no significance. But that was until the news of Murong Lin's revolt last night entered her ears. Her keen intellect allowed her to connect the dots swiftly, linking the Shui clan's tragic annihilation directly to Murong Lin's revolt. In an instant, she realized that Murong Lin was the mastermind behind the ruthless massacre of the Shui clan. After all, only Murong Lin possessed both the capability and the profound grudge towards the Shui clan that was necessary to commit such an act. The overwhelming feelings of hatred and sorrow within concubine Shui were now entirely directed towards Murong Lin, the very son she had once despised. She wanted revenge. But a woman's revenge was different from a man's. Women were far more vicious. Just like Murong Lu. Concubine Shui was acutely aware that she stood no chance against Murong Lin. As such, she swiftly announced her closed-door cultivation and refusal to meet Murong Lin. Then, she sent out her trusted aides to seek out those that were capable of dealing with Murong Lin. And surprisingly, everything went incomparably smoothly, so smoothly that even concubine Shui questioned it. After all of this was the trap that Murong Lin had laid for Sheng Yi. On the other side, Murong Lin had arrived at the confinement room. Raising his head, he looked at the room that had brought his youthful self an endless amount of traumatic memories. It didn't change at all. As an unfavoured prince, while no one dared to boldly bully him in the light of day, Murong Tong dared to. In a show of strict familial discipline and purportedly good parenting, Emperor Murong Tong had once confined Murong Lin, who had committed a small mistake, to the same room for an entire month. Despite Murong Lin's desperate pleas for mercy, not a soul dared to even approach this room. It was a month overwhelmed by despair. The dark room lacked any proper circulation of air, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light, sound, or scent. Murong Lin felt as if his 5 senses had been banished, leaving him with only the sensation of the chilling ground beneath him. He lived as though he was dead. This confinement room served as a place of retribution for those who had committed grave sins, and now it held Murong Lin in its unforgiving grasp. This experience had been the catalyst for the darkness and cruelty that resided within the original Murong Lin's heart. Emerging from his month-long confinement, Murong Lin walked out with a pallid complexion and a hollow stare. Through clenched teeth, he vowed with determination he would definitely become the emperor and take his vicious revenge on Murong Tong. And now, he had fulfilled his vow. Murong Lin stood outside, his gaze fixed on Murong Tong, who remained confined within. Murong Tong's tendons had been crippled, leaving him without his once formidable spiritual powers. He was reduced to an ordinary human. And this was precisely what Murong Lin desired. He took a deliberate step forward, deftly manipulating the array to transmit his voice inside. "Father, how are you feeling?" he inquired. Murong Tong remained seated, his regal aura still emanating strongly. With majestic and commanding poise, he opened his eyes and replied. "Murong Lin, I recall that you've been here before. What was your impression?" The Murong Tong, once a formidable expert of the sky-reaching realm and a ruler of a nation, naturally felt no fear in the face of such a trivial confinement room. However, the experience was undoubtedly humiliating. Murong Lin laughed. "Father, don't hold on to hope for anyone coming to save you. You've acted too recklessly, and now, you have nothing left." Resentment surged within Murong Tong's heart, yet his expression remained indifferent as he calmly responded, "You, too, shall not live much longer. Ha 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 ha. Just witnessing your wretched state like this makes my life complete." Murong Lin laughed, cutting off the voice transmission and leaving Murong Tong in complete silence once more. He then turned to the Qing Miaolu at his side and commanded, "Spread the news of my deeds, let everyone know the true nature of the third prince, a ruthless traitor who kills his brothers and imprisons his own father." Yes. Chapter 82, Sheng Yi's Return. The city's elite was abuzz with the events of the previous night as word swiftly traversed the upper echelons. By the conclusion of the morning court today, the explosive news of the third prince's audacious act of claiming the throne and incarcerating his own father had swept through the capital like a relentless wildfire. From the scholarly nobles to the humble beggars on the bustling streets, the news of the unfolding events reached each and every individual in the city. With the Qingyi Tower assuming responsibility for the city's security, a tidal wave of support surged forth as a multitude of people eagerly rallied to join their ranks, making a collective choice to aid in the city's patrols. The full extent of all that transpired was laid bare before the public eye, and remarkably, Murong Lin neither impeded the dissemination of the news nor took any personal measures to orchestrate it. Amidst the whirlwind of events, the origins of Murong Lin's formidable and influential force seemed inconsequential to the masses. Their singular focus rested solely on the grim reality of his fratricide and the imprisonment of his own father. The overwhelming weight of his newfound authority over the imperial court and his indiscriminate slaughter overshadowed any curiosity about the intricacies of his schemes or the means by which he gained such power. Discussions ran rampant among the public. In their obliviousness to Murong Lin's past personality and the tragedies that had befallen him, the public's condemnation remained relentless and unwavering. And with the deliberate guidance of a select few individuals, Murong Lin's reputation had fallen to its lowest. In every nook and cranny, from the sprawling streets to the narrow alleyways, the name of Murong Lin echoed incessantly in heated discussions filled with blame and reproach. Amidst the overwhelming disapproval of Murong Lin, a small yet devoted group of commoners, fiercely loyal to Murong Tong, had come together with a noble purpose. United by a shared determination, they sought to rescue their unjustly imprisoned emperor and mount a courageous counterattack against Murong Lin. Within a sealed, dark room in a manor, sat 3 people. Amidst the group, there was a figure whose aura appeared feeble, a telltale sign of recent injuries. It was none other than Sheng Yi, who spoke in a soft tone. "I have warned you all before," he said, "Murong Lin, that despicable thief, will cling stubbornly to his wicked ways." On the other side, a worried voice responded, "Then what should we do? Murong Lin is ruthlessly eliminating any dissidents within the imperial court as we speak. Those who remained loyal to Murong Tong are facing merciless deaths one by one. I fear that even my death is imminent." The voice belonged to Libu Shilang. Libu Shilang, the trump card carefully arranged by Duke Sheng, turned out to be an unfortunate disappointment during the devastating annihilation of the Duke's manor. Despite being rendered ineffective in that dire situation, Libu Shilang managed to remain concealed. Currently, Sheng Yi had taken refuge within his manor, seemingly immersed in deep contemplation and strategizing. "There's no need to panic. Murong Lin will not find out your connection with my father as of now, and therefore, he won't take any drastic actions against you." The third silhouette that sat at the other end spoke, "My brother is set to reach the capital by tomorrow. Sheng Yi, what are your plans?" A cold air exuded from his body, accompanied by the prideful sword intent of a swordsman. His strength seemed to have reached the first layer of the manifestation realm. He was the younger brother of the Willow Sword Saint, Lu Wu. One of the 7 great prodigies in Yan. The brother he had referred to earlier was the Willow Sword Saint of the Sky-reaching realm. As the cherished sibling of the revered Willow Sword Saint, Lu Wu had spent his life secluded on a distant island, shielded in the utmost security. Now, at the age of 20, the time had come for him to venture into the vast world of the Jianghu, embarking on his own journey. Sheng Yi had relied on his past memories to seek out the cultivating Lu Wu, and he used the cultivation method in his memories to trade for Lu Wu's brother, Lu Sheng's help once. As a reincarnator, Sheng Yi knew Lu Wu's interests and hobbies, and he knew how to gain his trust in the shortest amount of time. Having acquired a solid foundation of trust, Sheng Yi wasted no time and broached the subject of the trade, asking for his brother's assistance in return for his cultivation method. As Lu Sheng examined the complete lower barren grade scripture that Sheng Yi presented, he was immediately tempted. While Ningwei Wu had also tried to trade with him, he had only given him half of the cultivation method he possessed. And what he sought in return, was his arduous efforts in dealing with the imperial dynasty and the Murong clan. Sheng Yi, on the other hand, directly handed over the complete lower barren grade cultivation method in exchange for his help once. It wasn't a surprise that he agreed. Not only did this transaction represent the epitome of a perfect trade, but it also showed the trust that the other party had in him. He swiftly left behind the persistent pestering of Murong Tong and set forth for the capital with utmost haste. Sheng Yi's gaze fixated on the distant imperial palace as he muttered to himself, "Murong Lin, I have returned, have you prepared yourself for death?" Merely a few days ago, amidst the chaotic annihilation of the Duke's estate, he plunged into the river and used the powerful currents to carry him outside the capital to safety. Amidst the unyielding pursuit of the men dispatched by the 6th princess, Sheng Yi was pushed to the brink, compelled to unleash every last one of his trump cards to secure an escape. Yet, just when he thought he had evaded his pursuers, despair enveloped Sheng Yi as he found himself confronted by an additional 8 ambushers that emerged from seemingly nowhere. These 8 men exuded malevolent auras, their cultivation reaching the manifestation realm. But Sheng Yi knew that they were Murong Lin's underlings. Upon realizing that this world differed from the Yan in his memories, Sheng Yi harbored several points of suspicion. Murong Lin's underlings that had suddenly appeared were naturally taken into consideration, but he didn't take it into mind. In his past life, there were no such individuals who had made a significant impact, and he had concluded that they must have faded into obscurity in his life due to their unremarkable strength. But with the complete obliteration of the Duke's residence and the silencing of the blood spirits, a surge of anxiety washed over Sheng Yi. In his memories, the revelation of the blood spirits' existence and their subsequent annihilation was supposed to occur 5 years later. What transpired was utterly unexpected and should not have taken place at this moment in time. Even more shocking to him was the realization that the sole influential force under Murong Lin's command had been entirely sacrificed by the man himself. He bore no resemblance to the reckless Murong Lin from his past life. Doubts began to creep into Sheng Yi's mind, questioning the true identity of Murong Lin. Perhaps, could he also have transmigrated from the future? But considering that his death was predestined in 5 years, and the fact that he didn't die with remarkable strength, it didn't seem likely. Sheng Yi fell into complete despair upon seeing the 8 ambushers. However, at this very moment, unbeknownst to whatever stroke of luck he might have, a sky-reaching realm expert appeared. It was Lethal Spectre, Nisu. In Sheng Yi's memories, this encounter was indeed a fortuitous encounter, one of great significance. Yet, Sheng Yi distinctly remembered that this sky-reaching realm expert had appeared in the vicinity of the capital only a year later. After imparting a lifetime's worth of knowledge and skills to an unknown child, he passed away. Now, this very same expert had unexpectedly appeared here. Despite being unable to pinpoint the reason, Sheng Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter was somehow intertwined with his destiny. Lethal Spectre Nisu displayed no trace of mercy as he launched a ruthless assault on the 8 individuals in front of them, leaving them severely injured and even claiming some of their lives, all while rescuing Sheng Yi. In his own words, he was simply standing up against injustice. Naturally, Sheng Yi seized this opportunity and quickly formed a bond with Nisu. As Nisu attended to his injuries over the next few days, Sheng Yi cleverly utilized his past memories to please Nisu, subtly enhancing the bond and goodwill that Nisu held towards him. Upon learning of Sheng Yi's intense thirst for revenge, Nisu immediately expressed his firm determination to stand by his side and aid him in seeking retribution with an equal measure of animosity. Then, Nisu fell into silence. Not long after, Nisu imparted his skills to Sheng Yi while he was asleep, muttering softly to himself as he did, "I have neither father nor mother, no master nor disciple, my life has been that of a wanderer. Now that the end draws near, meeting you and passing on my skills, I hope that have been of some help to you." And as Nisu imparted his skills, Sheng Yi's cultivation skyrocketed. In this critical moment, Sheng Yi retrieved the mortal form, the yin-yang aura that he had obtained through utilizing his past memories. Sheng Yi instantly broke into the manifestation realm, harnessing the power of his own extensive accumulation of power and leveraging the unique skills imparted by Nisu. In one fell swoop, he ascended to the 5th layer of the manifestation realm. By the time he had fully absorbed the spiritual powers, Nisu had already passed away. With a mixture of gratitude and guilt, Sheng Yi completed the burial rites for Nisu before swiftly seeking out the nearby cultivating Lu Wu. After finalizing the deal, he snuck into the capital as he collected information and entered the residence of Libu Shilang, Duke Sheng's sole remaining subordinate in the capital. By this time, he was confronted with the grim reality of the capital's dire state. The evidence he gathered only solidified his suspicions about Murong Lin not belonging to this timeline. Perhaps he was just like himself, an individual sent back in time from the future. Faced with the merciless Murong Lin, Sheng Yi began meticulously devising his plan to overthrow the tyrant and avenge the deaths of his father and Ziai Lin. Chapter 83, Windswept Clouds. The imperial palace remained undisturbed in its serenity as the skilled men of the Qingyi Tower methodically emptied the treasure pavilion of its precious contents with the assistance of the suppressive sky-reaching realm aura of the steel-flowering trees. Due to the tyrannical control that Murong Lin had over the entire imperial palace, few people dared to resist. And just like that, a day passed. On the 2nd day, Murong Jiao of the Murong clan returned. He swiftly visited the clan's residence, restoring order to the chaos that had engulfed them. Shortly after, the Willow Sword Saint also made his appearance. While some had spotted him at the city's entrance, his exact whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. By this time, the great ancestor of the Wang clan had now learned of the identity of the mastermind. It was Murong Lin. He had conspired with the 2 first-layer sky-reaching realm experts under his command to execute this elaborate scheme. In a fit of rage, he publicly declared Murong Lin is a heinous sinner who must be brought down by the united crusade of all influential forces. After all, Murong Lin's devious schemes led them to destroy Duke Sheng's manor and subsequently annihilated the Shui clan himself, thereby shattering the alliance between the 4 great clans. Upon discovering that the individuals beside Murong Lin were merely 2 elderly men at the first layer of the sky-reaching realm, the Wang clan's great ancestor wasted no time in deciding to confront them. And so, he sought out Murong Jiao. Murong Jiao, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. As the supreme elder of the Murong clan, it was only natural for him to feel profound sorrow over Murong Dao's demise. In the wake of Murong Dao's death, a new crisis emerged with the South Village King's rebellion and mutinies erupting across the 32 counties. Murong Jiao had no other option but to leave in order to quell these uprisings and restore order. However, in his absence, a shocking turn of events unfolded. His entire estate was stolen. Though sharing the surname Murong, who could possibly know whether or not Murong Lin's heart was aligned with the Murong clans? The grand scheme orchestrated by Murong Lin, resulting in the death of his brothers and the imprisonment of his own father, left no doubt about his sinister intentions towards the Murong clan. They had no intentions of becoming the next Shui clan. Being ill-adept at management, Murong Jiao focused his efforts on dealing with the traitors within the few clans first before reaching out to the Wang clan to forge a much-needed alliance. Indeed, the current crisis transcended the conflicts between the Murong clan and the 4 great clans. It was now a dire internal conflict within the Murong clan, centering around the treacherous deeds of Murong Lin. Moreover, the imprisonment of Murong Tong in the confinement room by Murong Lin was nothing short of an outrageous act. Murong Jiao firmly believed that he must rescue Murong Tong from his captivity. Despite harboring a deep grudge against the 4 great clans and even the Murong clan, Sheng Yi opted to bide his time. He observed their alliance's formation from the sidelines, poised to make a decisive move when the opportune moment arose. With only the Willow Sword Saint remaining by his side, he knew he had just one chance to act. One chance to kill Murong Lin. On the other side, within the residence of the eldest prince, Murong Ding. Murong Ding was sent flying by a single attack from Murong Lin, leaving him with grave injuries. Thanks to the valiant efforts of his underling, Lu Xuanhuan, Murong Ding managed to escape from the chaotic imperial palace and was brought back to his residence. With the entire capital under the surveillance of the Qingyi Tower, Murong Ding wasn't surprised to find a member of the tower stationed outside his residence, keeping a close watch on him. The peculiar thing was that the person monitoring him didn't intervene to stop people within his palace from entering or leaving, and surprisingly, they seemed uninterested in the officials who came to discuss resistance matters with him. Murong Ding perceived this as an act of deliberate humiliation orchestrated by Murong Lin to mock him. That was right. This was Murong Lin mocking him. Murong Ding was consumed with intense hatred and bitterness as he laid on his bed, his complexion deathly pale. Lu Shaohua rushed towards him. "Your Highness, our people outside have reported that the rebelling counties have been fully suppressed, and the imperial court's guards are en route back to the capital. Apart from the military forces still engaged in the south against the South Village King, nearly 100,000 people, all loyal to Murong Tong, are now able to return to the capital. Upon their return, Murong Lin will face an imminent siege by the loyalists." Lu Shaohua was visibly agitated as he handed over a letter. The people they had outside, or rather, the White Mountain Bandits, were not exceptionally powerful, but their information-gathering skills were quite commendable. For a brief moment, Murong Ding felt a surge of excitement, only to be quickly replaced by anxiety. Coughing, he voiced his concerns. Is Murong Lin unaware that the thousands under his command are no match for the imperial guards of the court? Once Murong Jiao gives his commands and the 100,000 Imperial Guards launch their attack, Murong Lin won't be able to survive. All of this only led to a short-lived hold on the imperial throne. Murong Diao was afraid. Initially, he had confidence in the spy he had planted within Murong Lin's residence, thinking it would grant him knowledge of all his actions and allow him to control Murong Lin. However, he never expected Murong Lin to brutally destroy the blood spirits he had exposed and then ruthlessly annihilate Duke Sheng's residence and the Shui clan. Adding to his predicament, he found himself unable to contact that spy any longer. In hindsight, Murong Ding couldn't shake the feeling that Murong Lin had been fully aware of all his schemes from the beginning and had deliberately toyed with him. Then, he watched as Murong Lin mercilessly annihilated an entire clan and forcefully seized control of the imperial palace, imprisoning their own father, the emperor. Recalling the brutal attack that Murong Lin had launched against him, he was overwhelmed with a sense of horror and dread. Murong Ding found himself questioning the true nature of Murong Lin's character. What kind of person was he exactly? He laid in his bed as he slowly deliberated. Your Highness, seize this golden opportunity. Remember when concubine Shui contacted us before? Now is the time for decisive action, and by doing so, we can attain our share of glory. Once the influential forces have jointly destroyed Murong Lin, you will undoubtedly emerge as the sole and worthy candidate for the emperor's throne. Liu Haimiao continued to speak excitedly. Murong Ding's heart stirred with resolve, and he clenched his teeth while giving firm instructions. Xuanhuan, immediately reach out to the Supreme Elder Murong Jiao and concubine Shui at the Imperial Palace. Inform them that I wholeheartedly offer my assistance in this endeavor. Yes. Liu Xuanhuan immediately excused himself to execute his commands. As the eldest prince, Murong Ding had steadily amassed considerable power over the past few years. Apart from holding control over the infamous White Mountain bandits, he also commanded a formidable suicide squad at his disposal. The capital became turbulent. After extensive discussions of countermeasures and goals, the eldest prince, concubine Shui, the Murong clan, and the Wang clan forged a temporary alliance. United in purpose, they eagerly awaited the opportune moment to launch their decisive strike. On the other hand, Sheng Yi's faction remained vigilant and prepared, anticipating their own strategic move. Within Yan, the gazes of the various influential powers were fixed upon them. Swiftly resolving the mutiny within their ranks, the sect leader of the Mo Shan sect embarked on a hurried journey towards the capital. Accompanying him was the esteemed sect leader of the 100-Flower sect, Song Qinglan. Aside from the safety concerns, in the event that Murong Lin was truly overthrown, then didn't that mean that Murong Ran also had an opportunity to fight for the throne? After all, Murong Tong was definitely ineligible to retain his imperial title anymore. While Murong Ran was still young, he still had him, an uncle in the sky-reaching realm. And furthermore, he also had the three great sects alliance behind him. Perhaps the Mo Shan sect and the alliance of the three great sects could use this opportunity to support Murong Ran to the throne. By then, the future of the three great sects would become limitless. On the other hand, the Du clan and the Lu clan had also sent their men to support the Wang clan, but their great ancestors didn't come. Not because of anything else, but their fear of death. Murong Lin, that insignificant little thing, had even plotted the annihilation of the Shui clan. Perhaps he still possessed the potential to bring about the downfall of one of their clans in his dying struggle. They weren't willing to come. Upon receiving the news of the capital's events, the South Village King couldn't conceal the elation that washed over him and promptly marshaled his army to launch a relentless assault on the north. And with the veteran general Wen Tianluo's cunning tactics, he secured yet another great victory. Then, within a single day of receiving the news of Wen Tianluo's demise, the southern army plunged into disarray. Wen Tianluo swiftly vanished after gravely injuring the calculative general, Qian Biao. Consequently, the delicate balance that was tenuously maintained in the southern region was suddenly shattered, leaving the South Village King with an opening to march his army unimpeded into the northern territories. The dire situation in Yan had not escaped the attention of the neighboring country, Chu, as information about the unfolding events had been discreetly conveyed by spies strategically placed within Yan's borders. In Chu, where a young emperor ruled with firm authority. Chapter 84, The Flowers and Bai Lao Bo. Murong Lin sat on the swing in the gardens of the imperial palace. He swayed effortlessly on the swing, the breeze catching the petals that swirled around him. The vibrant flowers pirouetted gracefully through the air, controlled by his spiritual powers. Next to him stood Bai Lao Bo. Bai Lao Bo watched as Murong Lin leisurely enjoyed himself on the swing, his expression conflicted. On one hand, there bloomed a sense of elation witnessing his master's ascension to the imperial throne, however, on the other, an undercurrent of dread surged within him due to his master's unsettling deeds. Even as someone who had watched Murong Lin grow up, Bai Lao Bo was acutely attuned to a facet of Murong Lin's character that lay hidden beneath the surface, a disposition tinted with darkness and fueled by envy. However, a genuine sense of compassion welled up within him for this prince, a title born in mere formality, and Bai Lao Bo had unfailingly harbored the prince's best interests deep within his heart. But now, Murong Lin's schemes had revealed the other side of his personality, his cruelty, his insidiousness. His cruelty and insidiousness, it seemed, were fundamentally rooted in selfishness, devoid of any inclination towards altruism. A character marked by these traits was far from ordinary, rather, they were embodiments of the devil that recklessly sowed the seeds of discord and calamity. A shiver traced its way up Bai Lao Bo's spine. The emergence of the formidable power under Murong Lin's control, comprising the two sky-reaching realm experts and the people clad in green attire, remained a mystery to Bai Lao Bo. Bai Lao Bo knew nothing of where they came from, or when they appeared. All he could discern was that he no longer held the position of highest trust in Murong Lin's eyes. This realization had left a subtle but discernible pang of disappointment within him. He spoke from the side, "Your Highness, a multitude of influential factions have converged in the capital and are encircling the imperial palace. Even the imperial guards have reached a number of 40,000 men. How should we proceed?" "Don't worry, I have a plan." Murong Lin responded with a joyful expression. Within the garden's confines, only the two of them remained, accompanied solely by a myriad of petals dancing in the air. Bai Lao Bo fixed his gaze upon Murong Lin's radiant smile as a nagging sense of peculiarity gnawed at his consciousness. This disconcerting sensation had become a recurring companion of late, yet its source eluded him. He couldn't pinpoint when this shift had begun, but Murong Lin's once impulsive fits of anger had dwindled, and his propensity for curses and animosity tempered. The shift was discernible. Murong Lin had outgrown the petulance of a child, the tantrums of unfulfilled desires, and the green-eyed pangs of jealousy. He even refrained from his usual outings to engage in leisurely pursuits within establishments like bars and brothels. Nevertheless, his shadowed disposition persisted. He showed no restraint in merciless slaughter and had an unsettling penchant for consuming blood. This feeling was akin to an adolescent wolf that had suddenly transformed into a seasoned, mature wolf. Murong Lin's instantaneous change had eluded his eyes. Bai Lao Bo attempted to conduct covert investigations of his own, but his efforts proved futile, as if an invisible barrier prevented him from finding any answers. Gradually, he began to comprehend the truth. Bai Lao Bo inquired, "And what about His Majesty, Murong Tong, and concubine Shui? How does your Highness intend to handle them?" "The unseen hand of the divine shapes destiny. I'll patiently wait and see how they plan on dealing with me. They're my blood-related parents, after all. It would be inappropriate for me to take matters into my own hands, wouldn't it?" Murong Lin responded nonchalantly. "Allow this humble servant to boldly plead for your mercy on behalf of concubine Shui." Bai Lao Bo spoke with his hands cupped together. Prior to Bai Lao Bo's unwavering allegiance to Murong Lin, he had served as the esteemed bodyguard of concubine Shui's clan. Having closely witnessed Murong Lin's growth from young, concubine Shui bestowed upon him the role of chamberlain, serving as a precious gift to Murong Lin. Devoid of any children of his own, Murong Lin naturally became the object of his deepest affection. Bai Lao Bo's unwavering loyalty was evident as he diligently oversaw the affairs of Faith Manor, solely dedicated to serving Murong Lin. Nevertheless, a residue of loyalty towards his former master, concubine Xuet, lingered within him. Yet, in the recesses of Bai Lao Bo's heart, his allegiance to Murong Lin surpassed even that which he held for concubine Xuet. "Why are you pleading on her behalf? It's not like I sent anyone to deal with her." Murong Lin responded casually. "It's a small effort, nonetheless," Bai Lao Bo replied. The flower petals swirling around Murong Lin fell to the ground instantaneously, akin to a vibrant shower of colors. The entire flower garden was swiftly drenched in a rain of flower petals, transforming into an unsightly spectacle. The ground was adorned with mountains of petals. Murong Lin came to a gradual halt on the swing, fixating his gaze on Bai Lao Bo with a strange expression. Bai Lao Bo stood dutifully by his side, his posture marked by reverence as he lowered his head, and his eyes veiled by a lackluster gaze. "When did you find out?" Murong Lin asked. "Find out? Find out what?" The two questions appeared in Bai Lao Bo's mind, but he quickly understood what he meant. Murong Lin was asking him, when had he grasped that Murong Lin was no longer himself? Or more accurately, when had he discovered that the soul residing in Murong Lin's body was no longer the same? Bai Lao Bo lifted his gaze towards Murong Lin, whose eyes were fixed on the distant sunset. He let out a bitter chuckle. "I didn't discover anything distinct. The body remains the same, the memories are unchanged, and even the resonance of spiritual power maintains its familiar cadence. Nonetheless, an unsettling intuition crept in. I can't decipher when or why it surfaced, perhaps because my time alongside Murong Lin has deepened my understanding of him." Bai Lao Bo's voice resonated as he gradually unfurled his palms. He was now confessing to the truth. He acknowledged that he had sensed Murong Lin's change long before, yet he opted to withhold his observations. This was what confused him the most. Initially, Bai Lao Bo had presumed that Murong Lin was replaced, akin to the subordinates he commanded. However, an individual's essence couldn't be altered. And the aura enveloping Murong Lin still radiated with that familiar essence. The very essence he had perceived for well over a decade. So that was the case. "I really underestimated old people like you," Murong Lin remarked with a casual shrug. He rose to his feet with deliberate motion, striding purposefully toward Bai Lao Bo. Bai Lao Bo exhibited no outward reaction, his lips parting slightly as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Murong Lin didn't respond. Of course, he had no intentions of telling Bai Lao Bo his true identity. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed bliss. Once you've delved too deeply, comprehended with excessive precision and grasped the undeniable truth, you would inevitably push someone's buttons. Admittedly, if one possesses the might to unravel every secret and the fortitude to preserve their rationality, there's no need to avoid such pursuits. Regrettably, you don't possess those attributes. Bai Lao Bo's smile carried a trace of bitterness. "Had you already intended to deal with me?" He was clever, he knew that the repercussions of exposing Murong Lin's secrets were weighty, and yet, he still wanted to know. "Nope. If you had persistently feigned ignorance, perhaps I might have permitted your safe retirement." Positioned before Bai Lao Bo, he channeled his spiritual power, coaxing the petals scattered on the ground to ascend and dance in the air as they encircled Bai Lao Bo. "Would you have truly let your guard down?" Bai Lao Bo asked. He knew that the current Murong Lin was cruel and unfeeling, the act of killing had become numb to him, and there was no boundary he wouldn't transgress. "Of course, but I would have left you an imbecile, so that you can enjoy your retirement." Murong Lin smiled as he waved his arm, guiding the petals in the sky to converge towards Bai Lao Bo, ensnaring him within their embrace. "That mother of mine contacted you, didn't she?" Bai Lao Bo no longer hid anything from him. "Yes, she dispatched a messenger. Leveraging our past ties, she attempted to manipulate me into poisoning your food." Then why didn't you do it? You've managed my meals thus far, poisoning it would have been simple for you. I didn't want to harm her, I know what kind of a person you are. Murong Lin smiled. In actuality, these grievances originate from the original Murong Lin. I am merely fulfilling his desires. Bai Lao Bo stared at Murong Lin as he spoke dazedly. Perhaps had I nurtured Murong Li differently, none of this would have happened. It's regrettable. He waved his arm, and the petals that filled the sky shrouded Bai Lao Bo. The fragrance of the blossoms hung heavily in the air, carried by the wind. As the petals dispersed, nothing remained. Countless petals descended lifelessly onto the earth, infusing it with a resplendent yet ethereal vibrancy. Chapter 85, Releasing Murong Tong. Within the imperial palace, an eerie stillness hung in the air, so profound that not even a breath could be heard. Within the confines of her chamber, Murong Lu cradled her brother, Murong Ran, in a tight embrace. Her gaze was distant as she peered out the window, lost in a daze. The sun had begun its slow descent below the horizon, casting the realm into the embrace of night once more. This unsettled Murong Lu. Meanwhile, Murong Ran's tearful lamentations filled the room, his voice choked with sorrow. Sister, I miss our imperial father, Wuvuwu. What's there to miss? Murong Lu pouted, though her hold on her brother only grew tighter. In the past few days, Murong Lin had turned a blind eye to their existence. Consequently, their presence had become all but forgotten. An aura of fear shrouded the palace's occupants. Doors remained tightly shut, and footsteps rarely echoed through the hallways. The retinue of attendants tending to their needs diminished significantly. Murong Ran and Murong Lu, accustomed to a life of opulent care bestowed upon them by a multitude of servants, found themselves grappling with an unfamiliar reality. They were direct witnesses to that ominous night, when Murong Lin had coldly ordered his subordinates to attack their imperial father and had dealt a blow that sent their elder brother hurtling through the air. Then, they became privy to the rumors circulating about Murong Lin's actions, how he had imprisoned their imperial father in the confinement room and how a considerable number of lives within the imperial palace had been taken. For Murong Ran, who had spent his entire life in the sheltered confines of a mountain, grappling with the unfolding events was an immense challenge. The sheer horror of what he had witnessed left him paralyzed with fear. Murong Lu hugged Murong Ran tightly as she desperately prayed for someone to come to their rescue. Then, the faint sounds of footsteps echoed from beyond their chamber's walls. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over the siblings, their eyes now locked onto the window. Though young, Murong Ran recognized the urgency of the situation. Tears and fears had no place in this moment, and he did his best to hold back his cries. Through the windowed door, the siblings discerned a shadowy silhouette. They could see the figure move closer step by step, inch by inch. And then, at last, it reached the door. Holding their breath, Murong Ran and Murong Lu dared not even exhale audibly. They fixed their gaze upon the figure standing at the door. Creak! The door was pushed open. The person walked in, accompanied by the slivers of fragmented sunlight from the setting sun that filtered in. It was Murong Lin. Fearfully rigid, Murong Lu and Murong Ran were seated on their chairs as their gazes were locked onto Murong Lin. Words eluded them, leaving them uncertain of how to respond, their eyes tracing his approach with a mix of apprehension and disbelief. Without a single word escaping his lips, Murong Lin entered the room without bothering to close the door behind him. His steps were deliberate as he advanced toward Murong Lu. He sat down. Terrified, Murong Liu's body quivered like a leaf. In the span of these few days, the harsh reality of her third brother's actions had become painfully clear to her. With each new revelation, her fear intensified. It dawned on her that she never truly knew this third brother of hers. Now that Murong Lin sat before her, it only intensified the waves of terror that engulfed her. What is he planning? Is he going to do something to me? Murong Ran trembled in profound fear, his lips clenched tightly to stifle the sobs that threatened to break free. Ignoring them, Murong Lin shifted his gaze towards the sunset and the deepening twilight. Are you both planning to pay a visit to our imperial father? His tone was cold. So cold that it sliced through the air like a knife on frozen water. The frigid sensation crawled up their spines, sending shivers down their backs. Murong Liu's voice faltered, "Can we?" She lacked the courage to refuse. She had come to the realization that the imperial father who had coerced her into marrying Sheng Yi was actually more benevolent than she had initially believed. Her longing to stay by her father's side outweighed any inclination to remain in Murong Lin's presence. Tears brimmed in Murong Ran's eyes, his frame convulsing with sobs. "I want to see our imperial father, Wu." Murong Lin's outstretched hand rapped on the table's surface as he replied, "Very well, go and fetch our imperial father from the confinement room. Remember, act swiftly." He withdrew his arm after his words, promptly exiting the room with hurried steps. The echo of his footsteps swiftly faded into silence as he made his departure. Inside the room, Murong Lu hugged Murong Ran in a daze, unsure of her next move. Although Murong Ran's tears still flowed, he managed to wipe them away before he spoke, "Sister, let's go rescue Imperial Father first." "No. It's too dangerous outside." Murong Lu protested. But he insisted that we go quickly. "I'm scared." A sniffle escaped him as his eyes reddened once more, as if on the brink of another bout of tears. Gazing at Murong Ran's pitiable state, Murong Lu clenched her teeth and relented, "Fine, let's go now." Setting Murong Ran down gently, she grasped his hand and guided him. They left the room without shutting the door, making their way towards the confinement room based on their memories. They encountered few individuals on their journey there. The once opulent imperial palace now resembled a desolate cemetery in its eerie silence. Murong Lu maintained a facade of composure as she navigated the maze-like palace, eventually reaching the confinement room. Gazing at the ominous darkness of the room ahead, Murong Ran's voice trembled with fear, "Is Imperial Father in there? Let's quickly go inside." Murong Liu's grip on Murong Ran's hand tightened as she drew in a deep breath. With deliberate steps, she advanced as she manipulated the array to unlock the doors of the confinement room. A narrow opening materialized at the front of the dark confinement room, which was devoid of any visible crevices or gaps. Light appeared to be barred from infiltrating the space. The entire room was enveloped in darkness, rendering anything within nearly impossible to discern. Clasping Murong Ran's hand tightly, Murong Lu called out, "Imperial Father, are you here?" A startled voice reverberated from the depths of the confinement room, "Luer? Ranner? How did you manage to come here?" Before the words could fully sink in, Murong Tong's venomous voice cut through, "Is Murong Lin intending on imprisoning the both of you here as well? How despicable! That vile creature!" Murong Ran stood in a daze, his imperial father's feeble voice resonating within him. He cast a hesitant glance towards the darkened room, not daring to venture inside. In contrast, Murong Lu proceeded to clarify the situation, "Imperial Father, it was Murong Lin who directed us to come here and set you free." "Release? Ha! Did he suddenly become benevolent?" Murong Tong responded with a cold and disdainful snort. At that moment, Murong Ran also chimed in, his voice tinged with desperation, "Imperial Father, please come out quickly, Ranner is really frightened." "Wu." He started sobbing again. Murong Lu swiftly lifted Murong Ran into her arms and stepped into the dim confinement room, her words guiding their path. "Imperial Father, we are speaking the truth. The Imperial Palace appears to be deserted. There is hardly anyone left," Murong Lu conveyed, her voice laced with uncertainty. The room was rather compact, spanning around 30 square meters. Murong Lu walked around the room, and it didn't take long for her to come into contact with her father. But somehow, it felt as though her imperial father was sprawled on the ground. "Ah! Imperial Father! Why are you lying on the ground? Quick, get up!" Murong Lu hurriedly set Murong Ran down and crouched to assist her father, Murong Tong, to his feet. Lying on the ground, Murong Tong weakly gestured with his hand as he spoke, "There's no use. Murong Lin, that wretched being, has crippled my limbs. Not only that, he sealed my spiritual A-cup ointment, leaving me completely immobile. If you can manage to leave, go to the Murong clan and fetch your grandpa Xiao. He's the only one who can aid in restoring my 4 limbs. No. I'll take you there right away." Murong Lu firmly rejected him. Facing the uncertainty alone was too daunting for her. With one hand holding Murong Ran's hand and the other supporting Murong Tong on her back, she stepped out of the dark confinement room. Abruptly, an explosion echoed from outside. The trio was instantly struck with shock. Murong Lu and Murong Ran's reactions were rooted in fear. They assumed that another crisis had emerged, prompting them to consider retreating back into the confinement room with trepidation. Yet, a flicker of astonishment crossed Murong Tong's eyes, and he spoke urgently, "Hurry! Head towards the main entrance. Your grandpa Xiao has arrived. Take me there, quickly." Murong Tong's limbs drooped powerlessly, it was as if his tendons had been stripped. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of hope lit up Murong Liu's face. "Are you certain? Then let's hurry." The trio hastened toward the main entrance without delay. As they advanced, they encountered fewer individuals donning green attire, much like their previous journey. However, as they drew closer to the entrance, a scene unfolded before them. Members of the Murong and Wang clans engaged in combat with the green-clad people. Amid the tumult, thousands of individuals clashed, with Murong Jiao and the Wang clan's great ancestor leading the charge. The two of them charged toward the gate, unleashing powerful attacks that sent hundreds of green-clad figures hurtling through the air. In the midst of this chaos, Murong Jiao's keen gaze promptly noticed Murong Tong's silhouette. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards him. And after thorough scrutiny, Murong Jiao accepted that the haggard figure of Murong Tong, borne on Murong Liu's back, was indeed him. In a vicious tone, Murong Tong spoke, "Paternal uncle, don't concern yourself with me for now. Apprehend that vile creature, Murong Lin, first. I will personally end his life. He was still an emperor, after all." His overwhelming humiliation left him with a profound sense of shame and embarrassment. "I will go and capture that bastard, Murong Lin, without delay. Take care." Chapter 86, Greed and Patience. Murong Jiao expertly guided Murong Lu, Murong Tong and Murong Ran into a quiet chamber, ensuring their safety before he departed. His destination was the battlefield, where he needed to swiftly join forces with the great ancestor of the Wang clan. The stakes were high, with Murong Lin boasting the support of 2 formidable sky-reaching realm experts by his side. He couldn't risk separating from the great ancestor, in fear of being ambushed individually. The final Murong clan elder protected their flanks, repelling any encroachers who dared to venture too close. Considering that Murong Tong's spiritual A-cup ointment had been sealed and he had fallen victim to the venomous clutches of the poisonous old ghost, his current state rendered him akin to a powerless mortal. The fierce battle before the imperial palace raged on unabated. Nearly half of the forces clad in green seemed to have converged here, their sheer numbers aimed at thwarting any and all intruders. However, Murong Jiao and the esteemed Wang clan ancestor couldn't afford to engage with this force. Their focus was set on the inner palace, where Murong Lin was. In a separate maneuver orchestrated by Murong Ding, Mo Wendao led the members of the 3 great clans through the palace's rear entrance. They were able to gain access through discreet communication with concubine Shue's servants, and the imposing gates swung open almost instantly upon their arrival, revealing the remaining contingent of green-clad men. Murong Ding and Mo Wendao similarly chose to ignore these enemies, and instead immediately rushed towards the inner palace. But as they charged forward, Mo Wendao's steps faltered suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Murong Ding and Lu Xuanhuan. Murong Ding was perplexed by his strange actions. "Sect leader Mo, is something wrong?" Mo Wendao was currently grappling with a torrent of uncertainty. There were only the three of them in this area, and no one else. Even with their strengths combined, the might of Murong Ding and Lu Xiaohua paled before him. Acting swiftly, he could eliminate them and later claim to have lost them during the commotion. Then, no one would be able to fault his actions. In the aftermath, Murong Ran would emerge as the sole contender for the throne among Murong Tong's sons. As Murong Ran's uncle, he would also reap considerable rewards from this calculated move in due course. A hesitant glance towards Murong Ding reflected Mo Wendao's internal struggle. After all, Murong Ding was still the son of his brother-in-law. While Murong Ding remained perplexed by the turmoil evident in Mo Wendao's gaze, Lu Xiaohua, as the leader of the White Mountain Bandits, recognized the chilling intent concealed within those eyes. He was all too familiar with such gazes. When greedy men grappled internally with their desires and rationality, their countenances often bore this very expression, a fleeting hesitation that seemed intended to lessen the weight of their guilt. And following that, in their moment of action, their conscience would be less burdened. Your Highness! Run, swiftly! Lu Xiaohua's urgent cry echoed as he surveyed the vicinity, yet the surroundings remained eerily void of anyone else. Unbeknownst to them, this was a place meticulously emptied by Murong Lin, a stage artfully set for Mo Wendao, and the ultimate resting ground reserved for Murong Ding. Mo Wendao, driven by his insatiable greed, was not endowed with keen discernment. As such, Murong Lin prepared a floor master of the Qingyi Tower to whisper persuasive words in Mo Wendao's ear. Placing Murong Ran on the throne will undoubtedly yield immense profits for the Mo Shan sect. Embrace this opportunity, and you shall become the emperor's uncle. With the current chaos reigning over the capital and the government's mismanagement, this presents your prime opportunity to shine. The floor master's potent words planted the seed of temptation in Mo Wendao's mind. Not for anything, but by the allure of the magnificence that awaited him. With a touch of regret in his tone, he addressed Murong Ding, I apologize, Murong Ding. It is for Renner's sake that you must endure this. No sooner had the words left his lips than Mo Wendao seized the moment. One hand ensnared the protective Lu Xiaohua while the other lunged at Murong Ding. Caught in a frenzied escape, Murong Ding was caught off guard by Mo Wendao's brazen attack. Before he could even turn his head, he disintegrated into dust that was swiftly carried away by the wind. In that heart-stopping moment, the captive Lu Xiaohua bore witness to his master's gruesome demise at the hands of Mo Wendao. Anguish and fury surged within him, culminating in a piercing cry, Mo Wendao! Do you know what you have done? Struggling against the binds that entrapped him proved futile, and he too met an abrupt demise with a single decisive strike, forever erased from existence. Gently closing his eyes, Mo Wendao whispered to no one, the path to the throne allows no companions, may you be spared from royal birth in your next life. Concluding his utterance, he reopened his eyes and flew towards the inner imperial palace. And as for the eldest prince Murong Ding, he tragically met his end at this desolate place. At a distance from the imperial palace, Sheng Yi and the Willow Sword Saint occupied a restaurant, keenly observing the unfolding battle at the eastern entrance. In his hands, the Willow Sword Saint cradled the book bearing the lower Baron grade cultivation technique gifted to him by Sheng Yi, engrossed in its contents. He believed that cultivation methods transcribed onto paper yielded the most efficacious learning, a principle that had guided his practice and restricted him to techniques documented in this tangible form. Lu Wu lounged in an air of boredom beside him, his gaze fixed upon Sheng Yi as he inquired, can you truly guarantee that Murong Lin will depart through that particular entrance? Sheng Yi, eyes closed as he drummed his fingers upon the table, took a deliberate pause before answering, Murong Lin is a master strategist. I've left no stone unturned and sent people to investigate every conceivable point of entry within the Imperial Palace, including the sewers. He's cunningly cleared out the vicinity around this side entrance and even positioned 3 sizable boats in the middle of the river directly in front of it. Lu Wu's brows furrowed, seeking clarity. But what can this mean? With a measured tone, Sheng Yi replied, it signifies that he had meticulously plotted his escape from the beginning, with full intent to utilize this side entrance as his means of escape. Given Sheng Yi's background as a reincarnator, he possessed insights garnered from encounters in his past life, bestowing upon him a nuanced understanding of individuals akin to Murong Lin. Fair point. Then, why did he even siege the imperial palace? If he was aware of his inability to safeguard it, why embark on this futile endeavor? He couldn't have become emperor anyway. Lu Wu thought that Murong Lin was strange. Was all of this done to simply humiliate Murong Tong? In response, Sheng Yi cursed, "I can't fathom his reasoning, everything he does defies logic. He is a product of sheer insanity." Indeed, no rational explanation could account for Murong Lin's audacious gambit. With the influence that he had, he could have bided his time and waited for Murong Tong's abdication. Afterwards, he could simply suppress the other princes and ascend the throne. There was no rational need for Murong Lin to subject himself to such monumental risks, slaughtering his siblings and imprisoning his own father to seize the throne. To Sheng Yi, Murong Lin was an embodiment of insanity. In his previous life, he had borne witness to Murong Lin's indiscriminate massacres and the widespread chaos he sowed across the realm. Consequently, Murong Lin's delusional quest for the throne appeared entirely consistent with his character. "They've started to fight," the Willow Sword Saint remarked without lifting his gaze. Sheng Yi and Lu Wu exchanged glances before refocusing their attention on the side entrance. Lu Wu conjectured, perhaps Murong Lin has already met his end at their hands. Impossible. His audacity in attacking the imperial palace implies thorough preparation for his escape. His eyes remained riveted on the side entrance, casting a glance over the distant smoke. Sounds of battle resonated from both the main and rear entrances of the imperial palace, reaching their ears. It seemed as if thousands were locked in a relentless and frenzied battle. Despite their fewer numbers, the Qingyi Tower members were a force to be reckoned with, each possessing a minimum mastery of the origin realm. In contrast, the amassed coalition of influential factions was a hastily gathered mob. A deadlock persisted at both the front and rear entrances. Amid this tension, a horse-drawn carriage made a gradual exit from the side entrance. 3 individuals manned the front, gripping the reins, with 3 blade-wielding horsemen at the side. Hovering above, 2 elderly figures soared through the skies. "They're here." Sheng Yi immediately noticed them, and so did Lu Wu. Turning back, they realized that Lu Sheng, who was seated behind them, was nowhere to be seen. And then, a beam of light shot out towards the carriage. "Don't you dare!" The flowering steel trees moved swiftly to intercept the Willow Sword Saint. The trio launched into the air, their clash sending shockwaves that razed the nearby structures to the ground. A stroke of luck prevailed, no souls lingered amidst the destruction. Simultaneously, Sheng Yi and Lu Wu initiated their assault, hurtling toward the carriage. Lu Wu, who was at the first layer of the manifestation realm, swung his sword towards the foreign men who manned the reins. Meanwhile, Sheng Yi, bolstered by Nisu's bestowed strength, confronted the trio of knife-wielding opponents head-on. At this moment, the battle raged on with unrelenting intensity. However, the halted horse carriage amidst this chaos remained eerily tranquil. Chapter 87, Exposing Sheng Yi. The Willow Sword Saint embodied an extraordinary mastery of Sword Dao, and he also possessed the Baron-grade scripture acquired through the transaction with Sheng Yi. But despite all this, he was still at the cultivation of the first layer of the sky-reaching realm, and a person that hadn't grasped the Baron-grade scripture. Amidst the tumult of battle, the concerted efforts of the flowering steel trees, whose cultivation matched his own, led to a clash of remarkable intensity. Meanwhile, on a separate front, Lu Sheng's brother, Lu Wu, found himself pitted against the 3 carriage drivers. Though outnumbered threefold, Lu Wu's mastery over martial arts was evident as he skillfully suppressed his adversaries. Across the fray, Sheng Yi battled the last 3 of the once mighty 8 great butcher kings, his fury a mirror to their own seething rage. The three great butcher kings channeled their collective anger over the loss of their 5 brothers at the hands of Sheng Yi, who was aided by Nisu. Meanwhile, Sheng Yi seethed with his own fury, stoked by the relentless pursuit they had inflicted upon him and his deep-seated resentment towards Murong Lin. In an instant, he channeled his ire into a potent surge of spiritual energy, unleashing a formidable skill aimed squarely at the trio. The 3 battles unfolded with an electrifying intensity, the glinting light reflected upon their blades painting a dazzling spectacle across the battlefield. Suddenly, Sheng Yi summoned forth an ultimate technique, a ritual gesture. Shadowy fingers descended from the skies, akin to a multitude of spectral beings stretching out to grasp the trio of blade-wielding men. The resounding crash of impact reverberated as an overwhelming aura of suppression engulfed them, triggering a jarring response from their 6th sense. Their expressions changed dramatically as they instinctively raised their blades in a desperate bid to intercept the attack. Yet, against the might of this assault, their defenses crumbled. It was the Great Desolation Forbidden Sky Finger, an ultimate technique from Sheng Yi's previous life, a spiritual skill of the higher Baron grade. Though he had tempered the attack's intensity to a lower tier of the Sky grade, its forceful unleashing proved ample to subdue the trio. Desperately wielding their blades, the trio brandished their blades to repel the onslaught, only to falter in the face of its power. In truth, their cultivation matched Sheng Yi's own, and by all accounts, each possessed the prowess to hold their own against 2 to 3 peers of similar standing. But who was Sheng Yi? He was a protagonist. A figure beyond compare within his realm, he was an existence that grew even mightier with each battle. Seated within the carriage, Murong Lin remained passive, a silent witness to the miserable demise of the 3 men as they succumbed to the piercing assault of the shadowy fingers. Abruptly, a frigid snort resonated from within the confines of the carriage. Time pressed upon Sheng Yi's patience. The exertion of unleashing this potent attack had drained nearly half of his spiritual power, and now his gaze fell upon Murong Lin, who sat inside the carriage. With unyielding determination, he channeled his energy into a relentless assault, directed toward the heart of the carriage. Sheng Yi's form charged forward, his sights firmly set on the seated figure of Murong Lin. The once veiled curtains that shielded Murong Lin were obliterated, the ripping of fabric echoing through the air. In swift succession, a clenched fist hurtled forth. Drawing upon his spiritual power, Murong Lin blocked the attack. In the aftermath, his true cultivation at the peak of the manifestation realm was unveiled. You! Sheng Yi's astonishment flickered briefly, swiftly replaced by a solemn expression. You've concealed yourself remarkably well. Without hesitation, Sheng Yi harnessed the remaining of his spiritual powers, forcefully unleashing the Great Desolation Forbidden Sky Finger once more. Meeting Sheng Yi's assault head-on, Murong Lin unleashed the Bloody River God Finger. In one direction, illusory and transparent fingers coalesced in mid-air, emanating an aura of overwhelming suppression as they reached out for Murong Lin. In the opposing direction, shadowy fingers tinged with a bloody hue, resembling entities that rose from a blood-soaked river, encircled Sheng Yi. Verdant, ancient fingers clashed with the ominous, blood-colored fingers. An explosive collision reverberated through the air as the 2 opposing attacks negated each other, propelling both of them backwards with potent shockwaves. Sheng Yi's teeth clenched, his gaze seething with resentment as it bore into Murong Lin. Who exactly are you? For in the early hours of the previous day, he had launched an ambush on a disciple of the Murong clan, melding their blood with that of a Shui clan disciple, whose corpse he had dug up. Facing Murong Lin today, Sheng Yi deployed a secret technique he had acquired during his past life within his sect. The technique unveiled the undeniable truth: the person standing before him possessed the bloodlines of both the Murong and Shui clans. This revelation held significant implications. Murong Lin was, if Sheng Yi's deduction was correct, the 3rd prince. However, the strength and influence he displayed far exceeded the previous 3rd princes. Internally taken aback, Sheng Yi maintained his intense gaze, resentment simmering within. You are definitely not Murong Lin. He spoke certainly. Vividly etched in his memory was the Murong Lin of his past existence, a madman who had led the blood spirits in a frenzied spree of chaos for a brief but tumultuous period. The man before him not only surpassed the strength Shang Yi remembered, but he also exuded a shrewdness that the madman never possessed. In a sudden flash of realization, Shang Yi's voice surged with astonishment, "You've usurped his body." His experiences as a majestic realm expert in his previous life had acquainted him with the existence of ancient freaks who pilfered and inhabited others' bodies. He had even witnessed the tragic fate of his possessed junior, who was eventually surrounded and killed. However, in Yan, a realm where the pinnacle was embodied by those merely within the sky-reaching realm, the existence of an entity with such capabilities was virtually implausible. This oversight could be attributed to the requirement of cultivating a primordial spirit, a feat achievable only within the cognizance realm, a tier beyond the majestic realm. While Shang Yi's considerations had been confined to his own and Yan's realm of strength, he had inadvertently neglected the potential existence of those within the cognizance realm. And now, it all came rushing back to him. Fixing his gaze on Murong Lin, who bore the cultivation at the peak of the manifestation realm, Shang Yi's realization solidified into conviction. "Ha, you're not wrong," came Murong Lin's response. Fueled by anger, Shang Yi advanced. Upon reaching the carriage, he demanded, "Since you're not Murong Lin, why did you attack Duke Sheng's estate? What grievances do you hold against us? How could you unleash such vicious harm upon our estate?" Murong Lin watched as Shang Yi stepped into the carriage, a grin of elation spreading across his face. He chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha ha! Shang Yi, aren't you a reincarnator? How is it that you still haven't pieced it all together?" He extended his palm, and in an instant, a radiant glow illuminated the interior of the carriage. "What? He actually knew that I was a reincarnator?" Shang Yi's complexion drained of color in an instant, a stark paleness sweeping over his features. The grip of fear he now experienced was unlike anything he had ever encountered before in his entire existence. It was no wonder. Even in his previous life as a majestic realm expert, Shang Yi had never come across anything that could send someone back 30 years. Spiritual skills, arrays, and medicines, none possessed the capacity for such a feat. Initially, when he had found himself in this unfamiliar reality, Shang Yi had been inclined to dismiss it as an illusion, a manifestation of some heart demon or sinister plot. He had grappled with the notion that he was ensnared within a scheme. However, as the events unfurled in line with his memories, the inescapable reality set in, he had truly reincarnated. The fear of discovery, of someone else uncovering this improbable secret, had perpetually shadowed him. The concept of reincarnation was fantastical, unfathomable. If the truth ever surfaced, it would undoubtedly plunge the entire continent, perhaps even the world, into chaos and greed of an unparalleled magnitude. This underlying fear had kept Shang Yi from ever daring to reveal the truth to another soul. But now, the person that sat before him, Murong Lin, the third prince. A figure whose actions starkly diverged from the narrative of his past memories. It was plausible that every divergence, every deviation from his past life, had been orchestrated by this very individual. He had actually uttered the truth of his origins. A reincarnator. How much did this man truly comprehend about him? "You know? Are you, too?" Shang Yi's words tumbled out, his mind entangled in a web of uncertainty. "No. My demise during the tribulation was a result of an intricate scheme. No living being was present in my vicinity when it occurred." "So who are you?" "Impossible, this is impossible." Murong Lin's smile played across his lips as he observed Shang Yi, who stood with fists clenched in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the voice of the system resounded within Murong Lin's mind. Ding! The protagonist Shang Yi's little protagonist halo is continuing to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 100, you may use it to purchase items in the shop. In this moment, Shang Yi found himself ensnared, his very being constricted by the luminous constraints within the confines of the carriage. Simultaneously, a complex array adorned the wooden floor beneath them, bending his form into a submissive posture. What? An array? You've woven an array into your carriage. Sheng Yi's expression morphed dramatically as he gazed upon the restraining array. In a swift surge of determination, he lunged forward, making a desperate bid to once again attack Murong Lin. Regardless of Murong Lin's knowledge about him, Sheng Yi couldn't afford to let him escape. The repercussions of his escape would entail an unrelenting pursuit by countless forces under the heavens for Sheng Yi. Regrettably, Murong Lin's strategic ploy had lured Sheng Yi into this very carriage, deliberately orchestrating a spectacle of the three great Butcher Kings' demise as the bait. Although concealed from the casual gaze, the intricate array within the carriage was susceptible to keen scrutiny, a facet that Murong Lin had meticulously taken into account. This consideration underpinned his strategy. With calculated intent, he had discreetly exited through the side entrance and boarded this carriage. He purposefully observed, biding his time until Sheng Yi recklessly charged headfirst into this very trap. Then, through a deft gesture, he activated the hidden array. Ha! A soul-snatching array, Murong Lin's words dripped with venom, a spiritual array of the higher sky grade. I refuse to believe that it won't suffice to contend with the likes of you. Chapter 88, Concubine Xue. Deep within the heart of the imperial palace, Concubine Xue's expression bore an air of unease as her gaze flickered between Murong Lin and the battlefield unfolding beyond the palace walls. Thousands upon thousands of assailants laid siege to the main entrance, while an equal number attacked from the rear. Amidst this furious onslaught, the combat was relentless, the unyielding forces of Qingyi Tower launching a frenzied assault that left nearby structures shattered. Though the combined might of the Murong clan and other influential factions sought to besiege the palace, they found themselves held in check by the tower's steadfast resistance. Meanwhile, eunuchs and female attendants sought refuge within the eastern residences, ensnared by paralyzing fear. The air was heavy with the cacophony of screams and the din of combat, driving them to cower beneath their beds, seeking even the briefest moments of respite from the relentless onslaught. Amidst the tumult, some individuals exhibited astute awareness, darting toward the rear of the fierce battle where the efforts of numerous Murong clan members had resulted in a relatively cleared space. Meanwhile, within the imperial harem, anxiety rippled through its inhabitants. Over the past few days, Murong Lin's directives had irrevocably disrupted any semblance of normalcy for the women there. Communication with the outer world had been entirely severed, cutting off the imperial palace from all external contact. Stripped of this connection, they were compelled to sustain themselves on the meager stores of palace provisions. These women of distinction, accustomed to lives of luxuries, now grappled with the gnawing uncertainty of securing their next meals while they feared for their lives. They bore witness to the tragic fate of their proud and haughty sisters, who had dared to stand against the Qingyi Tower's formidable forces, only to meet swift and merciless ends at their hands, all without seeking the counsel of Murong Lin. Even now, the severed heads of a few concubines still hung, morbid ornaments adorning the gates of the imperial palace. Even though concubine Xue held the status of Murong Lin's birth mother, fear still coursed through her veins as she occupied a seat before him. Yet, this individual posing as Murong Lin was not the true heir, but rather a master of the Qingyi Tower assuming his likeness. Disguised as Murong Lin, this individual had harnessed his manifestation form, the Qingyi, to craft an impeccable facade that left no room for suspicion from head to toe. Not even the slightest hint of inconsistency could be discerned, except perhaps by a sky-reaching realm expert. A cultivation that concubine Xue regrettably did not attain. In accordance with the intricate plans she had conspired with the Murong clan, the Wang clan, and their allies, concubine Xue had been tasked with a pivotal role. She was to summon Murong Lin into the inner palace, engaging him in a conversation meant to divert his attention. Simultaneously, the sky-reaching experts were poised to launch an assault on Murong Lin before swiftly redirecting their focus to the green-clad men. At this juncture, the battle had erupted in full force at both the front and rear entrances. The pandemonium reverberated from all quarters, punctuated by the cacophony of screams and explosions that periodically rattled the very foundation of the inner palace. Concubine Xue's gaze involuntarily flickered toward Murong Lin periodically, yet he remained steadfastly silent. Then, he finally spoke. "Aren't you nervous?" Murong Lin asked. These were the precise words that the real Murong Lin had instructed him to utter. Seated at a distance, Concubine Xue's arms remained crossed over her chest. The once present feline companion no longer nestled in her arms. Her attention was now fixed upon Murong Lin, seated before her. He remained undisturbed as he directed his gaze outward, where smoke billowed and chaos reigned. Amidst the chaos that had engulfed the imperial harem, a pervasive fear gripped each and every inhabitant. Among them, those who possessed sharp intellects had already shifted their gaze in a particular direction. They were aware that Murong Lin was the orchestrator behind the audacious takeover of the imperial palace, and that his birth mother was none other than Concubine Xue. From the earliest days of Murong Lin's life, the concubines had borne witness to the abuse and neglect he had endured. Yet, none among them could have fathomed the extent of the intricate scheme that he had masterminded. Fury simmered within the concubines whose sons had fallen victim to his ploys, yet their rage remained suppressed beneath a facade of silence. As the battle raged on beyond the palace walls, their attention remained fixed on Murong Lin, who was seated within Concubine Xue's chambers. With bated breath, they clung to a fervent hope, yearning for a savior to emerge and end his life. "What reason do I have to feel nervous? If anyone should be experiencing unease, it's undoubtedly you," Concubine Xue retorted. Any discerning observer would recognize that Murong Lin, by remaining in this setting, was forfeiting his chance at escape. In truth, Concubine Xue had readied herself for the prospect of confronting Murong Lin directly, even despite her own meager cultivation. The depths of her resentment toward him surpassed any boundaries, encompassing a wrath of monumental proportions. However, upon witnessing Murong Lin's apparent lack of intent to flee, she abstained from launching an attack. Gradually, her resentment began to manifest. She glared venomously at Murong Lin, her gaze ablaze with contempt. "You unfilial traitor! How dare you ask me if I am nervous? I'll pose a question to you in turn. Why did you obliterate the Xue clan? Are you oblivious to the fact that the Xue clan is our kin?" Her words grew increasingly frenzied, her tone tinged with madness. With a furious motion, her palm crashed onto the table, her accusatory finger stabbing at Murong Lin. "Do you have any inkling of the sacrifices I've endured for the Xue clan in these recent years? How dare you obliterate the Xue clan painstakingly handed down by our forebears?" Despite Concubine Xue's fervent tirade, Murong Lin merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, opting to remain silent. Unabated, Concubine Xue pressed on, her voice an unrelenting torrent. "I truly cannot fathom how a vile creature like you amassed such forces and found the audacity to execute your sinister schemes. From whom did you learn to harbor such malice? Speak up. Or are you choosing to keep your silence now? Ha! The sight of our shared features disgusts me. I lament the day I gave birth to you, considering the anguish you've heaped upon me. Now, you've extinguished my clan as well." Murong Lin remained resolute in his silence, steadfastly adhering to the instructions that Murong Lin had imparted. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes exuded an icy, mocking glint as they bore into Concubine Xue. Perfectly executing the role assigned to him, Murong Lin elicited Concubine Xue's ire. Her perception of his mockery further fueled her already blazing rage. She met his gaze with a vicious glare and erupted. "How dare you regard me with those eyes? Your repulsiveness knows no bounds. I fail to comprehend how I birthed a son such as you. You are nothing but a stain upon my very existence. Mark my words, as the people outside descend upon us, you won't be able to escape. I will tear you piece by agonizing piece, and your death shall come only after you have tasted the most excruciating torment." Her vehement proclamation concluded with her pressing a finger to Murong Lin's forehead. This very technique had been concubine Xue's chosen method of disciplining Murong Lin during his childhood, a punishment reserved for every little misstep he committed. Her finger, charged with a surge of spiritual power, bore enough agony to reduce him to tears for a full day. As her fingertip connected with Murong Lin, she watched in astonishment as his face contorted, muscles and skin contorting to reveal his true appearance. Rising abruptly, he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, compelling concubine Xue backwards into her chair. Staring at Murong Lin before her in astonishment, his altered appearance was foreign to her. She uttered in a bewildered murmur, "You're not that vile creature." Having reverted to his true form, Murong Lin erupted in fury. "Precisely. You wretch, you've spewed venom for so long, yet you failed to recognize your own son." He turned his attention towards the exterior, detecting the approach of two formidable auras, those of Murong Tong and the great ancestor of the Wang clan, both experts of the sky-reaching realm. Concurrently sensing the imminent approach of the two sky-reaching realm experts, concubine Xue reacted instinctively, leaping to her feet and bolting toward the exit. The realization that the figure before her was an impostor prompted a swift comprehension of Murong Lin's intricate plot to escape. With unyielding determination, she vowed not to permit his escape, yearning to bear witness to his demise as retribution for his actions of annihilating the Xue clan. Her voice echoed with urgency as she charged forwards, her cries reverberating through the air. "Murong Lin is not here. He has fled beyond these walls. Hurry, chase him." The two sky-reaching realm experts, their advance interrupted by her sudden proclamation, exchanged bewildered glances before shifting their gaze in the direction she had come from. Concubine Xue turned her head back once more, her gaze fixing upon Murong Lin, who had reverted back to the true Murong Lin's appearance. He met their gaze unflinchingly, a palpable absence of fear evident in his demeanor. Murong Lin advanced, his footsteps deliberate. "Mother, there is no need. I am prepared to bear the weight of the crimes I have committed." Drawing closer, he encircled concubine Xue in an embrace, his voice softening, "Regret courses through me for my transgressions, and I find myself contemplating the possibility of redemption." Concubine Xue's body tensed, her gaze fixed upon Murong Lin, a range of emotions cascading through her. She was acutely aware of the curious and accusatory gazes directed their way, the spectators' expressions shifting from skepticism to unabashed fury. Overwhelmed, she found herself rendered speechless. For Murong Lin harbored no intention of delivering a swift death to his mother. With Murong Lin's words, the context of concubine Xue's earlier actions took on new significance. Her actions appeared to shield Murong Lin. The relationship between them appeared to have reached a resolution, further fueling suspicion and resentment from the onlookers. Concubine Xue hastened to interject, her voice fraught with urgency, "No. You are not Murong Lin. This is not Murong Lin." But her cries fell on deaf ears, all eyes remained fixed upon Murong Lin. Slowly and deliberately, he released his embrace of concubine Xue and advanced toward Murong Jiao, kneeling before him. "I am prepared to face my punishment." Chapter 89, Soul-Snatching Array. Murong Lin's eyes locked onto Sheng Yi, who was ensnared within the array's bindings. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he channeled his divine senses into the array, siphoning away Sheng Yi's memories. This was the Soul-Snatching Array, a higher sky-grade spiritual array, acquired for a hefty 50 villain value from the system shop. It stood as Murong Lin's highest expense thus far. The array possessed the ability to extract and destroy memories, all while demanding a minimal amount of spiritual energy, making it a seamless fit for Murong Lin's capabilities. However, its limitations were evident. It relied on the target's voluntary entry into its confines. They couldn't be forced to enter. Murong Lin's deliberate choice of traveling by carriage served this distinct purpose. Sheng Yi's expression twisted in horror as he felt the inexorable grip of the array within Murong Lin's carriage ensnare his very soul. An overwhelming force, like tumultuous waves, surged through him, compelling the recollection of his memories. His past life's experiences flooded his consciousness, the people he'd encountered, serendipitous encounters, monumental events. 5 years later, Yan lay in ruins and chaos, the aftermath of Murong Lin's onslaught at the helm of his blood spirits. Sheng Yi's own exceptional triumph at the Great Nanya Wangguo tournament unraveled, leading to a cascade of fortuitous encounters culminating in his acceptance into the ranks of the prestigious Four Seas Academy, one of the 10 great sects. 2 decades down the road, Sheng Yi proudly represented the Four Seas Academy in a tournament. His valorous victories over 3 disciples from rival sects secured him a coveted position as a core disciple within the sect. In a stroke of immense fortune, Sheng Yi stumbled upon an ancient legacy that propelled him to the majestic realm. His remarkable achievement, however, kindled simmering resentment among his peers. These vivid scenes coursed through his mind amidst the flood of memories. Decades of experiences condensed into mere seconds, it was an overwhelming cascade of recollections. Initially, Sheng Yi had been oblivious to the array's capabilities, mistaking it for a tool intended to ensnare and eliminate him at Murong Lin's hands. Yet, the relentless deluge of memories imposed upon him against his will, coupled with Murong Lin's pale complexion, a clear consequence of overexertion, brought stark realization. The array's true nature became abundantly clear to Sheng Yi at that moment. A soul-snatching array, a notorious creation from the annals of the demonic Dao, was tailored for the unmasking of spies and infiltrators. It was capable of unearthing every detail from an enemy's memories, each movement, every action. Such higher baron-grade arrays were rarities, within the grasp of but a handful. Sheng Yi, drawing from his majestic realm memories, could only recall 4 or 5 individuals across the expanse of the Nanya continent who could wield such power. And yet, here, within the seemingly unassuming borders of a small country like Yan, a practitioner of this array emerged. Horror and bewilderment etched deeper into Sheng Yi's face. Before him, Murong Lin slowly opened his eyes. It was akin to a dream of 1,000 years. The soul-snatching array operated with astounding swiftness, capable of siphoning a target's memories in mere seconds. In this brief span, the user could glean not just years, but potentially decades or even centuries of memories. Its swiftness served a dual purpose: to preserve the target's life from the ravages of time during memory extraction and to ensure the user's safety by preempting potential ambushes. This operation, however, exacted a substantial toll on the user's mental and spiritual reserves. Fortunately, Sheng Yi's memories spanned a modest 40 years, and Murong Lin's interest extended only 30 years into the future. Consequently, he did not seize everything. Amid Sheng Yi's frenzied struggle, the array's luminescence dimmed as his manifestation transformation, the yin-yang aura, surged forth. Casually, Murong Lin withdrew the spiritual energies he had infused into the soul-snatching array, promptly shattering its hold as Sheng Yi broke free. This vulnerability also underscored one of the array's limitations: it hinged on a continuous infusion of the user's strength to maintain its hold on the target. Should the wellspring of their spiritual power recede, the once potent array would crumble with one counterattack. The dissolution of the soul-snatching array didn't perturb Murong Lin, despite its significant cost of 50 villain value. His objective had been achieved, rendering the cost inconsequential. In this instant, a voice echoed within his consciousness as his gaze fixated upon the aura that was beside Sheng Yi. Ding! The protagonist Sheng Yi's little protagonist halo is continuing to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 100, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. The residue of Sheng Yi's protagonist value likely rested at a paltry 50, possibly attributed to the presence of this adjacent aura. Murong Lin instantly found this aura within the system shop. The yin-yang aura. 200 villain value. Its price mirrored that of his own mortal form, the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. A tinge of envy stirred within Murong Lin's core. Like how the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness was a creature from the void, the yin-yang aura came from a creature named Qi. These were sentient beings birthed from the very essence of the heavens and earth. Their bodies were composed of condensed air, and their constitution intertwined with their cultivation. Certain chi entities were born within the Abhij Enigma realm, rendering them invulnerable to conventional attacks. Additionally, they wielded the uncanny ability to slip away from dire straits, splitting their form and seamlessly dissolving into invisibility. To lay claim to their mortal forms, one had to kill them. Amidst these extraordinary entities, the yin-yang aura reigned supreme, a sovereign presence among its kind. It was a remarkable anomaly that the mortal form of such a potent entity would appear within a small country like Yan. Sheng Yi's complexion drained of color as he strengthened himself with the yin-yang aura. Initially underestimating Murong Lin's cultivation, he had rashly charged into the carriage, confident in his advantage stemming from his perception of Murong Lin's origin realm status. However, not only was Murong Lin at the peak of the manifestation realm, but he had cunningly ensnared Sheng Yi's memories with the soul-snatching array. Murong Lin wasn't someone he could leave alive. Despite the revelation of Murong Lin's formidable mastery at the pinnacle of the manifestation realm, Sheng Yi's resolve remained unshaken. His unwavering confidence was bolstered by a singular advantage: the possession of the strongest mortal form in the entirety of the Nanya continent, the peerless yin-yang aura. This fortuitous encounter was fated to surface within the realms of the neighboring country, Chu, which was uncovered by Sheng Yi in the next decade. He possessed a manifestation transformation by then, and the yin-yang aura presented an additional advantage: the ability to enhance his innate talent. Consuming the mortal form, his talents underwent an unprecedented surge, propelling him to the pinnacle of his potential. It was a calculated move in anticipation of confronting the betrayals that had marred his previous life. Having now assimilated the yin-yang aura into his own manifestation transformation, Sheng Yi possessed the means to forcibly ascend to the peak of the manifestation realm. Sheng Yi clenched his jaw as he channeled the lower barren grade cultivation technique from his previous life. His body quivered as he harnessed the yin-yang aura, before launching himself towards Murong Lin. His aura surged towards the peak of the manifestation realm. Only when his strength paralleled Murong Lin's did he strike. Under no circumstances could he allow Murong Lin to survive. His motivation transcended mere revenge for the annihilation of the Duke's estate and the murder of his father, but also because of the fact that Murong Lin had uncovered Sheng Yi's most profound secret. He directly unleashed his strongest attack within his current abilities. The Great Wilderness Forbidden Heaven Palm. His hand, enshrouded in the yin-yang aura, descended upon Murong Lin. The sheer potency of the attack strained Sheng Yi's vessels, causing them to swell. Even his tightly clenched teeth couldn't staunch the trickle of blood that seeped forth. He stared at Murong Lin with a vicious expression. In response, Murong Lin extended both palms, his expression grave. One hand summoned forth Jia Hike's great clap, while the other invoked Huang Jiaomi's great handprint, both spiritual skills derived from Yuan Sui Yun's legacy. Empowered by the lifelessness law, Murong Lin's might had burgeoned to the realm of lower barren grade. The collision of their palms triggered an instantaneous implosion, destroying the carriage. The sheer force unleashed gave rise to billowing dust and a tempestuous hurricane that materialized upon the battlefield. Then, a human silhouette flew out. Chapter 90, Murdering Sheng Yi. From within the billowing smoke, a human figure soared outward. Lu Sheng and Lu Wu swiveled their gazes, only to find that it was none other than Sheng Yi. Their eyes were locked onto the unfolding situation: Sheng Yi hurtling through the air, an expression of anguish etched across his features, and a blade ruthlessly embedded in his chest. No anticipation had prepared him for the vile twist of fate. During the earlier collision of their palms, Murong Lin had covertly spat a dagger towards his chest. This underhanded maneuver was unleashed during their clash, exploiting Sheng Yi's defenselessness during that moment. With astonishing velocity, the blade propelled itself towards its target, finding its mark in Sheng Yi's chest. A heart-wrenching cry tore from Sheng Yi's lips as he writhed on the ground. Witnessing the dire spectacle, the Willow Sword Saint's expression contorted. Barely a minute had elapsed since Sheng Yi had entered the horse carriage, yet he was now violently ejected, his condition harrowing. Determination fueled the Sword Saint's intent to hasten to Shang Yi's aid. But would the flowering steel trees allow him to do as he wished? They wouldn't. With resolute devotion, the flowering steel trees brazenly risked their own lives to restrain Lu Sheng, prohibiting him from venturing even an inch closer to Murong Lin's domain. Meanwhile, Lu Wu was powerless to help as well. After all, he wouldn't even be able to withstand even a single attack from Murong Lin. Shang Yi's piteous cries reverberated in the air, the torment he endured akin to a ruthless dismemberment of his very being. It felt as though something was being ripped out from within him, as if someone was tearing out his sinews and flesh piece by piece, a torment too excruciating for him to withstand. Ah! What is this? Shang Yi's anguished cry pierced the air as his trembling hand instinctively sought the dagger embedded in his chest. Despite his fervent efforts, the weakness that had taken root in his body had rendered him too weak. His prior conflict with Murong Lin had drained his spiritual powers. Both his ultimate technique and manifestation transformation had exacted a heavy toll. The earlier assault, propelling him through the air, had further exacerbated his injuries. Desperation edged across his expression. Shang Yi's hands flailed weakly as he sought to summon his spiritual powers, grappling with the searing agony that besieged him. It was an unsettling revelation. The blade was undoubtedly laced with poison, a truth affirmed by the debilitating weakness he experienced. His intent to invoke his manifestation transformation and pull out the weapon caused his face to become even paler. A disconcerting truth dawned upon him: he was utterly incapable of invoking his manifestation transformation. This aberration defied all logic. With mounting desperation, he made a renewed attempt, straining to connect with his manifestation transformation, the yin-yang aura. Yet, his efforts were met with a disconcerting silence, akin to calling out to a presence before him that remained stubbornly unresponsive. Panic surged within Shang Yi, a sense of disarray seizing him. The yin-yang aura was his last vestige of hope, his sole opportunity to reverse the tides. Yet, the ability to harness it had inexplicably been wrested from his grasp. Was it stolen? It was stolen. Shang Yi's complexion, once again a portrait of deathly pallor, now bore the unmistakable shroud of despair. A whisper from his recollections resonated, a faint echo of someone's words. Ancient lore spoke of a spiritual weapon, a blade forged by a bygone race, tailored with intent to combat entities like the Qi. This small dagger bore the extraordinary capacity to absorb the mortal essence of a Qi. Whether untamed or refined, no mortal form was exempt from its grasp. Yet, that race had long vanished into the annals of history, and their spiritual weapons had become the stuff of legend. Perhaps, a scant few remained, preserved as relics by collectors. Shang Yi's pursuit of the yin-yang aura had led him to this knowledge, a knowledge that now crystallized in his horrified realization. The blade embedded within his chest was none other than one of these legendary weapons. How could this be? Shang Yi's voice wavered, the disbelief etched upon his features as he strained to peer at the weapon embedded within him. Emerging from the wreckage of the carriage with deliberate steps, Murong Lin's gaze fell upon the scene unfolding before him. The little dagger had fulfilled its purpose, having drained the yin-yang aura from Shang Yi's form. Stepping forward, he extracted the blade, provoking a spurt of crimson from the wound. His fingers played with the dagger, a joyful expression adorning his features. Having plundered Shang Yi's memories, Murong Lin's insatiable greed was now directed towards the coveted yin-yang aura enshrined within him, a resource worth 200 villain value within the system shop. Upon learning of a weapon capable of subduing the yin-yang aura, Murong Lin promptly scoured the shop and procured this very weapon, the Qi-devouring dagger, for a modest cost of 5 villain value. Though of a lower sky grade, this spiritual weapon held potent utility. He spat out this dagger during his battle with Shang Yi, propelling it into his chest to absorb the yin-yang aura. Shang Yi's expression contorted, his terror eclipsing the pride and self-assuredness that had once characterized him as a reincarnator. His expression was wretched as he asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting me?" The intention behind both the soul-snatching array and the malevolent chi-devouring dagger was glaringly evident. They were all meticulously aimed at him. In the confines of a modest territory like Yan, the accumulation of such resources and effort was an implausible feat. This intricate web of actions suggested either Murong Lin hailed from foreign realms or, more plausibly, someone of higher authority orchestrated these schemes. As Murong Lin advanced, the voice of the system echoed within his consciousness. Ding! The protagonist Shang Yi's little protagonist halo has completely shattered, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a villain value of 50, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. Shang Yi's protagonist halo had completely shattered, which meant that he was destined to die here. Murong Lin walked forward, speaking in a comforting tone, "Sleep, forget your hatred and your frustrations." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his foot towards Shang Yi's head. Shang Yi's expression was pale as he struggled to utter words, but Murong Lin couldn't care less about what he wanted to say. From a distance, the Willow Sword Saint erupted in a fury, his desire to intervene palpable. Halt! From the Imperial Palace, 3 figures hurtled toward the scene. It was Murong Jiao, Emma Wendao, and the Great Elder of the Wang clan, 3 formidable beings of the sky-reaching realm. Murong Lin! Your time draws near. Despicable! Murong Lin, your demise today is certain. Initially fooled by the Murong Lin at concubine Shue's side, the trio's realization dawned only after sensing the resounding clashes of energy fluctuations from sky-reaching realm combat beyond. The conspicuous absence of the usual sky-reaching realm figures at Murong Lin's side exposed the ruse. Swiftly realizing the impostor's treachery, they raced toward the unfolding scene. However, Shang Yi's severed protagonist halo foretold their failure. He was beyond saving. The flowering steel trees stood their ground, burning away their blood essence as their bodies aged rapidly. Their sacrifice offered a fleeting respite, immobilizing the 4 encroaching sky-reaching realm experts. Meanwhile, Murong Lin administered the final blow to Shang Yi with a stomp, the act punctuated by the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Master has successfully killed a protagonist, the reward is a gift bag. Open the gift bag. Murong Lin commanded, harboring anticipation for a capable entity within, one that could be summoned to confront the encroaching sky-reaching realm cultivators, thereby nullifying the need for a hasty escape. Ding! Congratulations to Master for acquiring a seclusion cultivation card, a mystery raffle ticket, and a fragment of the great villain halo. N. 2 new interesting things popped up. Regret washed over him, for the absence of a strength-enhancing card dashed his hopes of an instantaneous breakthrough to the sky-reaching realm, which would enable him to effortlessly quash his adversaries. Neither did the coveted syndicate inheritance card manifest, ruling out the summoning of a few sky-reaching realm experts to swiftly dispatch his opponents. Nonetheless, an alternative solution surfaced: the option to procure a spiritual power puppet from the system shop. But he didn't need to anymore. He commanded spiritually, self-destruct. Injecting his spiritual power into a spiritual talisman, a blinding brilliance erupted, swiftly enshrouding him. The flowering steel trees who had defied the odds to detain the 4 sky-reaching realm experts were nearing their limits. Depleted of their strength and exhausting their life essences, they were on the brink of death. As Murong Lin's command coursed through them, their expressions contorted with madness and unwavering loyalty. The Willow Sword Saint and the trio of sky-reaching realm experts, sensing a sinister shift, launched an attack to end their lives. Unbeknownst to them, Murong Lin had vanished from their midst. Ping! Ping! The flowering steel trees detonated in an instant. A cataclysmic surge of power reverberated through the landscape, reducing roads and houses to ruins as the 4 sky-reaching realm experts bore the brunt of its devastating impact. Shielding his sibling, the Willow Sword Saint emerged battered and broken, mirroring the grievous condition of the elderly Wang clan ancestor. Amidst the carnage and the veiled skies of blood, the 4 exchanged a shared gaze, their faces painted in the grim aftermath of destruction. Murong Jiao's divine senses, honed by his sky-reaching realm cultivation, swept through the surroundings with rapid precision. There was no one left. Murong Lin was no longer here. Chapter 91, Murong Lin's Escape. Within the imperial court's lavish halls, concubine Xue's gaze remained fixated on the lifeless form of Murong Lin sprawled before her, an expression of profound horror etched onto her features. Earlier, when she had run to welcome Murong Jiao and the two other sky-reaching realm experts, Murong Lin had cunningly reverted back into the appearance of the real Murong Lin. With his sincere apology, he had managed to fool the three highly skilled sky-reaching realm experts as he inched towards the great ancestor of the Wang clan, launching an ambush towards him. Fortunately, Murong Jiao's unwavering vigilance remained steadfast throughout the encounter, allowing him to forestall Murong Lin's sinister intentions and thwart his attempt at gravely injuring the great ancestor. The great ancestor retaliated swiftly, his hand delivering a resounding slap that brought an abrupt end to the counterfeit Murong Lin's life. The ancestor's gaze, simmering with resentment, then shifted towards concubine Xue. Lost in a daze as she stared at the lifeless body before her, concubine Xue failed to notice the silent departure of the sky-reaching experts. Slowly, the realization washed over her, the real Murong Lin had undoubtedly slipped away long before. Based on his recent schemes and personality, it was clear that Murong Lin had planned for every possibility. Staring at the corpse of the fake Murong Lin lying before her, she immediately grasped that he had arranged his escape in advance. This realization dashed her last hope of personally taking revenge on him. Overwhelmed by thoughts, she knelt on the floor, struggling to make sense of it all. The onlookers' servants and female attendants kept their distance. They were well aware that concubine Xue, Murong Lin's mother, would face the consequences now that he had been driven away. Both the new leadership and their previous master would likely seek to hold her accountable for his crimes. Fear of entanglement in the unfolding turmoil kept them at a wary distance. Several devoted servants who had remained loyal to concubine Xue met their unfortunate demise at the hands of the remaining members of Qingyi Tower. Save for Murong Tong, concubine Xue found herself utterly alone, without support. In the broader context, her own Xue clan had long been decimated, stripping her of any external support she could have once relied upon. The weight of her vulnerability settled upon her, gnawing at her sense of ease. What a cunning scheme! Concubine Xue acknowledged that the words spoken by the impostor Murong Lin were undoubtedly imparted by the real Murong Lin. Now, the scant few sky-reaching realm experts, including Murong Jiao, undoubtedly held animosity toward her. This sentiment stemmed from her unwitting role in disseminating false information about his whereabouts, unaware that the Murong Lin beside her was nothing more than a decoy. Unintentionally, her misinformation had cost them the opportunity to apprehend Murong Lin. Furthermore, overlooking the uncertainty of whether the sky-reaching realm experts held suspicions towards her, this singular incident alone was enough to ensure animosity and chilly alienation from the harem's inhabitants. The concubines who had suffered the loss of their sons at the hands of Murong Lin were quick to assign blame to her. However, in Murong Lin's earlier presence, they had been paralyzed by fear, refraining from any action. With Murong Lin's escape, concubine Xue was now left to grapple with this mess alone, a disheartening reality that enveloped her in a shroud of despair. In this moment, a handful of human silhouettes streaked across the skies, their formidable auras pressing down on those below. Startled residents who had ventured out to investigate quickly retreated to the safety of their abodes. Among the group was the party that had pursued Murong Lin, accompanied by the Willow Sword Saint, who had Lu Wu in his hands. As these figures descended, the Wang clan's great ancestor fixed a resentful glare toward her. Concubine Xue's gaze turned towards their hands, seeking the telltale object of her ceaseless hatred. The absence of the head she had longed to see extinguished the last glimmer of hope from her expression. Murong Lin hadn't met his end at their hands. Murong Lin had escaped. A surge of frustration and an overwhelming refusal to accept this reality washed over concubine Xue. The urge to rend the very earth beneath her with her bare hands consumed her. Her disheveled hair framed an expression contorted in anguish, and her voice pierced the air in a desperate, skyward cry, "Murong Lin! Your demise will be agonizing." And in the very next breath, she retrieved a dagger and plunged it into her own heart. Blood sprayed forth as her body slowly crumpled to the ground before Murong Tong and the others. She was gone. As experts in the sky-reaching realm, they naturally had the opportunity to intervene. But they didn't. Holding Lu Wu, the Willow Sword Saint extended his divine senses, scanning the surroundings. "Ha! Murong Lin's underlings have all been wiped out. We've lost the chance to gather any information through interrogation. In that case, I shall take my leave." With those words, he departed, carrying his brother away without so much as a backward glance. Mo Wendao still harbored lingering queries, but Murong Jiao's gaze silenced him. Now that concubine Shui is dead, what course of action will Murong Lin pursue? The great ancestor of the Wang clan voiced his concerns, his expression marked by unease. Murong Jiao's gaze swept the surroundings, his words measured and deliberate. "Our immediate task is to restore stability to the imperial palace and bring order back to the capital. After that, we will launch a thorough search in the country for Murong Lin. Let us not forget, Ningwei Wu remains a looming concern in the south." Mo Wendao nodded, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes as he responded, "Absolutely, our priority is to establish stability within the imperial court. How is Murong Tong faring? He's likely in a rather dire state. Facing the treachery of one's own son is a heavy blow that leaves scars. Moreover, Murong Lin had imprisoned him in the confinement room for the past few days." The great ancestor of the Wang clan responded. Then, his gaze suddenly changed as he turned towards his back. In their wake, members of the Murong clan were supporting Murong Tong as they approached. His appearance remained as miserable as before. While sky-reaching realm experts could endure for a month without sustenance, Murong Tong had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of the poisonous old ghost's poison. Compounded by his fractured limbs and sealed spiritual A-cup ointment, he was completely incapable of invoking his spiritual powers. Thus, despite the brief duration of his confinement, Murong Tong found himself in a wretched condition. His gaze lingered upon the assembly of sky-reaching realm experts before descending to the lifeless form of concubine Shui on the ground. Secret resentment brewed within him, though he skillfully concealed it beneath a veneer of composure. Turning his attention to the Murong clan members who had gathered behind him, he issued his commands: "Lay her to rest within the Shui clan's burial grounds, I shall let her final wish find fulfillment." Turning his attention to Murong Jiao, he continued, "Paternal uncle, my injuries are grave. I believe it is appropriate for me to step down from the throne for the time being." Mo Wendao swiftly nodded, "Absolutely. Murong Jiao, given the severity of your injuries, your well-being should be our foremost concern. Recuperation must take precedence." The Wang clan's great ancestor, positioned to the side, refrained from further comment. Instead, he directed his words to the assembled group: "Given Murong Lin's successful evasion of capture, I shall take my leave. The affairs of the imperial court shall rest in your capable hands." With his final words, he departed, his figure ascending into the skies and disappearing into the distance. Remaining in place, Murong Jiao met Murong Tong's gaze and responded, "That's a reasonable proposition, but we should certainly convene a formal discussion regarding your abdication during tomorrow's morning court session. Murong Lin's escape has intensified the need to restore stability within the imperial court. We must swiftly uncover any hidden traitors within our ranks while rallying the imperial guards to address the situation in the south with Ningwei Wu. Locating Murong Lin within this country will not be an effortless task." He sighed as he finished speaking, "How eventful." With his aged wisdom, he had astutely discerned the subtle shifts within the inner circles of the neighboring country, Chu. His 2 centuries of lived experience provided a keen insight into the unfolding events. He recognized the impending actions of Chu, predicting the nation's potential to encroach upon its surroundings. His intuition warned that Yan would suffer the brunt of their attack. Yet, he made the conscious decision to withhold this knowledge. The nation was already engulfed in turmoil, and he refrained from introducing further concerns into the mix. Nevertheless, he straightened his posture, releasing yet another sigh. Let us depart and address the pressing matters of the imperial court. Tong'er, return to the clan and prioritize your recovery. Wendao, accompany me. There are matters we must discuss. And so, they exchanged their farewells, each departing to tend to their respective responsibilities. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, Murong Lin had activated a teleportation talisman procured from the systems shop and landed himself in unfamiliar terrain. His features were contorted with a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement as he surveyed his new surroundings. The expanse before him was a thickly wooded area, and a sudden realization dawned upon him: he had seemingly arrived at the demonic beast forest located to the south, a location behind the South Village King, Ningwei Wu. Towering vegetation enveloped him, with the calls of demonic beasts echoing intermittently through the forest's expanse. Turning to the system interface, he sought to assess the number of remaining underlings within his command. As anticipated, the 13 subordinates, among them the flowering steel trees, had met their end, mirroring the fate of the majority of Qingyi Tower's forces. A mere fragment of their former strength remained, dwindling to a meager 2,000 individuals. Fortune, however, had not completely abandoned them. The floor masters, Qing Miaolu and Qing Shaolu, had managed to survive. Their present focus lay in rallying the scattered fragments of the Qingyi Tower across the 32 counties. Utilizing the invaluable transmission talismans concealed within the Imperial Palace's treasure pavilion, Murong Lin communicated his precise location to the surviving members of Qingyi Tower. In the midst of the demonic beast forest, he was prepared to break through to the sky-reaching realm. Taking stock of his possessions, he first retrieved the Qi-devouring dagger. Chapter 92, Attaining the Sky-reaching Realm. Extracting the Qi-devouring dagger from his possessions, Murong Lin swiftly pinpointed a cave. After dispatching the resident demonic beast, he commenced his cultivation. This particular location lay near the western fringes of the demonic beast forest, an area close to the junction between Yan and Chu. Demonic beasts were in sparse supply in this region, and as winter neared, many were busying themselves accumulating reserves for their impending hibernation. Employing a higher Earth-grade array disk he had stolen from the Shui clan's treasure pavilion, Murong Lin constructed a spiritual array before him. Focusing his efforts, he harnessed the yin-yang aura contained within the Qi-devouring dagger. The dagger, crafted as a spiritual weapon with the explicit function of absorbing the Qi, effortlessly relinquished its contents, facilitating the user's refinement process. Engaging the lifelessness law, Murong Lin orchestrated the controlled emergence of his evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness alongside the Qi-devouring dagger, facilitating the gradual assimilation of the released yin-yang aura. As he rapidly circulated his cultivation method, Murong Lin experienced a gentle, cooling sensation permeating his being. The fatigue and injuries sustained from the previous intense battle rapidly dissolved as the ceaseless surge of energy coursing into him steadily elevated his cultivation. Step by step, Murong Lin discerned a palpable shift. His cultivation, initially at the peak of the manifestation realm, inched toward the sky-reaching realm's threshold. In tandem with the Qi-devouring dagger's yin-yang aura, a metamorphosis unfolded within Murong Lin's own manifestation transformation. Both invisible creatures emerged from the void of the abyss. They each bore distinct characteristics. One entailed the fusion of chaos and change, while the other manifested the delicate equilibrium and discord of heaven and earth's yin and yang. Two embodiments of chaos, the very creations of yin and yang's inception, their mutual ability to enhance one another's growth was a logical outcome. Detecting the near depletion of the yin-yang aura within the Qi-devouring dagger, Murong Lin intensified the circulation of his cultivation method. Focusing his efforts, he propelled his spiritual powers toward the threshold of the sky-reaching realm. Like the relentless tide, a surge of formless energy pressed against the bottleneck. His spiritual powers fragmented and reconfigured, persistently pressing forward, as if attempting to shatter the very obstacle obstructing his ascension. Confronted with the diminishing resistance of the bottleneck, Murong Lin swiftly commanded his evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness energy to engulf the remaining vestiges of the yin-yang aura. Abruptly, a formidable force welled within Murong Lin's heart, akin to a spiraling vortex. The energy spiraled, swelling in potency with each passing moment. In an instant, it was as though Murong Lin himself had been drawn into this vortex. Powerless to control his swaying body, he drifted weightlessly. His complexion glowed with a rosy hue as an innate sense of stability pervaded his being. This stability resonated from his soul, accompanied by a gentle warmth emanating from the depths of his heart. Half an hour passed. Murong Lin's eyes snapped open, an abrupt eruption of potent energy shattering the confines of the cave. The protective array that shielded the surroundings fractured, and even the array disk beneath him succumbed to destruction. Rising swiftly, he levitated, swept up by the vortex's current. Before him, the chi-devouring dagger disintegrated instantaneously. Single use in nature, its sole application resulted in its destruction and was reduced to mere dust. Circulating the lifelessness law, Murong Lin seamlessly melded it with the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness as he soared skyward. The unseen vortex continued to sway his body. Resolute, he forcefully stabilized himself, enabling him to maneuver effectively through the skies. Gradually, the swaying motion of his body ceased, achieving a newfound stability as he unleashed his manifestation form. A dark entity manifested across the landscape. Neither mist nor smoke, it resembled a diminutive black worm that undulated in a fluid dance, at times taking on the semblance of raindrops, only to shatter and reform, enshrouding Murong Lin's surroundings. An aura of malevolence pervaded the vicinity, causing the nearby demonic beasts to scatter in trepidation. Elation bloomed on Murong Lin's face as he savored the sensation of his cultivation breaking through to the first layer of the sky-reaching realm. A joyous expression graced his features, mirrored by the celebratory awakening of the bloody poisonous insect within his body, rejoicing within the bloody poisonous A-cup ointment. A formidable, oppressive aura swept across the surroundings. Trees in the vicinity underwent an instantaneous transformation, their forms contorted into eerie, unnatural shapes under the influence of Murong Lin's black manifestation transformation. Several trees were reduced to blackened ashes, as if consumed by a raging inferno. Others withered into dark green lifelessness, as if corroded by insidious toxins. Some transformed into black worm-like creatures, seamlessly merging with the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness before dissipating into oblivion after a fleeting existence. In summary, Murong Lin's nonchalant attack resulted in the instantaneous obliteration of over 100 trees in the vicinity. The ground itself underwent a transformation, darkening to match the aftermath. Is this the power of the sky-reaching realm? Not bad at all. Gently coasting through the skies, Murong Lin's experience was reminiscent of his initial endeavors with riding a bicycle on Planet Blue. Gradually, he came to master the once unsteady flight, achieving newfound stability. His body pirouetted gracefully through the air, his expression shifting in continuous flux. Eventually, he landed on the ground and kept his manifestation form. The towering enigmatic creature of darkness promptly receded into Murong Lin's body, and Murong Lin's face only became brighter in response. My manifestation transformation has undoubtedly grown significantly stronger. My talent, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have changed. Murong Lin turned to look at the system menu. Villain score, 820. Age, 19. Cultivation, first layer of the sky-reaching realm. Innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A-cup ointment, little villain halo, wrathful, selfish. Cultivation method, lifelessness law, mortal form, evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Skills, bloody river god finger, heart-hurting arrow, flowing cloud fluttering sleeve. Equipment, god sword bloody river, god sealing silver chains. Spirit familiar, bloody poisonous insect. Servants, the 108 levels of the Qingyi Tower, crippled. Inventory, several cultivation resources within the Ring of Holding, fragment of Great Villain Halo *4, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, Zhou Fan, Mysterious Ring, Long Chen, Seclusion Cultivation Card, Mystery Raffle Ticket. 2 intriguing finds this time. Hey? Auntie, use the Mystery Raffle Ticket. Murong Lin's grin widened. Ding! The Mystery Raffle Ticket has been activated, Master. Please proceed to spin the wheel. Murong Lin cast a peculiar glance at the virtual wheel that materialized before him. The wheel, a standard size, was divided into 100 segments, each representing a prize with a distinct allocation of space. The largest prize occupied 10% of the wheel, while the smallest claimed a mere 0.0001%. A button was presented before Murong Lin, indicating that he lacked the capability to manipulate the wheel using his spiritual powers. Such a pity, I can't cheat a little. Murong Lin grumbled, his eyes widening as he fixated on the items displayed on the wheel. His insatiable desire almost felt like it might consume him. The contents listed on the wheel were tantalizing: Demonic Emperor's Era, Gold Fenoya Wing Sword, Undying Divine Phoenix Pill, Decayed World Tree, Spectre Hearse, Three-Faced Ghost Servant. The array of captivating items proved overwhelmingly tempting. Murong Lin's gaze lingered on these entries, each valued in the thousands of villain value, if not soaring past the 10,000 mark. His eyes reddened almost instantly. Auntie! Come on, the system is supposed to be my ally, isn't it? Why not just hand all these over to me? What do you say? Auntie is having trouble comprehending Master's statement. Kindly initiate the wheel's spin, Master. Auntie's frigid tone reverberated, casting an immediate awkwardness upon Murong Lin. Without a choice, he simply commanded, commence the spin. He pressed the button, observing as the wheel surged with luminous radiance, each prize illuminating successively. Stop! 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 Murong Lin's fervent exclamation punctuated the air. He gazed in a mixture of excitement and disappointment as the luminous entries he coveted slipped past his vision. In an act of futile denial, he even attempted to grasp at the elusive air before him, only to catch nothing. The radiant display gradually halted within a segment that occupied a modest proportion of the wheel. Murong Lin looked at his prize. It was actually an item called the Bloodbat Locust. Chapter 93, Meteor Butterfly and Sword. Bloodbat Locust, an extremely malevolent, self-propagating demonic insect known to evolve and proliferate by feasting on life force. They possess flight capabilities and are able to mend their injuries by consuming blood from the moment of birth. The extent of their plunder fuels their exponential population growth. Gazing at the bloodbat locust that he had acquired, an odd expression edged Murong Lin's features. What a repugnant creature! It appears to be in league with another protagonist's insect swarm. His recollection harked back to a protagonist from his previous life, famous for running away, who commanded such a swarm, a ravenous force capable of consuming all in its path. However, the locust swarm he now possessed was even more odious, its sustenance predicated on life itself, be it human, demonic beast, tree, or any other sentient entity in existence. So long as a spark of spirit persisted, the swarm would voraciously consume it. Arise! Murong Lin summoned forth the swarm, which had already acknowledged him as their master. Before him materialized a legion of crimson, bat-winged locusts roughly 1,000 strong, each valued at 1 villain value within the system shop. Did this swarm of 1,000 insects then equate to a sum of 1,000 villain points? Could they be sold? Murong Lin surveyed the vanishing wheel pitifully, his expression laced with sadness as he itemized the remarkable prizes that had eluded his grasp. This one's perfect. How I wish I'd snagged that. Oh, that other one seems good as well, sigh. The swarm of locusts gliding before him all belonged to the origin realm, prompting a sense of unease within the bloody poisonous insect nestled within his bloody poisonous A-cup ointment. The insect's awareness extended to the outside swarm of blood-bat locusts. Though a single creature was no match for the bloody poisonous insect, the combined might of 1,000 proved a daunting adversary beyond its capability. Even Murong Lin would endure considerable hardship contending with such a formidable force. Their most formidable attributes resided in their remarkable consumption capabilities and their rapid reproductive rate. With an air of resignation, Murong Lin stowed the blood-bat locusts within the spirit-familiar storage bag, a provision granted by the system. At least the system exhibited a degree of consideration in this regard. Gazing pitifully at the system, Murong Lin spoke, "Enti, activate the seclusion cultivation card." True to its name, this item would conjure a hidden realm tailored for his cultivation. Yet, the specifics of this realm remained a mystery to him. Would it materialize as a lush jungle or a barren desert? Was it bound to be teeming with life or a desolate expanse? A tinge of nervousness overtook Murong Lin. The previous mystery raffle ticket had held the promise of splendid items, yet he ultimately emerged with a swarm of 1,000 blood-bat locusts. Ding! The seclusion cultivation card has been utilized. Congratulations to Master for obtaining the privilege to access the Meteor Butterfly Sword Hidden Realm for 3 months. The Meteor Butterfly Sword? Fuck. They've turned an entire novel world into a hidden realm. Murong Lin quipped sarcastically. In truth, he harbored a secret fondness for this concealed realm. It was none other than the Meteor Butterfly Sword. The captivating killer Zhonghu woven by Mr. Gulao. 4 preeminent assassins and an invincible killer, these 5 individuals occupied ranks within the top 20 characters birthed from Mr. Gulao's literary creations. In his previous life, this novel was adapted into shows and movies. This particular novel held a special place in Murong Lin's heart from his days on Planet Blue. Mr. Gulao's works resonated with him on a profound level. Upon concluding a reading, he would often find himself drawn back for another round, unearthing fresh insights with each revisit. Embedded within these narratives were Mr. Gulao's own perspectives on human existence and society. 3 months of access. Murong Lin pondered inwardly. He recognized that the system wouldn't provide him access to a realm of subpar martial arts cultivation. Rather, the realm's potency would be tailored to align with his current strength, much like the adjustments made to the Qingyi Tower. This assured him that he could seamlessly acclimate to this world. His excitement stemmed not merely from the killer protagonists and the trove of cultivation resources within, but from the notion that this realm lay under his control. Within Yan, the Ridge Fur Alliance lent their support, bolstered further by the overarching influence of the 10 great sects governing the Manhwa continent. Regardless of his audacity, he couldn't simply disregard their formidable presence. But now, even if he were to obliterate this world within the hidden realm, it would hold little consequence. This reality stemmed from the fact that the hidden realm was a reward bestowed by the system, exclusively for his benefit. Enti, does the protagonist of this realm count as a protagonist? Over the course of 3 months, I can do whatever I want during that time, right? Murong Lin inquired warily. The protagonist of this hidden realm does not count as a protagonist, and the 3-month access affords Master the freedom to do whatever you wish with it. Even dismantling it is permissible. Naturally, given Master's current strength, destroying it appears a remote possibility. Het. Upon hearing Auntie's taunting tone, Murong Lin responded indifferently, 3 months, hey? Then I'll step in right away. A notion struck him: he possessed the blood-bat locusts. Since obliterating the hidden realm held no consequence, Murong Lin could surely exploit this window to cultivate the blood-bat locusts to a sizable magnitude. Ding! Master's intent to enter the hidden realm has been detected. Initiating Master's teleportation to the hidden realm. Then, in an instant, Murong Lin vanished. Not far off, a few demonic beasts gradually approached, investigating the charred terrain below them. The remnants of hundreds of felled trees startled them anew, sending them fleeing in haste. By now, Murong Lin had successfully traversed into the world of the hidden realm, Meteor Butterfly Sword. Two prevailing forces held sway within the expanse of Meteor Butterfly Sword, Sun Yubo's Sun Manor and Wanpeng Wang's 12th Great Rock Gang. In this domain, governmental authority remained absent. The stability of the Jianghu hinged solely upon the influential factions operating within its precincts. Although these two powers appeared to maintain an unspoken truce, their hidden rivalries belied under their facade of harmony. Amidst the bounds of these entities rested the Merry Forest, a pleasure establishment frequented by the people of the Jianghu. This establishment catered to every imaginable human desire: wealth, women, scriptures, and more. Its owner was a woman named Gao Laode, who commanded a quartet of assassins under her banner. Among these subordinates was the collected yet weary protagonist, Meng Xinghun, accompanied by his close friends. Yes Yang, perpetually enshrouded in melancholy, the haughty, easy to jealous and brainless Xiao He, and the silent and emotionally charged Shi Kun comprised his close-knit circle. These four individuals were adopted by Gao Lauda during their childhoods. Raised within her care, they matured together, their unwavering allegiance tied to her as they executed her orders and ended lives in her name. Regrettably, Gao Lauda wasn't an ordinary figure, and Sun Yubo's and Wanpeng Wang's subordinates, Lu Xiang Chuan and Tu Depeng, disdained obscurity. Forming a pact, they fomented turmoil throughout the Huanggu. While the narrative centered around one of the assassins as the protagonist, the novel's other characters bore their own captivating tales. Among these figures, Han Tang stood out as one of the most renowned. Han Tang, one of the children Sun Yubo had rescued, regarded himself as the loyal hound of Sun Yubo. He remained devoted to his master, exhibiting an ice-cold, untamed, emotionless demeanor. Also, he loved to fish. This nameless man existed in isolation, detached from the world despite his superb mastery of assassination techniques. Every part of his body served as a lethal instrument to dispatch his enemies, a choice he embraced as long as it proved effective. Yet, Han Tang's tale concluded tragically, succumbing to an ambush orchestrated by Tu Depeng and his accomplices. Of course, the novel's most cryptic presence remained Sun Yubo. A saying permeated the Jianghu: when in trouble, seek Old Bo will handle it. With each appearance in the narrative, Sun Yubo would invariably resolve four distinct issues. With his formidable might, confronting the 12th Great Rock Gang posed no challenge to him. Curiously, however, he refrained from taking decisive action against them. Perhaps, his intentions lay in testing something hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 94, Entry. A blinding burst of light engulfed Murong Lin's senses before his arrival in an entirely unfamiliar locale. Despite the similarly lush surroundings, these trees differed substantially from those found in Yan's demonic beast forest. The foliage here instead resembled the evergreen woods of the northern region. Harnessing his divine senses, Murong Lin meticulously surveyed his environment as he circulated his spiritual powers. He sought the disparities distinguishing this hidden realm from the world he knew. Expanding the range of his senses, Murong Lin soon detected several demonic beasts within his vicinity. Swiftly, he propelled himself forward, closing the gap between himself and a nearby creature. Despite his intimate familiarity with Meteor Butterfly Sword, this realm now existed tangibly, harboring the potential for a myriad of mysteries. At present, the demonic beasts inhabiting this world appeared relatively unimposing. Gazing upon the flesh-refining realm demonic beast before him, Murong Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Is truly this the strength of the forest's apex predator? Could it be due to the hidden realm's modifications? Each hidden realm bore its unique attributes, consequently shaping divergent subsequent events. In this world, the scarcity of potent demonic beasts stood out to him. Continuing his journey, Murong Lin flew through unremarkable vegetation. Suddenly, his divine senses detected the distant echo of pursuit. In response, he immediately descended onto a tree, perching there to observe the unfolding tumult. That fiend! He murdered his own uncle. Let's see how far he can flee. Hurry, don't let him escape. The clamorous pursuit echoed through the woodland, punctuated by urgent footfalls. Murong Lin's eyes narrowed, a scene from the novel surfacing in his memory. At the story's beginning, numerous individuals sought out Sun Yubo's aid, and among them was Tai Cheng Gang. His uncle's mountain village had been razed by the three comrades of Yellow Mountain. During their ruthless campaign, they relentlessly pursued Tai Cheng Gang, ultimately driving him to the Sun Manor's doorstep. This scenario, in turn, drew forth the three individuals most closely tied to Sun Yubo. However, Tai Cheng Gang's second appearance was at his own brother's funeral, a tragic event that culminated in his own suicide. Seems like I'm witnessing the very beginning of the novel. As he observed, a figure emerged from the undergrowth, a man whose garments and flesh bore searing scars like coal. His visage contorted with bitterness as he sprinted relentlessly towards the direction of Suzhou, where Old Bo was. This solitary refuge held the promise of vengeance, the only sanctuary that could satisfy his burning desire for revenge. In hot pursuit behind him was a group of brawny men adorned in yellow garments. These were the devoted disciples of the forest tiger hero, Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang, once the closest friend of Tai Cheng Gang's uncle, had been swayed by the baseless accusations of the three comrades of Yellow Mountain, forsaking their bond to hunt him down. True to his name, Tai Cheng Gang surged forward with unyielding resolve, his body and spirit akin to unbreakable steel. His indomitable charge left the 13 disciples of Zhao Xiang trailing far behind, their expressions contorted with righteous fury and frustration. Their failure to apprehend Tai Cheng Gang dealt a blow to their pride, tarnishing their reputation as disciples of a hero. Then, an unexpected gust of wind swept through the scene as a figure descended gracefully from the trees. Everyone was stunned. Even Tai Cheng Gang couldn't resist stealing a glance backwards. In that split second, the glint of a blade slashed through the atmosphere. It was Murong Lin's blade. His fickle, unfeeling, merciless, and bond-severing blade. In a heartbeat, it mirrored the dawn's first streak of purple light. And then, it turned chillingly cold. The 13 disciples of Zhao Xiang, who had been relentlessly pursuing Tai Cheng Gang, regarded Murong Lin with curiosity as he sheathed his blade. However, before they could utter a word or make a move, their lives were snuffed out. From a distance, Tai Cheng Gang bore witness as hairline fractures spread across the bodies of the 13 men. Before his eyes, they crumbled like porcelain figurines, reduced to fragments upon impact with the ground. Not a single drop of blood was spilt. What remained was the shattered remains of corpses, and a sensation of dread washed over him. As if he had sensed something, his complexion drained of color once more. His focus shifted to a thicket nearby, from which 4 figures emerged. Among them was a brawny man, his fists balled with strength and his body draped in a tiger's hide. His enraged gaze flitted between the lifeless forms on the ground and settled menacingly upon Murong Lin. The remaining trio comprised elderly men with flowing white hair, their presence exuding an otherworldly aura. Each held a blade, their steely eyes locked onto Tai Cheng Gang. "Who are you?" inquired Zhao Xiang, his muscular frame cloaked in a tiger's pelt. Zhao Xiang wasted no time, springing into action the instant his words left his lips. His heart-ripping tiger claws unfurled in a deadly arc as he charged toward Murong Lin with an aura resonating from the sky-reaching realm. A spectral tiger manifested behind him, its yellow fur adorned with stark black stripes, and its presence brimming with malevolence. However, a familiar scene played out yet again. Murong Lin regarded Zhao Xiang with an arched eyebrow as his blade descended, quipping, "Tiger Forest Hero? The tigers here are quite pitiable." Zhao Xiang failed to discern any exceptional attributes in Murong Lin's attack. With undaunted confidence, he pressed forward, convinced he could readily overpower the blade that had dispatched 13 of his disciples. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The air of self-assuredness lingered on Zhao Xiang's expression as his head was cleaved into 8 distinct pieces. Meanwhile, the 3 comrades of Yellow Mountain had already launched their assault on Tai Cheng Gang. The three sword techniques were embodiments of their names. Yishi Dao Ren's blade was steadfast and robust, exuding courage and might. Yi Yun's sword was ethereal and elusive, seemingly able to lift heavy burdens with ease. Yi Quan's strikes were fluid and skillful. A sword-like manifestation materialized behind them, reminiscent of the manifestation transformations of the manifestation realm. Tai Cheng Gang's expression darkened with despair. As a mere origin realm cultivator, he stood no chance against the combined might of these three formidable opponents. However, Murong Lin was different. Chapter 95, Old Bo. On the auspicious occasion of Old Bo's birthday, the Chrysanthemum Garden was brimming with guests and presents. The entire event was a gathering of individuals from the Jianghu, representing a diverse range of backgrounds: gallant warriors, prosperous merchants, humble farmers, and even aspiring young heroes eager to make their mark. Old Bo, donning an appearance reminiscent of a simple farmer accustomed to toiling in the fields, stood at the entrance, his face illuminated with a warm and welcoming smile. Amidst the festivities, there were also individuals who arrived in tears, seeking Old Bo's assistance. With compassion, he readily agreed to aid them, leading them into his study to offer comfort and support. Accompanying Tai Cheng Gang, Murong Lin entered the scene, and they immediately captured the attention of Sun Jian, Tai Cheng Gang's close friend and Old Bo's son. Sun Jian's swift movements carried him through the air as he rushed to Tai Cheng Gang's side. Instantly registering Tai Cheng Gang's pitiable condition, his features contorted with rage. "Who's responsible for this?" he demanded, his demeanor akin to that of a furious lion. Observing the unfolding scene, Murong Lin couldn't help but be impressed by Sun Jian's presence. Despite appearing around the same age as him, Sun Jian was already a sky-reaching realm expert. This hidden realm was indeed remarkable. Tai Cheng Gang's eyes were heavy with sorrow as he recounted the tragedy. The culprits were the three comrades of Yellow Mountain. They razed Wanjing Mountain Village and took the lives of my 6 brothers. However, he quickly composed himself and introduced Murong Lin to Sun Jian. "This is Murong Lin, a first-rate expert who aided me in exacting my revenge." Hearing that Tai Cheng Gang's revenge had been settled, Sun Jian reined in his anger and turned appreciatively to Murong Lin. "I extend my deepest gratitude to you, brother, for your assistance. Please, join us inside. My father will surely extend a warm welcome." With Sun Jian's invitation, Tai Cheng Gang and Murong Lin were welcomed into the celebration. Murong Lin scanned the crowd, searching for Old Bo's presence, but was unable to locate him. Considering the situation, it appeared that Old Bo had retired to his study. However, amidst the sea of faces, another figure caught Murong Lin's attention. Liu Xiangchuan. Liu Xiangchuan was Sun Yu Bo's adopted son, and he played a crucial role as his right-hand man. Of course, he was also the greatest villain in Meteor Butterfly Sword. He orchestrated nearly every scheme within the story, steering events according to his will. Elegantly dressed and exuding an air of refinement, Liu Xiangchuan stood amidst the Chrysanthemum Garden, greeting the arriving guests. Sensing Murong Lin's gaze, Liu Xiangchuan met his eyes with a peculiar look before nodding politely and resuming his duties of welcoming other guests. Murong Lin observed him closely, his gaze shifting to assess the hidden weapons on Liu Xiangchuan's body using the knowledge he had gained from Yuan Sui Yun's legacy. His keen observation revealed the presence of several hidden weapons, at least a dozen in total. "Wow!" Murong Lin muttered softly to himself before redirecting his attention to Sun Jian and Tai Cheng Gang, who were engrossed in a conversation. The two were seemingly pleading with each other. Uninterested in their discussion, Murong Lin instead chose to observe the rest of the guests present in the Chrysanthemum Garden. Among the attendees, the majority were in the origin realm, with a smaller number at the manifestation realm level considered second-rate experts. Murong Lin had only identified 2 sky-reaching realm experts so far, Sun Jian and Liu Xiangchuan. Then, a sudden chill sent a shiver down Murong Lin's spine, causing him to swiftly turn his head in the direction from which the sensation had emanated. He caught a glimpse of an unkempt and unsightly figure swiftly darting past before disappearing from his field of view. The eerie sensation immediately put Murong Lin on alert, and he reacted swiftly. He recognized that figure Han Tang, one of the most formidable killers in this world. Han Tang had a mysterious reputation and overwhelming power, but despite his strength, he willingly chose to serve under Old Bo as his weapon and was even willing to lay down his life for him. As Murong Lin observed Han Tang's fleeting presence, he couldn't help but marvel. However, he wisely refrained from pursuing him. He knew that he couldn't catch up. An assassin would never allow someone to easily catch up to them and discover their presence. Unless that person was also an assassin. Murong Lin, realizing this, chose to remain seated, observing the unfolding events with a sense of boredom. After a while, Old Bo finally emerged from the gathering. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they were both acutely aware of each other. Murong Lin couldn't help but feel a mixture of shock and amazement. Sun Lao Bo was on the cusp of breaking through from the sky-reaching realm to the cognizance realm. In return, Old Bo's gaze held a blend of appreciation and intrigue. He could perceive the bloody resentment of at least 100,000 people from Murong Lin's eyes. Yet, a person like this did not exist. The Zhonghu? He asked, "This is?" Tai Cheng Gang quickly responded, "Old Bo, this is my savior, Murong Linier." Sun Jian stood nearby and promptly explained the situation to Old Bo, who nodded in comprehension. "I understand. Don't worry, I will seek justice for Duan Siu and the people of Wanjing Mountain Village." Tai Cheng Gang had faith in Sun Yu Bo's word. He knew that by tomorrow morning, the whole Zhonghu would be aware of the truth, and the souls of Duan Siu and the villagers could finally rest in peace. As Tai Cheng Gang cried in his misery, Sun Jian consoled him. Approaching Murong Lin, Sun Yu Bo asked, "Do you have any interest in joining the Sun Manor?" Murong Lin shook his head and replied, "This humble one has grown accustomed to a life of wandering, I apologize." Old Bo displayed no signs of displeasure at the refusal. Instead, he regarded Murong Lin with appreciation and encouraged him, "Young people should indeed embark on journeys." As the feast carried on, Murong Lin continued to observe the lively crowd while reminiscing about the events of the novels. A spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. When the banquet finally came to an end, Murong Lin graciously declined the invitations extended by Sun Jian and the others. Instead, he chose to take a leisurely stroll around Suzhou. Meanwhile, Old Bo had already gathered all available information about Murong Lin. He mused aloud, a first-rate expert who appeared out of thin air, surnamed Mu, a rare surname. Liu Xiangchuan couldn't help but voice his suspicions. Could he be a spy sent by Wan Peng Wang to gather information on us? There was an unsettling feeling that Liu Xiangchuan harbored upon encountering Murong Lin. It was as if a wolf had caught the scent of another wolf on a vast field, an instinctive recognition of a kindred aura. No. Old Bo spoke certainly. While he might not have had a complete understanding of Murong Lin's character, he was certain that Wan Peng Wang wouldn't employ such covert tactics for spying. Sun Jian chimed in with agreement, exactly. If he were a spy from Wan Peng Wang, he wouldn't have gone so far as to rescue Tai Cheng Gang. Liu Xiangchuan fell silent, refraining from further speculation. Then, Old Bo gave the gathered individuals his instructions, tasks that would test their respective abilities. However, these matters weren't of significant interest to Murong Lin. Following the leads he had garnered, Murong Lin directed his steps towards the Merry Forest. The Merry Forest served as the dwelling place of the story's protagonist, a location overseen by Gao Laodai. The four formidable assassins covertly supported her, ensuring the smooth operation of its affairs. However, Gao Laodai's tendencies were excessively ruthless. When she sensed a wavering loyalty from her subordinates, Meng Xinghun and Yes Yang, she spiraled into a dark and paranoid mindset, feeling betrayed by the world. In Murong Lin's perspective, subordinates were merely tools, not something that he would hold any emotions towards. Any sentimentality towards them could lead to detrimental consequences for all parties involved. He firmly believed that if a subordinate's loyalty wavered, or they expressed a desire to leave or halt their involvement, he would promptly intervene to eliminate them. Yes Yang's descent into alcoholism was attributed to his defeat and release by Han Tang in the story. However, Murong Lin harbored skepticism regarding this explanation. Based on the novel's portrayal and its adaptations, he leaned towards believing that other factors might be at play, such as some hidden guilt or transgressions on Yes Yang's part. One possibility that Murong Lin considered was Xiao Dai's situation. Xiao Dai, the daughter of Old Bo and Sun Jian's sister, became pregnant out of wedlock. Although the novel hinted at Liu Xiangchuan being responsible for her pregnancy through coercion, Murong Lin found this explanation lacking coherence with the subsequent events. Considering the circumstances, Murong Lin speculated that Yes Yang could be the actual father of Xiao Dai's child. To Murong Lin's reasoning, Yes Yang's avoidance of Xiao Dai and his subsequent relief upon her relationship with Meng Xinghun, his close friend, further supported this theory. This led to Yes Yang ultimately assassinating Old Bo on behalf of Meng Xinghun. He looked at Yes Yang, who was burying his sorrows in a bottle of alcohol, with a strange gaze as he circulated lifelessness law, altering his appearance to match Yes Yang's, before walking towards him. Chapter 96, Yes Yang and Xiao Dai. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me? Yes Yang, a master of the sky-reaching realm, sensed Murong Lin's approach almost immediately. In a burst of fury, Yes Yang cast aside the bottle he held, allowing it to shatter on the ground, and staggered ungracefully toward Murong Lin. I am you. Murong Lin's voice carried an almost hypnotic quality as he retorted, his words laced with an enchantment drawn from circulating lifelessness law. Though Yes Yang boasted the prowess of the fifth layer of the sky-reaching realm, his years of cultivation had lapsed, and coupled with his current state of intoxication, he became ensnared in Murong Lin's web of confusion. He spluttered, "Bullshit! If you are me, then who am I?" His intoxicated eyes were clouded and unfocused as he clutched at Murong Lin's collar, his brows knitted in confusion and anger. Drawing closer, Murong Lin whispered in a voice that dripped like honey into Yes Yang's ears, "You're Yes Yang ah? Have you forgotten your shame and resentment? Come! Take up your blade!" Yes Yang's arms were outreached as he noticed his own weapon. With a dramatic change to his expression, he shouted, "No! No! I don't want to!" In a display mirroring a stubborn child's resistance to a dreaded task, he writhed on the ground as another bottle of alcohol materialized in his hands. He refused to take up his own weapon, much less kill. Murong Lin shook his head helplessly as he advanced, the tendrils of his enchantment weaving deeper into Yes Yang's psyche. "Do you still remember Xiao Dai? She was the one that sent me here." At the mere mention of those two words, Xiao Dai, Xiang's complexion faltered almost instantly as his silhouette flickered, appearing before Murong Lin. He stared at him as he asked, "Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai?" It was Xiao Dai. He looked at the face that was identical to his own expression rather strange. As he spoke, it was as if he had remembered something, and his expression swiftly worsened. "I am not worthy to even utter her name, I am not." His words tumbled out like those of a tormented soul on the brink of madness. Agitatedly, he shook his head, his self-loathing palpable. He had a visceral disdain for his own being. "No. You are." Murong Lin grabbed his shoulders, forcing him still. "Xiao Dai is still waiting for you to avenge her. She is still waiting for you to save her. Do you not want to save her? Will you stand by and let her suffer?" "No. I want to protect Xiao Dai." "Protect Xiao Dai?" Yes Yang's fervent declaration echoed through the air. A knowing smile graced Murong Lin's lips as he reached into his spirit-familiar bag, withdrawing 100 blood bat locusts and presenting them to Yes Yang. "Observe these creatures closely. With diligent nurturing, you can obtain the power to rescue Xiao Dai. Remember this well. These entities possess an insatiable appetite and extraordinary power. In this world, the blood-bat locusts stood as supreme entities, rivaled only by humans. The realm's demonic beasts, mostly limited to the flesh-refining realm, paled in comparison to their might. Yes Yang regarded the 100 blood-bat locusts in his hand, his expression changing dramatically as he discerned their potent strength within the origin realm. While he had encountered locusts before, these blood-bat locusts possessed an unprecedented strength. They were creatures that had never graced his knowledge. Them? Can they do it? He asked in a daze. Of course they can. Think about it, a swarm of thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands of these blood-bat locusts descending upon a foe. Even first-rate experts would find survival a daunting endeavor, don't you think? And should the targets be of second-rate caliber, the outcome would be nothing short of inevitable. Murong Lin patiently shared his strategy with Yes Yang, helping him see the path ahead more clearly. Yes Yang, though initially hesitant, began to absorb the guidance with genuine interest. As Murong Lin explained how to work with the blood-bat locusts, Yes Yang's drunken fog seemed to lift, replaced by a determined focus. With Murong Lin's patient coaching, he quickly picked up the methods and precautions required. He controlled the locusts, which Murong Lin had already given up some authority over, as his eyes became bright. Alone, he might struggle, but he saw a chance for success with their strength. The lives of the blood-bat locusts became a currency he was willing to spend, an expendable resource that he could accept sacrificing. After all, they were not human lives, and the weight of their sacrifice wouldn't burden his conscience. As his vision of that man solidified in his mind, his determination swelled. The desire for revenge burned brightly within him, stronger than ever. Murong Lin continued, "Good luck. I believe in you. You are me, and I am you." After he finished speaking, with the aid of evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness, he vanished. The still somewhat dazed Yes Yang didn't search for him, instead, he caressed the 100 blood-bat locusts carefully as he mumbled to himself. "My babies. We'll achieve our goal soon. I'll let you all have your fill. All of you must kill everything that blocks my path. Kill them all." His gaze became frenzied. In the next instant, he disappeared from the forest. Not long after, yet another human silhouette descended from the skies. Carefully inspecting the surroundings, it spoke, "Yes Yang? Are you here?" He was none other than Xuanhuan, Yes Yang's close friend, and one of the 4 great assassins of Gao Laodai. And also, he was the protagonist of Meteor Butterfly Sword. He had a fate similar to a comet. Xuanhuan carefully inspected his vicinity, and after confirming that Yes Yang wasn't avoiding him, he looked at the shattered bottle on the ground as his expression became solemn. Then, he simply left. And then, yet another human silhouette flew here, sneakily following behind Xuanhuan. He was Xiaohe, one of the 4 great assassins, someone who was considered to be their younger brother. He was the first to follow Gao Laodai, causing seeds of envy to sprout within him as Xuanhuan and the 2 others stole away the concern that Gao Laodai had showered upon him. This festering jealousy had nurtured his resentment towards them. Among the 4 great assassins under Gao Laodai's command, both Yes Yang and Qi Kun boasted expertise at the 5th level of the sky-reaching realm. Xuanhuan, trailing just behind, stood at the 4th level. Meanwhile, the youngest of them, Xiaohe, occupied the 2nd level of the same realm. Xiaohe's gaze swept dismissively over the spilt alcohol, his disdain evident. He knew that the once mighty Yes Yang, the most formidable subordinate of Gao Laodai, was now crippled. Turning his attention to Xuanhuan's back, a cold, sardonic laugh escaped his lips. "I'm eager to witness Gao Laodai's intentions for you. How amusing that she dispatched me to remind you." He sneered, his face clouded with envy. In the meantime, Murong Lin had made his way to a riverside, his eyes locked on his reflection shimmering in the water. Lost in contemplation, he pondered deeply. Behind him, a girl draped in a scarlet cloak approached, her demeanor marked by a sense of melancholy. She reached the water's edge, peering into the reflective surface of the river. It wasn't clear whether her sympathetic gaze was directed to someone else, or for herself. According to Meng Xinghun's own description, she possessed an ethereal beauty akin to a water nymph emerging from the river's depths. However, her allure was not accompanied by any martial cultivation. In fact, she was merely an unassuming mortal, a stark contrast to her lineage as the daughter of Sun Yubo, a renowned figure of great strength. It seemed as though she had consumed a large amount of alcohol, but she didn't seem intoxicated. She had never succumbed to drunkenness. Murong Lin's gaze lingered on her, taking in the crimson cloak that adorned her form and the aura of melancholy that shrouded her. The sight stirred a wellspring of compassion within him. But Xiao Dai didn't think so. Her gaze fixed on the young man crouched at the river's edge, precariously balanced on the precipice of plunging into the waters below. A question escaped her lips: "Are you seeking death?" In her mind, Murong Lin and herself shared a bond of kinship, both drawn to this river with an intent that echoed a desire for release from life's burdens. Day after day, she would venture to this very riverside, thoughts of ending her existence engulfing her mind. Yet, she had never mustered the final resolve to carry out the act. Deep down, she understood that she couldn't die. Over the years, she had intervened in numerous suicide attempts at this very spot, lovers seeking an escape, bereaved widows, desolate merchants abandoned by their spouses. Her empathy extended to them, even as she wrestled with her own despair. With a gentle warmth that she reserved for others, she spoke softly, "Should you truly seek to embrace death, I won't dissuade you. Yet, let me ask you this, have you truly lived?" Xiao Dai's voice, though soft, carried a clarity that resonated with purpose. "Isn't it rather foolish for one to seek death without having truly experienced life?" Her words could deter most of the people who had recklessly journeyed to this place to end their lives. However, Murong Lin wasn't such a reckless person, and he wasn't a person who would take his own life. "I died once." He knew that Xiao Dai possessed a genuine capacity to listen, a trait often found in those who offered solace to others. Murong Lin believed that she wouldn't divulge the words he had spoken to her, and of course, even if his words were shared, it wouldn't affect anything. After dispelling the heart demon that had once plagued the original occupant of his current body, a lingering unease continued to gnaw at him. The sensation felt all too familiar, a haunting presence he recognized all too well. Misery, despair, resentment, madness. It mirrored the same heart demon that had been bequeathed to him by the previous Murong Lin upon his demise. Now, he found himself wrestling with his very own heart demon. Ever since his transmigration, Murong Lin had walked on a path of slaughter, and he knew that this wasn't because he had a heroic heart. This was due to his own fear. He feared that everything was fake. He regarded human lives as insignificant as ants, dispatching them without a second thought as he pursued his own unrestrained desires. Because his death was real. The death of his past life was his heart demon. Chapter 97, Creating the Heaven and Earth Blade Art. Murong Lin's life was a cycle of corporate servitude, the clock dictating his existence from 9 to 5. Friendships eluded him, and love seemed a distant notion, unnecessary in his solitary realm. His grandfather, his soul kin, had succumbed to illness early on, leaving Murong Lin to navigate life's currents alone. His evenings were marked by a simple hobby, sipping tea in his room while immersed in books. Then, on an ordinary day, chaos erupted as fire consumed his workplace. Murong Lin was resting in the break room, on his way out when he realized that the door was locked. It was locked from the outside. Someone outside locked it. Someone had just locked it. Stunned and helpless, Murong Lin's eyes were fixed on the advancing inferno. Desperation fueled his screams for aid and curses, but it fell on deaf ears. It was as if everyone had escaped and left him here alone. The room quickly filled with suffocating smoke, followed by the scorching heat of the flames. Murong Lin dropped to his knees, his pleas becoming desperate cries for salvation, but they seemed to dissipate into the chaos, unanswered. Trapped and isolated, the absence of windows made escape impossible. Smoke had infiltrated the vents, erasing any hope of relief. The solid door taunted him, his attempts to break through proving futile. There was no escape. Was his entrapment an accidental twist of fate or a malevolent act of someone else? The former seemed impossible given the circumstances. Coughing relentlessly, Murong Lin remained prostrated on the ground, his futile attempts to find reprieve thwarted by the engulfing smoke. Tears and mucus streamed down his face, a testament to the relentless coughs that racked his body. His once pale skin now glowed with a fiery red hue, the unrelenting assault of the smoke taking its toll. Despite the passage of time, no one came. Within his racing thoughts, a bitter speculation took root. Was his predicament a result of someone's malevolent scheme? He mentally retraced his recent interactions, searching for any potential enemies, yet no one seemed to bear such intense resentment towards him. Ultimately, he was left with a stark conclusion, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps this dire situation was born of a casual impulse. The thought sent shivers down his spine. It was as if a child had unknowingly poked a man's eyes and rendered him blind. It was a seemingly insignificant gesture with grave consequences. Such a notion suggested that someone outside had recognized his presence in the break room as they fled to safety. And in a cruel twist of fate, they had chosen to lock him in, sealing his doom. This wasn't driven by hatred, and it wasn't a crime. It was a manifestation of pure, unadulterated evil. Soon, the engulfing flames would consume the space, leaving no trace of the tragic events that had unfolded. Unbeknownst to anyone, a seemingly perfect crime was in the making. Such a sinister prospect would thrill a certain kind of mind. In the midst of it all, Murong Lin succumbed to despair, surrendering to the inevitability of his fate. In the end, overwhelmed by despair, Murong Lin sank to the ground as his consciousness faded into oblivion. But even after his reincarnation, his spirit remained burdened by an overwhelming emotion, hatred. Since he embarked on his path of cultivation, his memory had grown sharper, each detail was etched with precision. This heightened awareness allowed him to vividly replay every facet of that fatal moment. The footsteps beyond the door, their ominous pause, the audible click of the lock, the subsequent running, and the eerie laughter that followed. These details in his memory only proved to serve his suspicions. There had indeed been someone outside that door, someone who had purposefully locked it, orchestrating his demise. No, this wasn't a crime with a specific target. Anyone else seeking refuge in that break room would have met the same grim fate. It was pure evil. The evils of humanity. When individuals find themselves in situations where they can evade legal consequences, the constraints of morality and law often unravel, exposing the depths of their inherent evil. Murong Lin was not exempt from this human condition. He was not a saintly figure, untainted by mortal desires. He understood envy and anger, and he knew the taste of hatred and indulgence. In the wake of his helplessly cruel demise, an unwavering resolve ignited within him to grow stronger. If he had possessed sufficient power, that very door would not have held him back. As Murong Lin recounted his narrative, a cascade of thoughts tumbled through his mind. Upon concluding his tale, he turned his gaze to Xiao Dai, who sat beside him. While modern language might have been lost on her, the emotions that had saturated his account were palpable even across the language barrier. Xiao Dai could sense the currents of sorrow and bitterness that had surged through Murong Lin's heart. She recognized that a person like Murong Lin wouldn't resort to suicide. In response, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. In that case, you must ensure to lead a fulfilling life. It's the way to eventually uncover the identity of that evil person who had locked you in. Her sympathy was evident, and her lips seemed poised to convey something more. Yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, her words remained unspoken. Murong Lin understood her intentions. She was trying to persuade him. I do want to find him. First, I'd thank him for bestowing upon me this chance. Then, without a hint of mercy, I'd subject him to torments beyond imagination, suffering more harrowing than death itself. With those words, he reclined, lying on the grass beneath him as he gazed at the darkening expanse of the night sky above. In this moment, he had finally released the pent-up sentiments that had long festered within. Throughout this life, whether interacting with servants, friends like Ma Jianzhou, or even foes like Sheng Yi, he had never harbored such thoughts. You should. Xiao Dai responded with a solemn nod. Resolute determination flickered in her eyes. For her, the object of revenge was Liu Xiangchuan, a man who had forcibly taken her, a man who had slain any who dared approach her. She wanted to torture him, kill him. However, facing the formidable might of Liu Xiangchuan, Xiao Dai knew she was utterly outmatched. As the encroaching fog obscured her surroundings, she readied herself to depart. To her astonishment, the spot where Murong Lin had been lying was now vacant, save for a solitary bag. Approaching cautiously, Xiao Dai unfastened the bag and peered inside. A peculiar sight met her eyes: 100 locusts, but these insects bore a bloody and malevolent aura unlike any ordinary locusts. An unsettling sensation gripped Xiao Dai, though her curiosity spurred her to pick up a piece of paper nestled amidst the creatures. It bore a message. Don't you want your revenge? Within this bag are 100 locusts possessing third-rate cultivations. By nourishing them with lives, you can enhance their reproduction rate and strength. They shall heed your every command with unwavering loyalty. This is the sole assistance I can offer. Shock coursed through Xiao Dai as she regarded the eerie locusts. Overcoming her trepidation, she followed the instructions inscribed on the paper, testing her newfound authority over the unsettling creatures. As if bound by an unbreakable bond, each of the locusts obeyed Xiao Dai's will without question, becoming an extension of her very being. With this, she effectively commanded 100 third-rate realm creatures at her disposal. Her expression shifted as she grappled with the magnitude of this situation, but ultimately she returned the locusts to their original position and departed. Murong Lin had no doubt in his mind Xiao Dai would return. The fact that she had refrained from destroying the blood-bat locusts was a testament to her intent. Meanwhile, Murong Lin's relentless search continued. He scoured for individuals bearing significant luck and strength, coupled with festering grudges that they lacked the power to settle. His search yielded 7 such candidates, and through an array of methods and bewitchments, he divided the 700 blood-bat locusts among them. And now, the last 100 blood-bat locusts remained in his command. The initial step toward his grand objective to consume this hidden realm had been successfully completed. Now, the hunt for his opponents commenced. In this world, a multitude of sky-reaching realm experts existed, each a potential target for his challenges. Despite the time he would expend in confronting them, Murong Lin held no reservations. Having witnessed Sun Yubo's formidable might, he recognized that this realm presented an invaluable opportunity to sharpen himself and solidify his foundation. Moreover, the insights gleaned from absorbing Sheng Yi's memories had propelled his mastery of spiritual techniques to new heights. After painstakingly completing the intricate process of assimilating the spiritual skills into the lifelessness law, Murong Lin found his once steady foundation trembling on unstable ground. Sheng Yi's memories had gifted him a trove of spiritual skills. Among these were 4 lower vast grade skills, an impressive 15 from the higher Baron grade, and hundreds from the lower Baron grade. This influx triggered a rapid evolution of his lifelessness law, aided by the additional fragments of knowledge he had gathered from the Shui clan and Imperial Palace. The staggering amalgamation amounted to over 1 million scriptures assimilating with the lifelessness law. However, the overwhelming influx came with a drawback. The sheer volume of techniques at his disposal left him in a state of disarray. Amidst a battle, the multitude of options could cause him to falter, uncertain of which skill to employ at any given moment. Determined to refine his combat skills, Murong Lin set his sights on blade techniques. Among his repertoire, the 10-direction demon sealing technique held the pinnacle at the higher Baron grade, accompanied by the lower Baron grade techniques, cold emotionless blade and godless blade. Unfortunately, his current cultivation restricted him from fully employing any of these techniques. However, this didn't stop him from embarking on an arduous journey to meld these three skills with the vast array of blade techniques he had accumulated. Infused with his innate talent of wrathful, selfish, he crafted a blade technique uniquely suited to his attributes. The grueling process spanned 3 days, culminating in the emergence of 3 distinctive styles: Skynet, Catastrophe, and Dark Sky. These newfound creations became the cornerstones of his ultimate technique, the Heaven and Earth Blade Art. With this achievement, Murong Lin had successfully birthed his own ultimate technique, a skill that stood at the higher sky grade. Chapter 98, Han Tang. Lu Xiang Chuan's grievous error of killing Old Bo's friend cast the Zhonghu into turmoil, sparking a fierce conflict between the Sun Manor and the 12th Great Rock Gang. Tai Cheng Gang, burdened by guilt, chose to end his own life after laying his friends to rest. Sun Jian, who then buried Tai Cheng Gang, met his demise in an ambush during the burial. Meanwhile, a blade-wielding expert emerged in the Zhonghu. Despite his youthful appearance, he was already a first-rate expert. Firstly, he attacked the borders of the Yan clan's territory. The Yan clan was taken aback as the young expert displayed an uncanny mastery of their lost arts, specifically the zombie fist. Reacting to this threat, they dispatched their forces to eliminate him. Armed solely with his blade, the young expert confronted the Yan family's elder, a first-rate cultivator, and emerged victorious from their clash. Soon after, he executed the Yan clan's leader with only 2 swift blade strikes, leaving the clan's territory soon after. His reputation swiftly permeated every corner of the Zhonghu, Murong Lin. His name was Murong Lin. Subsequently, Murong Lin emerged at the Su clan castle. With a mere 3 masterful strokes of his blade, he dispatched the castle's leader and ruthlessly extinguished the lives of the 175 inhabitants. News of this staggering event rippled through the Zhonghu, akin to a seismic shockwave. Su Qing-song, whose strength had long since transcended into the realm of first-rate experts, was believed to stand above Murong Lin in terms of power. Yet, Murong Lin achieved the seemingly impossible act of ending his life. His blade technique and unforgiving brutality earned him a notorious moniker within the Zhonghu, the Thin-Bladed Demon. This title was bestowed due to his uniquely slender blade. Subsequently, Murong Lin embarked on another devastating spree, toppling the northern bandits' 13 fortresses, leaving death and destruction in his wake. His name resounded like thunder across the world. Concurrently, the demonic locust plague surged to prominence. Though the exact moment of their emergence remained shrouded, the onslaught of tens of thousands of locusts just 3 to 4 days prior plunged the region into chaos, ravaging the autumn harvests. A multitude of Zhonghu experts ventured forth to quell the locust invasion, yet not a single soul returned from the mission. The swarming locusts' strength grew incessantly, inflicting insurmountable casualties upon third-rate experts, even denting the ranks of the second-rate. Only then did the alarm bells in the minds of the public begin to ring, signaling the alarming scale of the encroaching catastrophe. The revelation that locusts held the power to defeat even second- and third-rate experts shook the realm. Unbeknownst to many, nearly 1,000 crimson locusts clandestinely merged within the swarm, orchestrating the controlled descent of their brethren upon these lands while concealing their own presences. By now, blood-bat locusts of the manifestation realm had emerged as well. By a tranquil riverside, an unassuming figure with a worn appearance idly fished, gaze fixed upon the drifting rod. Beside him stood a nondescript man, his attire and countenance equally inconspicuous Meng Xinghun. Meng Xinghun's gaze lingered upon the seemingly ordinary fisherman before him, unsure of how to proceed. Abruptly, 2 men sprinted towards them, their garments drenched in blood as they shouted in distress. Trailing close behind were 3 pursuers. Meng Xinghun immediately turned towards the source of the commotion. The 2 individuals racing towards them were unmistakably clad in the attire of the Sun Manor. As they reached Han Tang, the 2 newcomers collapsed to their knees, their pleas frantic, "Please, save us! Like you, we are loyal followers of Old Bo. The elder young master, Sun Jian, has been slain. We do not fear death, but it is crucial that this news reaches Old Bo. Should you decide to offer aid this once, Old Bo will unquestionably extend his gratitude towards both of you. You are no strangers to the depths of Old Bo's camaraderie. Meng Xinghun's face contorted with a peculiar expression, while Han Tang exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly deaf to the plea. Meng Xinghun couldn't help but admire Han Tang's unwavering demeanor. Meanwhile, the trio of pursuers, armed and relentless, roared, "Haven't we already warned you? Fleeing is futile, your fate is sealed. Since we've come this far, we must first report to the master." Then, "Who among you is the master?" Stepping back, Meng Xinghun responded, "I am merely here to fish." Meng Xinghun's response inadvertently insinuated that the unassuming man beside him held the true authority in this domain. Han Tang remained silent. The trio continued to speak, "Whoever they may be, surrender these two vermin to us, and matters can be settled. If not, these two are under the command of Old Bo. They bear responsibility for the demise of our comrades. Just as every wrongdoer has a debt to repay, every transgression has a reckoning." Han Tang offered a solemn nod. "Indeed, every wrongdoer has a debt to repay, every transgression a reckoning. Are you certain you desire these two?" Startled, the three men hesitated momentarily before confirming, "Yes." With a measured tone, Han Tang said, "Very well." And in that instant, he executed the two individuals before casting their lifeless forms towards the trio. A collective shock gripped both the trio and Meng Xinghun. Only now did Meng Xinghun realize the ruse, a clever trap engineered to ensnare Han Tang. His attention was drawn to the hidden weapons adorning the corpses of the two men. One hit, one kill weapons were stitched into their palms, a detail he had initially overlooked. The trio then respectfully saluted, "Now that they are dead, we have no further business here. We shall take our leave." With that, they turned to run. However, their escape was abruptly cut short as a glimmering streak of light materialized, severing their heads from their bodies. The detached heads hurtled in Meng Xinghun's direction, landing on the ground before him. A hulking figure clad in cotton garbs brandished a blade as he advanced towards Han Tang and Meng Xinghun. These 5 individuals were the men of the 12th Great Rock Gang. Their performance aimed to deceive you. You shouldn't have permitted their departure. Han Tang inquired, "You know Old Bo?" The man experienced a brief moment of astonishment. "Certainly, Old Bo once rendered me his assistance." "You are well aware of his benevolence." Absorbing the praise he lavished upon Old Bo, Han Tang responded with a nod, "I am truly grateful." Meng Xinghun's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. He recognized Han Tang's character, a person who rarely expressed gratitude. With a flick of his wrist, Han Tang swung the fishing rod, its line looping around the burly man's form. Although the fishing line possessed some degree of sharpness, it paled in comparison to a blade. Han Tang, unfortunately, had underestimated the strength of the burly man and the blade's keen edge. In an instant, the fishing line weapon was severed. Han Tang was at the 6th layer of the sky-reaching realm. His form wavered, and in an instant, 3 additional figures materialized at his side. Each of them addressed Han Tang with a declaration. 2 cities 2 de rock. Luo rivers Luo Jin rock. Xiao Heibor's Xiao Yin rock. Yuan Chang's Yuan Nu rock. Murong Lin, the rock slayer. Before grins could fully manifest, another voice interjected. Of the group, only these 4 were dispatched to eliminate Han Tang. But now, 5 voices rang out. They turned behind them, only to notice a young man dressed in cotton garbs with a thin knife in hand. They were perplexed. Han Tang was indifferent, while Meng Xinghun shouted, "Thin-bladed demon, Murong Lin!" And with this exclamation, everyone knew of this young man's identity. Tu de Rock eyed Murong Lin with wariness, but his eyes then shifted to what lay behind him. Casually waving his arm, Murong Lin scoffed, "What are you looking at?" Your friend? That iron-headed little fellow? TCH, I had to strike twice to cleave his skull in two. His nonchalant tone conveyed the image of a mundane task, as if he had exerted the same effort required to cleave a tree trunk in two. His words clarified the grim reality for Two de Rock. The 12th Great Rock Gang was now the 11th Great Rock Gang, having lost one of their first-rate experts to a solitary and wretched death outside the mountain pass. Two de Rock's expression underwent a drastic change. Regardless of Murong Lin's affiliation with Old Bo, it was unmistakable that he had no goodwill towards them. The prospect of eliminating Han Tang today seemed to be slipping away, and the four turned to retreat, only to be halted by both Murong Lin and Han Tang. By this point, Murong Lin had already ascended to the second layer of the sky-reaching realm. He stood unperturbed, his blade aimed towards the trio of third-layer sky-reaching realm experts and the solitary fifth-layer sky-reaching realm expert. And the sixth-layer sky-reaching realm expert, Han Tang, attacked without any hesitation. Two de Rock and his companions were left with no choice but to defend themselves. Meng Xinghun, on the other hand, remained a passive observer positioned on the sidelines. His purpose in coming here today was to kill Han Tang. Chapter 99, Slaughtering Three Rocks. Han Tang's swiftness, honed by his deadly profession, allowed him to make the first move. He leapt into action, flying toward Two de Rock's exposed back, wielding a sword that lacked a scabbard. Two de Rock, however, displayed impressive reflexes and swiftly turned to confront Han Tang. Meanwhile, the remaining trio of assailants set their sights on Murong Lin. Despite his reputation, Murong Lin was only a second-layer sky-reaching realm cultivator, and the three attackers, all third-layer sky-reaching realm experts, believed they could easily overpower him. As they descended upon him, forming the shape of the character, each attacker executed their unique technique. Luojin Rock charged with a heavy blade, bringing the force of a mountain's weight in his attack. Xiaojin Rock's metallic arms clashed together, creating a sharp sound reminiscent of clashing metals. Yuan Nu Rock's anger fueled his assault, causing his hair to stand and his body to turn red, transforming him into what seemed like a raging flame demon. Their coordinated attacks came from three directions, aiming to surround Murong Lin. Murong Lin silently raised his weapon as his gaze remained calm, and with a calm expression, Murong Lin raised his weapon and swung his blade. Skynet style. With a single swing of his blade, countless invisible blade chi erupted, forming an expansive net that hung in the air, momentarily immobilizing the three attackers. Forced to change their trajectories mid-air, each of them dodged in different directions. The hint of a smile on Murong Lin's lips grew slightly as he executed a swift swing of his blade, causing the invisible net to constrict rapidly towards Yuan Nu Rock, who was approaching from that direction. The thousands of blade chi strands forming the sky net condensed instantaneously into a tiny wisp of blade chi, compressed to its limits. Yuan Nu Rock's complexion turned deathly pale as he hurriedly summoned a large shield to defend against this impending attack. Simultaneously, an enraged eagle manifested behind him, its wings flapping furiously. Yuan Nu Rock's face became even redder, almost as if it were about to burst with rage. His fury was palpable, but it was incapable of transforming into a protective force. The blade chi struck his manifestation transformation, slicing through it as if it were paper. Even with the mighty eagle's wings shielding him, it proved futile against the condensed power of the blade chi. The blade chi collided with the shield with a resounding ping, instantly shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The expression of rage on Yuan Nu Rock's face dissipated, replaced by a stark paleness that drained all color from his complexion. His once fiery complexion turned ashen, devoid of any trace of blood. As his body was fragmented into a gory display in midair, the spurts of blood from his body resembled a gruesome spectacle of blossoming fireworks against the sky. Beside them, Luojin Rock and Xiaoyin Rock, who had managed to evade the attack, were both stunned and infuriated. They hadn't anticipated that as three third-layer sky-reaching realm experts confronting a mere second-layer sky-reaching realm opponent, they would lose one of their own so swiftly. Discarding any pretense of hiding their trump cards, they unleashed their ultimate techniques and charged toward Murong Lin. Behind them, their respective manifestation transformations manifested a golden rock and a silver rock. Luojin Rock, holding his long sword, radiated a golden aura as he locked his fierce gaze onto Murong Lin. With resolute determination, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Golden Rock Moon Crashing Strike. Xiaoyan Rock, on the other hand, illuminated his two fists with a brilliant silver glow as he charged toward Murong Lin. All 10 of his fingers emitted a silvery light, representing his ultimate technique, the Silver Rock Heart Gouging Claw. Murong Lin, their intended target, shifted his body and swung his blade once more, creating an attack so potent that it caused his hands to tremble. Catastrophe Style. This strike did not produce any visible blade chi, instead, it was eerily silent. While Luojin Rock appeared undeterred, Xiaoyan Rock's complexion underwent an immediate change. Streaks of light emerged on his body as it shimmered with a silver radiance. The lines of light continued to intensify, forming a rift that exploded Xiaoyan Rock's body into dust in a blinding flash. With a resounding ping, Xiaoyan Rock's form vanished, as if he had been utterly erased by a catastrophe. Simultaneously, his impending attack was reduced to nothingness, never reaching its intended target. Luojin Rock, who had witnessed his own brother's dreadful demise in his peripheral vision, wore a horrified expression that slowly transformed into relief as he realized the attack wasn't aimed at him. He relaxed somewhat and observed as his strike cleaved Murong Lin in half, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Who cared about the supposed thin-bladed demon or the notions of a demonically talented blade deist? In the end, he still perished by Luojin Rock's hands. Ha! Luojin Rock retrieved his longsword, a sense of relief washing over him as he turned his attention towards Murong Lin's supposed lifeless form. However, his relief was short-lived as he witnessed Murong Lin's body gradually dissolve into nothingness. What? Luojin Rock's countenance underwent a swift and drastic change. His pupils dilated as he stared in disbelief at the spot where Murong Lin had been lying. No. That was Murong Lin's afterimage. An afterimage that was left due to his unfathomable speed. Realization dawned upon Luojin Rock in an instant. He should have realized it sooner, considering that not a single drop of blood had been spilled. Luojin Rock was now acutely aware that the speed required to leave behind such a convincing afterimage was something he had witnessed before in another person. It was their gang leader, the Wan Rock King. He knew it now, but it was far too late. A dreadful pu sound appeared from his chest. He instinctively lowered his gaze to discover the source, a paring knife's blade tip protruding through his flesh. It pierced through his manifestation transformation and penetrated into his back, tearing apart both his blood and soul with its presence. Catastrophe, it was a fitting name. Murong Lin smoothly sheathed his blade, its edge untainted by a single drop of blood. His technique, the catastrophe style, didn't target just one person, it had the precision to hit a second target in succession. It was a technique with rapid speed, and it was his second blade, the catastrophe style. Luojin Rock's lifeless form crumpled to the ground, amidst the blood mists that erupted from his brother's corpses that had yet to fully disperse in the air. With a casual glance at Meng Xinghun, who was transfixed by the ongoing battle between Han Tang and himself, Murong Lin turned his attention to Han Tang. As the strongest sword under Sun Yubo's command, Han Tang faced off against the fiercest dog under Wan Rock King's command. The battle between the two of them promised to be an exciting and intense spectacle. Tu De Rock's manifestation transformation was a bald eagle with barely any feathers, working in perfect synchrony with Tu De Rock as they jointly attacked Han Tang. Curiously, Murong Lin couldn't fathom why Han Tang hadn't released his own manifestation transformation, yet he instinctively sensed that Han Tang didn't need it. In just a few brief exchanges, Han Tang seized the opportunity to grasp Tu De Rock's left shoulder and, with a terrifying ruthlessness, tore it off to wield it as a makeshift weapon. For both Murong Lin and Meng Xinghun, this was a level of brutality they had never before encountered. Nor had they witnessed such a savage method of killing. While Han Tang maintained a composed expression, his eyes drifted elsewhere. Tu Darok, on the other hand, had a growing sense that he had been laid bare and vulnerable. In the next instant, Han Tang impaled Tu Darok's chest with his own arm, extinguishing his life without delay. Now, the 4 sky-reaching realm experts who had arrived with the intent to kill Han Tang were dead. Murong Lin couldn't help himself from feeling a sense of admiration. Han Tang's approach to murder was unconventional. He used almost anything as a weapon, even his enemy's own limbs. Then, he also had a chilling composure in the act of killing. His strikes were surgical in their precision, eliminating foes with a single deadly blow. On the other hand, Murong Lin's blade art leaned toward erasing any trace of his enemies, ensuring there was no escape, even in death. Han Tang's method, however, rested on an unwavering self-assurance, a belief that his chosen target would undoubtedly meet their end at the hands of his single, decisive attack. Meng Xinghun held his ground, cold beads of sweat tracing a path down his forehead, a trait valuable for a seasoned assassin. Murong Lin cast a fleeting glance in his direction, yet found no reason to concern himself with Meng Xinghun further. The current Meng Xinghun had yet to earn the moniker of the Comet, and as such, Murong Lin saw no cause to deal with him. Han Tang soared to the space between Meng Xinghun and Murong Lin, then turned to address the latter with gratitude. "I am grateful for your assistance, Your Eminence." Murong Lin brushed off the gratitude with a casual wave of his arm. "I am at your service for any further guidance." Chapter 100, The Chaos in the North. Except for Meng Xinghun, no one knew the exact details of what transpired that day. No one had witnessed Murong Lin's third blade, and only Han Tang's blinded eye bore testimony to the intensity of that battle. Meng Xinghun returned to Merry Forest, his usual calm demeanor replaced by an unsettling unease. Even Gao Lauda sensed his disquiet. She inquired, "What's troubling you?" Meng Xinghun lay in a house, gazing at Gao Lauda, who had just entered. He responded somberly, "Have you ever found the night to be terrifying?" Gao Lauda chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Terrifying? With lanterns casting their glow, the night becomes a canvas for indulgence and revelry." Not very far from the house stood the most extravagant place in all of Zhonghu, the Merry Forest. Meng Xinghun replied, his eyes still closed, "What about nights when you lose all 5 of your senses? There's no light, no sound, no scent, and you lose all sense of time." His voice held a tremor of fear and disbelief. "In that case, it must be terrifying." Gao Lauda concurred, her tone unwavering, "But I believe you can handle it, right?" In response, Meng Xinghun merely opened his eyes, rose from his position, and left the house. Gao Lauda called after him, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the riverside to relax." Meng Xinghun replied. He lied. His true intention was to visit a girl who frequented the riverside at night. According to the rumors, her name was Xiao Dai. Meng Xinghun had first seen her standing by the river on several occasions, adorned in a red cape, and she was a breathtaking beauty. In her presence, he found a semblance of solace from his life as an assassin, a respite from the gruesome murders and the sea of blood that filled his days. Despite Meng Xinghun's departure, Gao Lauda remained in his house, gazing out at the brightly lit Merry Forest in the distance. She murmured to herself, "Things were finally getting better, but why is everyone thinking of leaving this place?" Yes Yang had left, and now Meng Xinghun was following suit. It was a tranquil night. Meanwhile, Murong Lin had journeyed northward. This region had a higher concentration of knife-wielding experts, and by this time, he had nearly healed his wounds from the earlier battle with Han Tang. The battle had left Han Tang blind in one eye, while Murong Lin had sustained injuries that could have been fatal. Fortunately, the presence of the bloody poisonous insect allowed Murong Lin to consume Luo Jinrock's corpse, gathering enough energy to leave that place. On his journey, he continued to issue challenges, leaving a trail of awe and fear in his wake. Glass Immortal Kong Duo Ming of the Eastern Mountains Kong clan was bested in just 2 strikes. Yellow-faced ghost Sun Li Di, the leader of the gang in the Western Mountain, was hacked to death in 3 strikes, along with 367 of his gang members, creating a river of blood on the battlefield. Little 3-blade killer tyrant Tian Jinwei met his end in a single strike. Murong Lin then took on the 5 local martial houses, leaving no survivors in his wake. By this point, Murong Lin had reached the capital. However, at the same time, a major incident was unfolding in the city. The chief of the capital's greatest escort company had been assassinated. In a manner guarded by nearly 500 experts, the chief of the escort company met his demise at the hands of a young man in white named Shi Kun. Murong Lin was aware that Shi Kun was a subordinate of Gao Laodai, a close friend of Meng Xinghun and the others. But he didn't intend to involve himself with this matter. Instead, he headed straight to Jindao Liu's manor. That very night, the Liu clan faced annihilation. The Liu clan's legacy weapon, the Gua gold knife, was impaled on their doors, and no one dared to remove it. Murong Lin, known as the thin-bladed demon, once again sent ripples through the entire Jianghu, resulting in numerous heroes and cultivators issuing challenges to him. In a single week, Murong Lin consecutively defeated 27 first-rate experts in the north, with 13 of them meeting their end in his hands. The northerners grew increasingly anxious, and eventually, nobody dared to challenge Murong Lin anymore. As he desired, Murong Lin successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of the sky-reaching realm. Advancement in the sky-reaching realm involved the mastery and control of one's spiritual powers. It required the gradual refinement of the soul, leading to the creation of an individual's primordial spirit within their spiritual sea. Only after achieving this could one proceed to the cognizance realm. The method of soul refinement varied from person to person. Some, like Sheng Yi, relied on spiritual fire, while others used soul-cultivating techniques. Murong Lin, however, employed his unique talent, wrathful, selfish, in conjunction with the heaven and earth blade art for his soul refinement. This approach proved effective, though it heavily relied on a strong aptitude for the blade dao. Talent outshone mere effort. Not everyone possessed the inherent capacity for such pursuits. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Murong Lin could feel that within his spiritual sea, a thread of light had formed, signifying his successful advancement. Once the threads of light within his spiritual sea reached a sufficient quantity to form his primordial spirit, Murong Lin would be ready to ascend to the cognizance realm. He took a deep breath, relishing the sensation of his 100 blood-bat locusts' presence. Upon arriving in the north, he had tirelessly controlled his blood-bat locusts to feed on the nearby life forms. Now, they had finally matured. The north had fewer experts than the south, with only 2 clans similar in influence to the Sun Manor and the 12th Great Rock Gang. Assured that he had no equal in the north, Murong Lin commanded his blood-bat locusts to initiate a massacre. Starting from the northernmost region, the 100 blood-bat locusts gradually multiplied into 1,000, then 10,000, and eventually reached 100,000. While people had witnessed vast swarms of locusts darkening the skies before, none had ever seen such powerful and menacing locusts as these. Facing the relentless assault of the crimson locust swarm, even third-rate experts found survival impossible, succumbing within seconds to the devouring frenzy of the insects. Not even their bones remained after being consumed by the swarm. The blood-bat locusts were predators of life, and what could hold more life than humans themselves? As the locusts feasted, their strength burgeoned. Although only 46 of the original 100 blood-bat locusts remained, each had ascended to the manifestation realm, equivalent to a second-rate expert in human terms. As word spread and experts took notice of the calamity, panic swept through the populace. Various influential figures dispatched their subordinates and disciples to investigate, but no one returned. In a small northern town boasting a population of over 100,000, there remained nothing but desolation and emptiness. Panic swept through the northern region as people attempted to organize efforts to combat this demonic locust plague. However, what followed next was even more horrifying. After feasting on humans and benefiting from Murong Lin's aid, some of the bloodbat locusts advanced to the sky-reaching realm. Although still relatively small in size when compared to other creatures, these sky-reaching bloodbat locusts were now the size of a grown man's head. With a combined force of over 10 million bloodbat locusts and the sky-reaching realm locusts, ambushing and killing a first-rate expert was no longer a challenge. As the demonic locust plague in the south was gradually suppressed, the northern region bore the brunt of the bloodbat locust onslaught, with the number of towns razed by the locusts reaching the double digits. Even the harsh cold of the northern region did nothing to deter these alien creatures. The invasion of such otherworldly creatures was a scenario that no one could have predicted. After a relentless month, a small northern city suffered the fate of being entirely consumed by the locusts. These ravenous insects spared nothing within the city itself, gnawing on even the city walls and devouring every wooden structure in their path. Meanwhile, the leader of the 12th Great Rock Gang from the western region had journeyed to this place. His primary intent had been to avenge Tu Rock and his companions by eliminating Murong Lin. However, upon learning of the situation with the bloodbat locusts, he decided to investigate further. Witnessing the extensive devastation left by these creatures, his expression underwent a drastic change. Summoning his manifestation transformation, the Flying Dragon Rock, he slew half of the remaining wandering locusts within the city. Unleashing the might of his powers at the peak of the sky-reaching realm, he managed to take down 3 leading sky-reaching realm bloodbat locusts before leaving, his face marked with a solemn expression. Despite his formidable strength, he could only temporarily ease the plight of this city, but maintaining its continuous protection was beyond his capacity. As powerful as he was, he lacked the strength to fend off the locusts indefinitely. What perturbed him deeply was that these bloodbat locusts didn't appear to be native to this world. Their uncanny coordination, their strategic timing for attacks and retreats, and even their ability to suppress their hunger to defend the city defied natural explanation. The idea that these locusts might be following someone's commands rattled him deeply. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire world.